This is Jocko podcast number 439 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
I felt like I had no life in Ramadi. I cannot describe the horror we lived in. Those were very bitter days. Those days we lived in hell. We looked like ghosts out of a cemetery. We were very tired. We had lots of complaints to take to coalition forces, but we were afraid. Some days we wished to be dead just to be rested. On the streets, they accused Americans of being killers. People welcomed Al-Qaeda into their homes as a custom, but they killed families, raped wives, and took over. If one of them killed 60 people, he was called Amir. They killed doctors and leaders. They killed doctors and said that it was because they treated Americans. The doctors fled the country. They killed mullahs and said that it was because they liked Americans. Soon there were no men left to kill, so they started killing women and children. They killed women and said that was because their husbands were policemen. They killed children and said it was because their fathers were policemen. Fear made me very cautious. Sometimes if a door opened, an entire family was killed, old people, women, and children. I had 4 huge locks on my front door. It looked like a protected holy place. I would only open the door for family. I was afraid of the coalition forces and the insurgents. I used to leave the house at 6 a.m. Before 7 a.m., there was a coalition forces curfew. After 7 a.m., the insurgents were out. I used to carry a white flag with me. It was my husband's undergarment. The coalition forces know the white flag. Nothing works with the insurgents. The ugliest torture was committed by Al-Qaeda. If the discipline didn't work, the people were abducted and slaughtered. The head was put in a container and thrown away, or the neck cut and the head placed on the back. The awakening started with Sheikh Sattar Abu Risha because Al-Qaeda killed many of his family. The police started coming out slowly. People started coming out. We had the first women's meeting on December 15th, 2006 at the elementary school. Captain Tina of the coalition forces was present at the first meeting, and she worked with us. We set up literary classes for females. I worked with her, but I was also afraid. Now women are going back to have pictures made with coalition forces. We have satellite TV now. We have internet. We're interacting with the rest of the world now. It's a sign of civilization. Iraqis are conservative, but not extreme. And that right there was a quote from Miriam, which is a pseudonym, who was interviewed by Colonel Gary Montgomery and Chief Warrant Officer for Timothy McWilliams in 2009. Her identity was concealed to protect her, but she lived in Ramadi prior to the war and lived there through 2009. Her husband was an Iraqi policeman, and she was involved in humanitarian efforts that focused on helping women and children. And that's one example. Just one example of the horror that existed in the city of Ramadi, the capital of Al-Anbar province in western Iraq. And it's also an example of how that horror was reversed and the insurgency was defeated and the city was pacified by coalition forces. Initially Americans, but over time by, with, and through the Iraqi military and police. And that incredible turnaround was made at an immense cost to coalition forces. Men and women wounded and killed to execute that mission. But in the end, the city was secured and the people of Ramadi were liberated from these evildoers, from Al-Qaeda and their demonic allies. Now, one of the lessons that I learned in this battle was that leadership is the most important thing on the battlefield. And that includes every level of leadership, from those on the front lines taking ownership of their part of the mission and executing all the way to the top level of leadership. And in this case, the top level of leadership in the Battle of Ramadi was an Army colonel, the commander of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Armored Division. And he developed a strategy and shared the vision and unified a team of U.S. and Iraqi military and Iraqi police, along with Iraqi government officials, tribal leaders, civilians. And he implemented this strategy, made changes and adjusted the strategy when it was required, and directed and oversaw countless operations to secure and stabilize the city. And he is and was one of the best leaders that I ever served under, inside or outside the military. His name is General Sean MacFarland. He served 37 years in the Army. He led troops in combat at every level. And it was an honor to fight alongside him in the Battle of Ramadi. And it's an honor to have the general here with us tonight to discuss his experiences and lessons learned. General MacFarland, thank you for joining us.
Hey, thanks, Jocko. It's awesome to be here.
I guess let's start at the beginning. And before we hit record, you were already starting to tell some memories of your youth and your family. So you're from upstate New York, Albany, born in 1959.
That's right. Eisenhower administration.
Wow.
Right?
You said it. I didn't.
I can't deny it.
Now, when I bring guests on, we'll talk about what military history they had in their family. Do we need to do a series of podcasts on the military history that you had in your family? Because it's a lot.
Yeah. No, we don't need to do a series. I can recap it pretty quickly. I mean, for me, my dad was in the National Guard. He retired as a colonel in the Army Reserve. My grandfather was West Point class of 1930. Started out in the Horse Artillery at Fort Bliss, 1st Cavalry Division, and commanded an artillery battalion in the 9th Armored Division at Bastogne and Remagen, Bridgehead.
So did you grow up with him? Do you remember him?
He died when I was 10. I remember him pretty well. He was hard of hearing, as most artillery officers tend to be. That was my big memory of him, is watching TV with the volume up. But he was a big golfer. I wish I had half the skill that he had. He played polo when he was younger. All the that was what they used to do in the cavalry. Was play polo. But he married a local girl from Albany, my grandmother Harriet, and their first assignment was Fort Bliss, Texas, as was mine, and he, went through the whole Depression Army thing and, the lean years, and then Korea. And my grandmother was a pretty funny lady. She said World War II and Korea saved their marriage. So, it's a silver lining to every dark cloud, I guess. But they... did 30 years, and then he taught math at Albany Boys Academy, and till he passed away. So, probably what got him was all the smoking and drinking, which was very common back then. I don't have any memory of my grandfather without a cigarette and a glass of scotch. Same was true with my grandmother. She was a little classier. She always used a cigarette holder, the long stem thing. She lived till almost into her late 80s, though, and she looked great. She never looked bad, but she would always have scotch with her. So she was drinking a bottle of scotch a week until she died, and like I said, just genetically, so hopefully I've got a lot of runway in front of me, living the good life like they did. I don't know. But so, yeah, they, his father emigrated over from Glasgow, Scotland, Archie MacFarland. And he came over in the 1880s as a 10-year-old kid or something, fought in the Spanish-American War. became the first motorcycle cop in Albany, New York. And on my mom's side, we go all the way back. We have some recent immigrants, from the Troubles in Ireland, who are relatively recent, so we don't know that military history, the IRA side of it, but there was some of that, and others go back to the Mayflower, actually, fought in the Revolutionary War, and my great-great-grandfather was a Union soldier, and his brother was killed in action at Petersburg, and he survived, obviously, and his regiment went down to New Orleans and Red River, and fought all. So he was the first member of my family to make it to Texas, actually, I guess. And he went back to. He was a carpenter, in around Albany area. So yeah, it's a long but relatively undistinguished military history. Until I met you, Jocko.
So you're growing up. At what point did you realize you wanted to go to West Point?
I didn't. I thought I wanted to go to the Naval Academy, but my eyesight wasn't good enough to get there without a waiver. So, and they said, well, you might be able to get in. I said, yeah, but I wanted to be a Navy pilot, and my fear was get through the Naval Academy and not be able to fly and, end up 3 decks below the waterline or something. So I said, well, I can get into the West Point without a waiver. I was like 2050 or something like that. It was before LASIK. So they were like, okay. And almost everybody at West Point wore glasses. We were all the Air Force Academy and Naval Academy rejects. We all went to West Point. And this was post-world, right after Vietnam fell. It was like 2 years after the helicopters lifted off the embassy roof. So not a lot of folks were applying to the service academies. You were
able to sneak in there?
I slipped under the wire, and my tactical officer, who went on to command the Ranger Regiment, was very unimpressed with me. He said, he wrote, this is in writing, that I had no potential to be a combat arms officer. And that was because I didn't want to be on the company intramural boxing team. Because I was a tall, lanky guy. I guess I still am, but even skinnier then, obviously. And he said, "Well, you could, box at like the lowest weight class, and outreach everybody," which I was doing in, mandatory boxing classes. And I said, "Oh, I'm more of a triathlon guy," because that's not a guy's sport. Men don't do triathlon. Men box, play football. And so he kind of wrote me off.
And you literally put it in your evaluation?
Yeah,
or something?
No, it's in there. It's black and white. I've seen it.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I know, right?
The irony of that, huh?
Yeah.
So when you get to West Point, how did that compare to because you were raised in Catholic schools, right? Was it like a break for you when you got to West Point compared to the Catholic schools?
It absolutely was. When I had my first squad leader was not a nice guy, and he was like the Brigade boxing champion in his weight class. He's from L.A. And this was 1977. This is the year the Yankees beat the Dodgers in the World Series. So he already didn't like me because of that. And I wasn't the best plebe anyway. And he would just haze me unmercifully. But as soon as I realized that, unlike the nuns, he couldn't hit me, and I said, "This is all downhill from here." I mean, that second grade with Sister Maria Andre was much scarier than my squad leader at West Point.
How is it when you're in class and you have these guys from Vietnam, and Vietnam is now fallen? What was the morale, and what kind of lessons learned were you getting? Were you getting strategic lessons learned? We just covered McNamara's book on here, and it's
Yeah.
really disturbing to read in many ways.
Yeah. Well, they were all Vietnam vets, and they were all like class of 65 through class of 67, and those classes got hammered, you know, in Vietnam, lost a lot of kids. I mean, West Point, since the global war on terror, lost about 100 graduates killed in action. And that's really like one of the highest percentages, because now we're a smaller Army and all volunteer that has ever been the case. But back then they all had right shoulder patches from Vietnam. And I'll tell you, I didn't appreciate how they felt until August of, was it 2 years ago now, when we surrendered in Afghanistan. Now I can really, really relate to how they felt. But so we all had sponsors as cadets, and my sponsor had been a Cobra pilot in Vietnam. And I started out, I wanted to study international relations, you know. But I had taken AP calculus, and I was good at math and science, but that was hard, you know. And I thought, I can BS with the best of them. I'm Irish, so I'll go international relations. And so there's a big paper. It's called the Social Sciences Department. Everybody goes through. It's a rite of passage. And I was taking advanced international relations, and I had taken advanced calculus and advanced, I had taken a heavier course load in some of the engineering and sciences stuff, just because, I liked it. I could. It wasn't hard for me, So I kind of balanced it out. I was taking advanced French, advanced math, advanced engineering. I didn't know what I really wanted to do, and I said, well, I'll do international relations. And I wrote a paper about the 1968 invasion of Czechoslovakia by the Warsaw Pact. And the thesis was the Czechs were wimps because they didn't fight back. They rolled over. And my instructor was a Vietnam vet, guy named, I still remember his name, Major Borowski. I thought he was Polish, but he was Czech. His family was Czech. He still had family in Czech. And he hammered me on my paper, barely passing grade, and that was 50% of the grade. So I was lamenting this to my sponsor, who was this old, his Cobra pilot, pretty young guy at the time. And he said, well, look, Sean, you've taken, thermodynamics and statics and dynamics and did well in advanced calculus. And he said, why don't you switch to aerospace engineering? That's what I teach. I'll be your instructor pilot. We go on flight labs, fly around the Statue of Liberty. Of course, it was all before 9/11. You could do all kinds of crazy stuff. And they had these at Stewart Army Airfield nearby West Point. They had all these little trainer airplanes, single engine, like Cessnas or Piper Cubs or something. And we'd take off and fly around. And you remember I wanted to be a Navy pilot, and I almost crashed twice. And they said, okay, we'll just, stick with the classroom instruction here. You do better with that. But I went on and got my graduated with my concentration in aerospace engineering, and ended up with a master's of science in aerospace engineering from Georgia Tech. Later on, the Army sent me there. So the aero, and that's what I did after I retired. I worked on hypersonics and kind of stuff like that, But that whole journey was kind of zigzag around, and initially it appeared like my tactical officer was probably right about my potential as a combat arms officer. I'm looking at this wooden tank that we gave you, Abrams tank. I started out on the M60A1 add-on Stabe. It was a pretty primitive tank, and was not unlike the tanks that my dad had in the National Guard Armory where we grew up, and I was kind of familiar with them. But it was at night. It had almost no night capability. We had searchlights, and you turn on the searchlights, or you had to have mortar illumination, it was, or we had these things we would do range card engagements. You were firing blind at night based on range card data. and you had a quadrant elevation and a azimuth indicator inside the turret. And I was in a cavalry platoon, and cavalry platoon leaders didn't ride on tanks. They rode on armored personnel carriers. And we had tanks in our platoon, but the platoon leader wasn't on a tank.
Were you in like a 113 or something?
113, yeah. It was. We had 9 vehicles in my platoon, So anyway, we go out there, and the squadron commander says, hey, you're an armor officer. You should be able to qualify on a tank. I was like, we're like, oh, yeah, but I'm not battle rostered on a tank. I've been preparing for it. So we had to pull together these pickup crews. And one of the cardinal sins in armor branches, as an officer, if you don't qualify on your first try, it's called, if you Q2, you are persona non grata. And I Q2'd. And the thing of it is I had it in the bag, a Q1 on our last engagement, and I just kind of lost track of the number of rounds we were shooting, and we fired one too many, and that's all it took. And so I was going to get fired, and my platoon sergeant, but there wasn't anybody to replace me, so we went out to. They had to keep me for the platoon battle run there. At the time it was called Table 9. Now it's a different table number. But we had to take the whole platoon out there, and the way it's an offensive engagement, and they give you the fire command, and you're supposed to bound to the next phase line, and then you're about 1,000 meters closer to the targets when they come up, and then you open up on it's like 10 or 12 targets. Mm-hmm. And I choked, and I opened fire from the first phase line instead of bounding forward to the next phase line. And the squadron commander was up in the tower, and he said, I knew I should have fired that guy. He's terrible. And I heard all this from the squadron XO, who his nickname was Champagne Bill, great guy. Also a Vietnam Black Horse guy. Everybody was Black Horse, 11th Cav in Vietnam, all the guys I worked for. And he says, so, the squadron commander was livid, and he started saying, MacFarland's probably the worst platoon leader I've got in the regiment, which is funny because his predecessor loved me. But it was just, we didn't mesh personally. I was a little too lackadaisical. He said it. He gave me a letter of reprimand that said I was too cavalier. And I probably shouldn't have said this, but I said, but we're in the cavalry. Aren't I supposed to be cavalier? So that was probably the straw that broke the camel's back with him. So now he had an excuse to fire me, but this is one of the first leadership lessons that I learned, is when we opened fire at extreme range on the targets, my tank section and these primitive tanks did not miss once. And they had no business being able to hit targets at that range, but they nailed them all, 1 round per target, and they were all down within seconds. And the regimental commander, the 59th colonel of the regiment, another Irishman named Fitzgerald, he was in the tower, and he's like, wow, that's really good shooting, And then the squadron XO, who liked me a little bit better than the squadron commander, stepped in and goes, oh, yeah, that's Sean MacFarland. He's one of our better platoon leaders. and the regimental commander said, yeah, he's one to keep an eye on.
Wow.
But so my NCOs saved my bacon. Mm-hmm. They absolutely did. And I'll always be grateful to them. My platoon sergeant was a guy named Staff Sergeant Kim, DK Kim, who went on to become like NCO of the year in the Army, top drill sergeant. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was amazing. Mm-hmm. Barely spoke English, but he was an amazing NCO who really set the example of what right looks like for me in an NCO. And I owe most of my success to the non-commissioned officers, but that was my first lesson in what a good NCO could do. Because, before that, I had all these Vietnam NCOs, tactical NCOs at West Point, and they were telling me things like, hey, when you get to your platoon, it's kind of like going to prison. You got to pick, like, the biggest guy and knock him out, or nobody's going to respect you. It's like, what? I was, really? It was like, yeah. I'm like, I don't know if I can do that. I mean, I was an okay boxer, but I don't want to get in a fight with one of my soldiers. I could go sideways. And the soldiers were pretty rough and tough. This was before urinalysis when I got to my platoon. I had 42 troopers in my platoon. And when we started doing urinalysis, within 6 months, I was down to 18 soldiers. And it was all because of urinalysis. Mm-hmm. I mean, these guys were like hardcore druggies and thugs. And half of them lived in Juarez and just commuted. They had bunks in the barracks. Back then, it was all open bays and all that kind of stuff, like you see in the movies now. But they were a rough and tumble bunch, and some of them were like really strung out. You remember the Miles harnesses?
Yep.
I mean, I remember standing in the chow line, and there was this one kid standing there, and I'm like, I hear like a Miles harness going off, like beep. I'm like, who is that? And you're 5 yards apart with your mess kits, waiting, to get to the Mermites and get green eggs and ham. And my platoon sergeant and I started walking up the line to find out whose Miles harness is going off. And there's this kid, I'll say Specialist Rodriguez. So Specialist Rodriguez is standing there. I'm like, hey, Rodriguez, your Miles harness is going off. He goes, really? So I wondered where that was coming from. I'm like, it's coming from you. And when later, of course, we had to kick him out of the Army for, positive urinalysis. Mm-hmm. I explained all of the chapter proceedings to him. I said, do you have any questions? And I said, because, the only stupid question is the one you didn't ask. And he says, which one was that, sir? So those are the kind of soldiers that we started out with, but I had good combat experience NCOs. As a cavalry troop commander in the Fulda Gap, my first sergeant was a great guy, First Sergeant Sherman Ketchings. He'd been a scout in Vietnam as a young buck sergeant, and so those Black Horse guys were kind of the guys who kind of impressed me, and there were different types. I had Black Horse guys who I admired, others. I had a squadron commander who was hilarious and funny and had a Distinguished Service Cross from Vietnam. His squadron was the Wild West, and it was really like a frat house kind of environment where, everybody cussed and drank, and, it was all about who was the best drinker, and and if you could hang with the squadron commander drinking, then you were probably going to be one of his favorite officers. And if you were more of a, introverted guy or not a heavy drinker, then he kind of put you in a different category. Mm-hmm. So it was pretty rough and tumble. But this squadron commander was kind of legendary in the Army, and I won't give you his name because he has family in the Army, and I don't want to embarrass anybody, but he was legendary. And everybody who's armor or cavalry knows who this guy was. We were drinking. I mean, he would show up. We'd be doing shooting gunnery, and he'd pull his flask out, and hey, you want a slug? I'm like, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm okay, sir. Thank you. But I said, so how'd you get your Distinguished Service Cross? He says, he was a Black Horse guy. He says, I was flying an observation helicopter, and I'm telling you all this because you mentioned Vietnam. Mm-hmm. And they were the people who kind of influenced my early career and gave me all those letters of reprimand. He gave me one too, which I wish I had framed because he called me. Can I swear?
You can. Yep.
He called me a marble-headed motherfucker in writing.
So is that in your record?
No, that was a desk drawer letter of reprimand.
Okay, got it.
And I was mad, so I threw it away. I was like, man, why didn't I keep that to show to my subordinates? But, but those letters of reprimand and Q2ing and almost getting fired, it gave me an appreciation for, hey, look, the road to the top is not always an unbroken series of successes. And I used to be able to tell when I was a tank platoon leader, my younger soldiers, hey, my officers, if they Q2'd, I'm like, hey, I Q2'd and I'm your battalion commander, so, you're
going to be all right.
You're going to be okay. I'm not going to, but, you're going to have to improve now, you know. But anyway, so I asked this guy, how do you get your Distinguished Service Cross? And he says, well, I was flying an OH-6 as a spotter, you know, for the Black Horse. And there was an 8-inch battery fire base that was under attack. And I was spotting for these 8 inches, you know, forward observer. And I took a round through my transmission, so I was going to have to set it down. So I set it down inside the fire base. And I ran up to the battery commander, and I said, hey, Daiwi, the Meister captain, which he always called us, the cavalry troop commanders, he always just called us Daiwi, you know. And he says, hey, Daiwi, you know, anything I can do to help? And he says, well, that M60 machine gun over there in the corner is out of action. Crew's been killed or wounded. If you get that back in action, that'd be great. So he said, okay, sir, and I ran off and, you know, flipped it over, cleaned the feeder tray out, put the rounds, slapped the rounds back in, charged it, got it talking. And, yeah, the NVA is coming out of the wood line, you know, and he says, and I started mowing them down until, you know, I eventually ran out of, I had a couple of boxes of 7.62, a couple hundred rounds each, and then I was done. So, but they were still coming. So I looked around, and there were, you know, one of the guys had an M16 and had some ammo left. So I got his M16 off of him, you know, one of the killed or wounded crewmen, and started using that, and took out a bunch more of those guys. But there were still some guys coming towards me. And now all I had back then, the aviators had 38 revolvers. And he said, so I took my 38 out and fired all the rounds I had from my 38. They were close enough. I was able to hit some of them, but there were still like 3 of them left. So now I'm looking at all your knives on the table, you know, and he says, I didn't want to get in a knife fight, you know, and I didn't want to run away and abandon my position. So I'm looking around, and I found one of the guys had a grenade on his LBE. So I took the grenade, and I threw that grenade as hard as I could, and I killed one of them, and the other guy jumped up and ran back in the wood line. And to this day, I wonder if I pulled the pin on that grenade, could I have killed the other guy too? I was like, at what point did that story, you know, become? But that was so typical of him. It was like a cowboy kind of a guy, kind of a Slim Pickens, and you know, Dr. Strangelove. You know, it was. But what was really interesting to me, Jocko, was we started. I was a platoon leader in 1982 in the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, and by the time I was a troop commander, took command of my cavalry troop in Germany in 1986, the Army had completely changed. It had become a much more professional Army, and I commanded my cavalry troop, 165 soldiers, for 2 years, almost 2 years, and I only had 1 positive urinalysis. Remember, my platoon went from 42 to 18 in 6 months.
Jeez.
And 165 guys, and it wasn't for a lack of trying. We only had 1 hot urinalysis. Mm-hmm. And I mean, the whole Army just changed overnight. It was, and I know the other services went through a similar transformation. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't just the urinalysis. It was we got pay raises. I mean, as a second lieutenant, my pay was like, I think it was a little over $12,000 a year was what I made. I was a captain, when I cleared $20,000 a year for the first time, I felt like I was finally a grown up. I was a grown up now. I was making grown up pay. Yeah, I mean, there was the pay raises, but National Training Center and all these post-Vietnam transformational types of things that were happening across the services really kicked in and had an incredible effect. So it was about that time when I stopped getting letters of reprimand and started to become a bit more serious about my profession.
Is that when you kind of started to think about it as it was going to be a career, or did you always have a career in mind?
I always thought I was going to be a lifer, but it didn't look like they were going to let me be a lifer. After like my third letter of reprimand, I thought, geez, maybe it's just not. I'm not cut out for this.
I read a book and I covered it on this podcast. It's called The Psychology of Military Incompetence. And the basic premise of the book is that some people have very authoritarian mindsets and very disciplinary mindsets, and they're attracted to the military because they see, if I'm there, people have to respect me and they're going to have to listen to me, and I can kind of impose my will on the world. And those people can do well in the military, especially in non-combat garrison situations, because they're running inspections and everyone's going to be in the right uniform. And yet those people, when they get put in combat situations, they're very close-minded. They can't think outside the box. They can't look for other solutions. And so the people that excel in combat might have records where they have letters of reprimands because they didn't do this, they didn't follow the rules here, they didn't obey this. And yet when they get into combat, that's actually the person that you want, is this person that has at least some iota of rebellious mindset where they're going to say, this doesn't actually make sense. And I personally watched you do that countless times. Like, you want us to do that? That doesn't make sense. Why would we do that? Is there a better way? Is there a different way? So this is reinforcing what I learned from that book. And that book, when somebody told me about the book, and I kind of said, what's some psychologist going to know about what it's like being in the military? Well, this particular psychologist was a British guy, World War II, wounded in combat, and then came back and, did what he did in the psychological world. But yeah, this is really fitting into the mold of someone that has, is not quite staying inside the lines perfectly. But what that shows is they actually have an open, creative mind, and when it's required to have that, they're going to excel.
There may be an element of that. I'm also a lucky person. A bit of a Forrest Gump. I just happened to turn up at the right place at the right time and have good people around me who were able to, help me accomplish things that I probably never would have been able to accomplish otherwise.
And even that right there, if you have a closed mindset, authoritarian mindset, you look at the people around you and you think, how can I make them do what I'm telling them to do? Whereas if you have an open mind, you go, this person seems like they're pretty smart about that. And this character over here seems like he knows what he's doing. And maybe I should just take a back seat and let them drive for a little while.
Right.
So there's some serious benefits to that.
So one of the things that is fundamental to critical thinking is something called intellectual humility, which is, I find, first of all, I like the expression intellectual humility, but it basically says you've got to be open-minded enough to recognize that other people have ideas, and some of them might be better than your own, and not always.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else said if you're too open-minded, eventually your brains fall out. Right?
Yeah.
You gotta have an idea, but the idea of intellectual humility being fundamental to critical thinking is one that has stuck with me over the years, and has, I think, served me well.
You end up in the first Gulf War. What was your position there? What was your experience like with that?
Well, ironically, I ended up working for that same squadron commander who wanted to fire me. Now he's a regimental commander, and I'm a former troop commander. So it was a little bit of a love-hate there. But I started out, I went through the war as the officer in charge of the regimental's forward command post. We had a couple of, they're called M577s. They look like M113 armored personnel carriers on steroids, right? Big, tall things. Riding in the back on one of those things is like being in a World War II German submarine, sausages hanging from the handles, from the ceiling, and, But it was an experience, and but we had a couple of tanks and a few Bradleys assigned to us for additional security. And we stayed right behind the lead echelon, kind of tucked up with them in order to maintain radio contact with the forward elements of the regiment and keep the main command post, which was a lot bigger and harder for them to get established and set up, as informed as we possibly could. And when they weren't in the fight, we would basically take over those roles and keep the higher headquarters informed, which to me, the fact that the main command post was barely ever in Desert Storm, and the forward command post, which was run by a captain, and I had 2 or 3 other captains and lieutenants working for me, and some NCOs, were able to keep a 7,000 man regiment, commanded and controlled, is, I think, informative, because as we created these giant stadium seating command centers, we've kind of lost the art of mobile command and control, or command and control on the move, right?
I had an experience. I was going to a big exercise, like a big giant joint exercise. Where was it? It was in Gibraltar. And in the middle of this thing, we get tasked with a real mission down in Africa. And so I'm a young officer. I was a prior enlisted guy, so now I'm a young officer, and I was really close to the commander. He was a commander at the time, so in 05. And I kind of became his right-hand guy that would just kind of go do everything with him. But I remember this. He says, "Hey, we're going to Africa. We need a mobile talk." And I said, "Yeah, roger that, sir." And I got 2 radios, 5 sets of maps, some pens, some pencils, and some tape. And I put it into an actual rucksack, and we loaded that thing up. And that was that's what we did. And then after a couple of years, I went to college. Navy sent me to college. When I got back, so now it went from that was 1998. So now you fast forward, I guess it was like 5 years forward. And one of the first things I did when I got done with college, went back to a SEAL team. There's a big exercise going on, and they say, "Oh yeah, we want you to come and look at the talk." So I come and look at this Tactical Operations Center, and it's the same thing. It's this huge room with TVs and all this stuff, maps everywhere and computers everywhere. Right. And it was shocking to see that I had done that job with 2 radios and a rucksack and some maps, and it was now transformed into this big, massive, and of course, some of it's necessary. There's more assets and all that, but it seems like we may have gone a little overboard.
You think. So we're learning that in Ukraine, where the bigger the command post, the more targetable it is and vulnerable. So this little command post, these 2 command vehicles, we'd go ramp to ramp. We would just stop sometimes, just lower our ramps, and guys wearing headsets and moving little stickies around on acetate. And one day the regimental XO flew up and, kind of looked at what was going on. He says, "I have no idea what you guys are doing, but you seem to know what you're doing, and that's good enough, and just drive on." And even as a battalion commander, I commanded my whole battalion task force training center exercises off of a plexiglass map board. And as we were in fights, I would, use a red pen or a blue pen and mark where things are going. Of course, we were all instrumented, and the observer controllers would come up and say, "All right, sir, where do you think everybody in your battalion is?" I'm like, "Well, I think Charlie Company's over here, and Bravo Company's doing this, and this is where my scout platoon is, and mortars and so forth and so on." And they said, "What do you think the enemy's doing?" I'm like, "Well, I think their main body's over here, main defensive belt, and I think this is where the reserve is, or whatever." And they say, "Okay," and they would just grade you on that. And then at the after-action review, they'd kind of compare what you thought versus what they thought. You never had a completely accurate picture, but it was a way for you to measure your situational awareness in real time and see if you're good at it or not. And I think growing up in an analog kind of an world, I think those of us who are digital immigrants and not natives have a better ability to maybe create mental pictures of our environment better than those who rely on a purely digital picture. And I saw this as a senior general going out to the National Training Center, and I would go up to young captains. I was a 2-star division commander, a 3-star corps commander, or whatever. I'm like, hey, show me your overlay. Show me your scheme of maneuver. And they would point me at their digital screen, their Blue Force Tracker or FBCB2 or whatever they had on their tank or Bradley, and they're like, well, here it is. It's like, that doesn't tell me anything. I mean, if you get killed, who's going to know what you were trying to do here? What's your axis of advance? Where do you think the enemy is? And they're like, well, let me, press some buttons and pull up what the enemy.
The electrons.
Yeah, and it's like you can't outsource thinking to these boxes.
Yeah, there's also, I think, there's something inherent when you're coming from the analog world, you learn to really utilize decentralized command up and down the chain of command, so the team knows. My guys know, if they're going to maneuver over here, I need to make this adjustment. If I need to tell Jocko what's happening. I need to get permission to go there. But I can go over here on my own. And it just becomes the flow of information is more ready, more active, because everybody knows that I need to know what's happening. So then guys are pushing me the information. But if they think I'm looking at a screen and you can just pull it from the screen, and now we don't really need to pass, and then there's a disruption in communication, and all of a sudden everything it gets terrible real quick.
Yeah, and I think it creates cognitive biases where you tend to believe what you see, right? So kind of an anchor bias or something where you say, well, if it's on digits, it must be true. That if that icon shows up on my display at those grid coordinates, that must be where they are. It's like, well, garbage in, garbage out. Who knows where that might be from a Blue Force tracker, or might be somebody hand jammed it in there. Who knows? Or there may be latency, or there may have been a loss of signal, and that may have been their location 2 hours ago, and it just hasn't updated. I mean, you just really cannot rely on that 100%, but we tend to. I mean, we're all guilty of it. I saw it on the internet, so must be right.
So the war, the first Gulf War, I mean, it's over pretty quick.
We ended up in the burning oil fields outside of Basra. Yeah, it was quite something.
But highly successful, right?
Yeah.
I mean, by all measures, it's highly successful. Gosh, is there anyone that will ever be able to kind of stand up and really fight against America after that first Gulf War? It's like, no, well, I guess we've just achieved just complete world domination.
Yeah.
Did we get that feeling? So I was now I'm in the Navy at this point, and I was in SEAL training as the first Gulf War kicked off, and I missed the whole thing. And of course, I'm totally distraught because I think I missed the last war that's ever going to happen.
Yeah.
What was coming home from that? I think we learned some really bad lessons in the first war because it was kind of easy for us, and we rolled up and we did what we wanted to do, and we did it really fast, and we took a very small number of casualties, and everything kind of went to plan.
Yeah. It was. First of all, I have to say it was a pretty phenomenal experience to see this Cold War Army, which was, kind of at its peak, or military, really, all of DOD was at peak form. It was like Mike Tyson in its prime. And to watch the massive amounts of combat power flowing in along the Tap Line Road, where we were just north of the Tap Line, and it was like, one flatbed, heavy equipment transporter after another with tanks, and the crews of the tanks were riding on the tanks themselves, and the gun tubes were, traversed slightly, in case they encountered the enemy while they're driving down the road on the back of a truck, right? And while these endless convoys of combat power are going by, swarms of helicopters are flying overhead, and you see B-52 flights going north. It was just really an experience that if you weren't there to see it, you can never really appreciate what it's like to look at a division wedge, an armored division in a wedge formation.
So how many tanks is in a division wedge?
Well, tanks,
how
back
many
then the divisions were a bit
pieces?
bigger,
Yeah.
so there were probably like 300 tanks and like about an equal number of Bradleys, so you're like, 600 or 700 combat vehicles, and then there's the field artillery, armored, self-propelled FA. I mean, it's just amazing to try to wrap your mind around that. And, there were so many things going on at the same time. I mean, we got there, and I was really, this command post I told you about, I scrounged half of it. We only had like one of the vehicles. We're supposed to have the other one. So I just drive down to the port, and there's like an extra M577, a tracked vehicle. I'm like, who's got that? Well, it's extra. I'm like, I'll take it, And then I had to find radios for it. And so I'm talking to these Marines, and I asked them if they have any radios. They go, well, we just came off of a Marine pre-post ship, a MIPS Ron ship. We just downloaded it. And they said, we've got tons of extra radios. And these are serial numbered, control items. They said, what do you got to trade for it? I'm like, well, what do you want? I said, we noticed you guys are drinking some Pepsi. You guys got Pepsi? I'm like, yeah, like a case of Pepsi, we'll give you 2 radios. It's like, really? They're like, yeah, sure, we don't care, So, I mean, it's not our radio. We'll give it to you. So there was a lot of crazy stuff going on. It was a little bit of, disorganized. So, it all came out okay at the end, obviously, because we didn't really appreciate how bad the Iraqi army really was, because the projections were we're going to suffer 10,000 KIAs.
Yep, I remember that.
Stuff. Yeah. So we didn't know when we crossed the berm what we were getting into, but it pretty quickly revealed itself that we were talking about 2 different leagues, and we were really punching down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you get done with that, and you must feel like you kind of you won the lottery. I would imagine you felt like you won the lottery.
Yeah.
You're in that position,
seeing
all that, directing all that, leading all that.
Yeah.
You must have felt like you won the lottery.
Yeah, it was. So it was a little jarring. So I hadn't been in combat before. I remember a news reporter asking me what combat was going to be like during a live fire exercise we were doing. I said, well, probably at least twice as loud as this, because there'll be somebody shooting back, right? So it won't be just us shooting. But I didn't know. And, we had, like you do in combat, you have your situations, your scrapes or whatever. But then, and, I had never seen anybody killed in action before, so that was one of those life-changing events. I mean, fortunately, no friendly KIAs, but was plenty of enemy KIA. So I come back, and I was doing an R&D job, and I went straight back to my research and development job. I was working on anti-satellite systems and what we now have for our ground-based interceptors. I was doing requirements, doing aerospace engineering stuff for the Army. And I get back, and my old boss is like, okay, the fun's over, come back to work, because I kind of had stepped out of that job to go with the regiment, and then I had to go back to it. And so I go there, and they said, well, we need you to go to Seal Beach, California to meet with Rockwell. They're the prime contractor on this anti-satellite kill vehicle that we're working on. And so I get on a plane, I fly to Seal Beach, California. It's a nice place. And we have our meetings, and a couple of the folks that I was meeting with, we go to this little bar there, and it's, people aren't even all back from Desert Storm. And I'm in a bar in Seal Beach. And to me, it was just like an out-of-body experience. I was like, I can't believe I flew out of a burning airfield on a C-130 that was in a huge hurry to get off of that runway so fast that the loadmaster said, just throw your gear on the floor and lay on top of it, and they took off. They couldn't get off of that runway fast enough because I was one of the first ones to redeploy because I was kind of borrowed military manpower. And like a week later, I'm sitting in a bar in Seal Beach, and people are, grooving to the music and drinking, fancy cocktails. And I said, I don't know. I feel like I'm on a different planet. Mm-hmm. It was one of my first readjustment, redeployment, kind of challenges.
So you get done with that job, and then you go back to you end up in battalion command after that.
Well,
or a few years after that.
Yeah, a few years after that. So yeah, I went to Fort Leavenworth, for school,
Mm-hmm.
For prison, and I did the 2-year course there. I did the extra year for the School of Advanced Military Studies, the so-called Jedi Knights, that helped plan Desert Storm. Mm-hmm. I became one of those guys. Oh. And then after that, I went back to Germany, and I was in a cavalry squadron there in Schweinfurt, and it was interesting because it was post-Cold War now. Mm-hmm. And I'd been in Germany during the Cold War, and, I'd been to Berlin through Checkpoint Charlie, and all that kind of stuff. And then to come back after the wall was down to see how, Germany was reunifying was pretty interesting. And so yeah, I was, we went to the Balkans, as when I was in S3XO, went to Bosnia. We were the second unit across the float bridge on the Sava River there, and separated the Serbs from the Bosnians and created a zone of separation. And it was our cavalry squadron that found all the bodies from Srebrenica when the snow melted. We did the Balkans, and then I...
Is that where you started, or I should say, at what point did you kind of start? You seem to have a very diplomatic mind, meaning it seems like even in that situation, you're aware of this whole diplomacy that's happening along and in conjunction with, hopefully in conjunction with what's happening on the military side. So, it seems like Bosnia would be a good place where you are now. There's ambassadors, there's State Department. Is this where you're sort of starting to see that?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So, I mean, it might have started in Desert Storm or Desert Shield, because I had to be a liaison for a couple of months to a Saudi brigade. So I got to learn a little bit about coalition stuff. And then in Bosnia, we had to negotiate with some of the locals to, establish our base camps and things like that. It was interesting to see the pecking order of who got what interpreters. I learned a little bit about interpreters there because by the time you get down to a major, my interpreter was kind of a acne-faced 16-year-old boy, who, and you talk to, who's the 4-star or the 2 stars interpreter, and it's probably, some glamorous, postdoctoral gal or
Harvard
educated,
like
beautiful or really well put together kind of guy. So I was talking to some local mayor and trying to negotiate a kind of a Fort area rearming point for our helicopters. We had little Kiowa Warriors in our cavalry squadron, and this kid kept. I would ask the guy, how much is the land, who owns it, who's got the deeds or the titles and all this stuff. And the guy's kind of answering me in a business-like manner. Of course, I don't understand a word of it, And this kid would turn and he says, would tell me what he was saying in an extremely offensive and profane way, And I was like, the way you're responding to me, I mean, it sounds like he just hates my guts. But I'm looking at him, and he looks friendly enough, So either he's like a psychopath, you know, or you're not giving me a very accurate translation. So I said, is he really calling me these things and saying these things? And he's like, well, that's basically what he's saying. You know, I'm not giving you the word for word translation. I said, well, so how did you learn to speak English? You know, because he's very slangy, informal, and profane. He says, I watched a lot of American movies. I'm like, what kind of movies? And it was all like Jean-Claude Van Damme, all these like action movies. And I was like, Chuck Norris and all that stuff. I was like, okay, I got it. So I said, Americans don't all talk like that to each other all the time. It's not, it's not all Clint Eastwood, it's just, make my day punk or anything, so, but, that's, so I learned a little bit about the importance of watching body language and not just listening to what the interpreter's saying, because interpreters can have agendas or just not be very good, so, yeah.
So what's your next step after you get done with that?
So after that, I go back. I'm on the division staff, and I'm working for a great chain of command, great guys, 1st Infantry Division, and it's funny. I just was telling this story to somebody not too long ago. So my boss says to me, and my boss at the time he's a lieutenant colonel, he retired as a 3-star as well, and he says, so Sean, what do you want to do next? And I said, well, I guess everybody's supposed to go to a joint job if you want to get promoted, right? Goldwater Nichols, blah, blah, blah. He goes, yeah, sure, okay. He says, hey, look, the guy in charge of all armor assignments, for armor officer assignments is a buddy of mine. So I'll ask him. I'll write him a note. What do you want to do? I said, well, here's some different joint jobs. These seem like they'd be fun. So he sends an email to this guy. This guy later ends up being my division commander, but that's another story. So he sends his note to this guy, and he goes, hey, this is Keith. Well, never mind. So he says, my deputy's a guy named Sean McFarland. Good guy, wants to go joint, and these are the kinds of things he wants. So he gets an email response back to him. Now, because I was his deputy, he had set things up so that everything auto-forwarded to me. So I see this email come back from the armor assignments officer. Oh, it's him. I'll just open it up and see what it says. Hi, Keith. I gave his name away. This is Mark, and how the wife and kids, blah, blah, blah. Great to hear from you. He says, Sean McFarland. Yeah, we're not going to waste a joint position on this guy. He's got no potential to be a battalion commander. He's kind of he'll probably make lieutenant colonel, but that's it. So we're going to send him to an elephant's graveyard kind of a job. Next.
Where did that come from? I mean,
I had a good file, but I mean, it's really hard to get to be a battalion commander. Yeah. So it was kind of a thread the needle kind of a thing, and there were like lean years and years of plenty in terms of battalion commands, and I was tracking towards one of the lean years. So and I ended up on the alternate list. Number one on the alternate list, but didn't get activated. So they shipped me off to Third Army at Fort McPherson, Georgia, then in Atlanta, and in the Valley of the Blind, a one-eyed man is king. So I was a SAMS graduate. I was the only. This was during the drawdown. After the post-Desert Storm, Cold War drawdown.
So we're talking like 98, 97,
yeah, right
98.
In there. Yeah. So exactly, and so there were like 10 of us that were eligible for promotion to lieutenant colonel, 10 majors. I was the only one who got promoted to lieutenant colonel. it was so embarrassing. I didn't have a promotion party because I felt like it would be really awkward, So it was nothing, It's like, no, don't even mention it, Hopefully nobody notices different color oak leaf I'm wearing.
No victory laps with the other guys.
Absolutely
the other
not.
9 guys.
No, I didn't want to dunk on them. So, so the Third Army commander at the time was a guy named Tommy Ray Franks. And he needed an initiatives group chief or an action, chief of an actions group, which is kind of a prestige job, because now you're getting paper written by a general officer. And there was literally nobody who wasn't, with that level of experience, who was not being told to get out of the Army. I was like the only guy standing, So I ended up as his SIG chief. And then from there I went on to be aide-de-camp for General Shinseki. And because I guess they figured that, he's not so bad after all. And Shinseki was looking for a cavalry guy with Germany experience because he was the U.S. Army Europe. So I got to work with one of the great Army 4-stars. And then he went back to be vice chief of staff of the Army and eventually to be chief of staff of the Army. But the day he found out about that was the day my household goods arrived in Germany, and my wife's like, you're not going to D.C. with him, are you? I'm like, I don't think so. So I went in and asked him. He said, "No, you don't have to. You can stay if you want." I said, "Well, if you don't mind me asking, who's your replacement going to be?" He says, "General Montgomery Meigs." And I was like, "Oh, he was my division commander when I was." Being told that I had no future, so maybe he'll keep me on as aide-de-camp, and he did. So he goes, "Oh yeah, I remember Sean. He's a good guy, So I got to stay with General Montgomery Meigs, and a little interesting Vietnam War story is as aide-de-camp, I got their medical files, and I picked one up from the hospital. I'm taking the other one over to Heidelberg Army Hospital, which is where Patton died, and I mentioned to General Meigs, I'm like, "Hey, sir, it's your blood type A positive. That's what General Shinseki's was." He said, "Yeah, I know that." I was like, "Well, how do you know General Shinseki's blood type?" He said, "Who do you think gave him blood when he got his foot blown off in Vietnam?" Isn't that crazy?
That's wild. Yeah. And because that job, this kind of put you back on track with getting battalion command?
Yeah, that got me back to battalion command, and that was another one of those experiences. It was probably the best experience because we weren't at war. Well, 9/11 happened while I was in battalion command, but up until 9/11, it was a great group of folks in beautiful Vilseck, Germany. I had, a terrific team, and really, oh my God, the best non-commissioned officers. My E7s were just firing on all cylinders and made my job so easy. So we had highest reenlistment rate, highest operational ready rate, all this stuff. And, I don't know how to fix a tank. I'm like Oddball in Kelly's Heroes. I just ride them, I don't know what makes it work, So, but my NCOs knew how to fix them, and they just kept them running and shooting extremely well, and the soldiers were happy with good NCO leadership, so they were reenlisting at record rates, and I was just along for the ride. It was a fantastic experience, and I like to think I did a few things to make the battalion better, but it was just a really good battalion, And people say, "Oh, you don't want to take over a good unit, you want to take over a really bad unit." So, by comparison, right? It's like, when I got here, everything was terrible, inflation was 9%, and now it's 3% or whatever. And, no, I took over a unit that was really good. And what that allowed me to do is take it to the next level, instead of trying to do blocking and tackling, we could do West Coast offense, right? That was pretty fun, right? So it's like, no, let's do the air raid, and people say, yeah, okay, let's try that. And it worked really well. And the OPFOR didn't know what was hitting them. So that was a really wonderful experience. And we lived in a nice house. Our kids were going to good schools there. Army Department of Defense schools there in Vilseck, Germany, and my fellow battalion commanders are still some of my best friends, that I had. It was not like a team of rivals. We were really, everybody helped each other out. It was a really good group.
So when September 11th happens, how far into battalion command, or how much battalion command did you have left?
I was pretty well into it. I was probably halfway through, and 9/11 happens to be my wife's birthday, and we were going to go out that night, and I was out in the field with one of my companies was doing platoon level training exercises, and I was out there to watch them, and I guess we had like cell phones back then. They weren't like we have now, but yeah. So I get a call, and it might have been even over my Humvee, on my radio. I don't know, but somebody was trying. But it was my wife, and she says, "A plane just flew into into the World Trade Center." I was like, "So, I mean, that's too bad for the airplane, but you're not going to knock over the World Trade Center." It's like that B-17 flew into the Empire State Building in the 30s, and State Building's still there. But she said, "No, it's pretty serious." So. And oh my God, another one just hit the other tower, so I was like, well, let me get back and to headquarters to see what's going on, and because nobody had, iPhones or anything like that. We're in Grafenwehr, Germany, so I get to a TV and like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it when the towers collapsed. So I knew something had fundamentally changed, and of course we immediately have to go into a lockdown, and my battalion just happened to be the unit that had the responsibility that month for securing the gates, and the plan called for putting tanks at the front gates. So I rolled tanks to the front gate, which was pretty excessive, but that was the plan, and we eventually dialed it down a little bit, and then it got into this whole thing. You were in Germany, right? So the gate guards, the guys checking all the vehicles coming onto the post, they're just soldiers, right? And, they're armed, but, are the magazines in the weapons? Are they in the ammo pouches? Are they locked up in an ammo can, with the sergeant of the guard under a Series 200 lock, and right? And I was like, look, if you're going to put soldiers with weapons at the gate, they got to have the ammo in the weapon, otherwise leave the weapons in the arms room. Well, we don't want to do that. So I said, look, I'm not going to put soldiers at the gate with, unloaded weapons.
There's that common sense thing I was talking about earlier.
And I was told, yes, you will. So I said, all right, well, then I'm going to be at the gate, because if anybody's going to, get in trouble, it's going to be me. So I was at the gate. And the guy who's, of course, my next chain of command up is brigade commander, and he comes through the gate, and we were picking cars at random to inspect. We weren't doing 100%. But he was the guy I was arguing with. I was like, inspect this car. We pulled the particular. He was so mad. So mad.
I thought you were done getting reprimands at this point. You're still fishing for him?
He didn't give me a letter of reprimand. Probably should have, though.
Did you think so when 9/11 happened? Because I'm a young, stupid person, I thought, there's going to be this is going to be over it very quickly. This is going to be, we're going to do some attacks, we're going to do some strikes, and it'll be over. There's not one part of my mind that thought 2 decades of war was coming my way.
No.
Where was your head at?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Same.
I never expected. First of all, I mean, you and I served together in Iraq. At the time, I believed people that I trusted, like Colin Powell and others, that there was a reason for us to go in Iraq. Now I don't. I'm not there anymore. To me, Saddam was a bad dude, and maybe he was going to develop a nuclear weapon or whatever, and I don't feel bad about, the regime change that we affected there or anything like that. And we made some really stupid mistakes in the aftermath of that. And I was there when we made some of those, like disbanding the Iraqi army and all that kind of stuff. But The moral imperative for that war seems to me a little bit harder to, reconcile. But I think, there's just war and there's justice in war. I'm not saying that Iraq was an unjust war, because you could make the case, but it's not the case that was made for us to go in there.
Yeah.
There was a justification, but it wasn't yellow cake uranium, or uranium yellow cake. We probably did the right thing for the wrong reasons. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
And then when we were in there, I think we fought the war justly but poorly at first.
Yeah. Yeah. The couple things that I think about that is when you're weighing the decision to go to war and you're like, well, they might have yellow cake uranium. They might be building a WMD. You know what? Let's go stop that. And look what we did last time. It took us 72 hours. We'll go in there. We'll mop it up. It'll be no problem. And then you think, yeah, okay, that's what we'll do. No one was sitting there thinking, oh, we're going to be over in Iraq. We're going to lose thousands of Americans. We're going to really disrupt the whole area of operations. No one put that into the calculus. That wasn't one of the variables that anybody figured on.
Well, as Clausewitz said, war is the province of chance, right? You can't, with any level of assurance, know what's going to happen once a war starts. But, the conventional phase of the war was fought brilliantly, the 3rd Infantry Division and, the fight in Baghdad and 1st MEF and 1st Mardiv and all that. Everybody who did that, hats off. Well done. And then we botched the transition to post-conflict operations, stability and support operations. We just botched it. And then... and I was there while that happened. I was in Baghdad. I saw it happening. The
What was your job at that point?
I was chief of future operations for 5th Corps and then Combined Joint Task Force 7, which was evolved into Multinational Corps, Multinational Force Iraq. But
what year was that you were there?
It was 03 to 04.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was there in 03 and 04.
Yeah, you saw it too. It's like things are not going in the right direction here. But this was when the IEDs started to show up, and you go to war with the army you have, not the one that you want, and we had the Haji armor on our Humvees, and but I was still driving around in an unarmored Humvee, and an SUV in downtown Baghdad and Route Irish.
Yeah.
It was, we were so naive in some ways back then, but then we had the UN mission, was destroyed by a car bomb and killed this, special representative from the UN. And, just things started going south while I was there. And, but I didn't, even then I couldn't have imagined a 20-year, campaign.
I was there. I got there in the fall of 2003, and we showed up there. We're doing direct action missions. We're rolling up former regime elements, thugs, criminals that are running around. They're shooting mortars. We're gathering intel, finding out where those mortars are coming from. We go get them. We high five. We totally dominate. We're going into these targets. They don't even know what's happening. We're just capturing all these. I don't want to call them insurgents because they certainly weren't insurgents yet. We're capturing these criminals and these thugs that were running around.
Dead enders is what we called them at first, right?
Yeah.
But former regime elements was really what we considered them, yeah.
One of the last missions that we did, and so I'm wrapping up deployment. It's now the spring of 2004. And the whole time that we were there, we were tracking to target Muqtada al-Sadr.
So I was on the other side of the radio when you were doing that. Yeah.
So we're tracking to get him, and we never get approval. But what we did get approval to do, and again, when I say approval, we weren't even very few missions that I did as a SEAL were top-down directed. Like, hey, here's a mission, you go do it. It was almost all, here's what's happening, we gather the intel, we put it together, we run it up the chain of command. Very few operations were, this is the mission, you go do it. And I'm talking, when I say that, I mean like probably less than 5 missions of my whole career were, here's a mission, you go do it. So one of these was they didn't really quite feel and I guess I'm talking about you.
Yeah.
But didn't really feel quite comfortable getting Muqtada al-Sadr. But let's see what happens if we grab one of his lieutenants.
So yeah, we had a whole op plan called I think it was called Lee's Lieutenants, and he was Objective Lee, Muqtada al-Sadr.
Okay.
And then all of his lieutenants had all like Confederate
names.
Yeah, Longstreet.
What did you call Yakubi?
Yeah, Yakubi was one of them. I can't remember what
So
who was who, but yeah, that was. Yeah, let's like kick the hornet's nest and see what comes out. Right?
So there I was winding up deployment, and I think I'm the luckiest guy in the world because I got to do this deployment. We got to do all kinds of operations, and I think when we go home, like there might be one more SEAL deployment here that gets to do anything, and then after that, we won't be here anymore. It'll be over because that's what the trajectory of combat looked like. Yeah. So we go get Muqtada, or we go get Yakubi down in Najaf. And that, like you said, I mean, it was a immediate, drastic, horrible change.
Yeah, it was like kicking over an anthill. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I was at Chief of Future Ops. I was the guy who was saying, we probably need a targeting cycle here. We probably need to figure out what we're going to be doing because we're starting to have an insurgency and we're going to have to do something about it. So we started putting together a fairly, primitive, simple kind of a targeting process. But we began the targeting process, and one of the first sets of targets was Sadr and his crew. So were you gone when we went into Sadr's house and all that stuff? Yeah.
I'd have to know what it had to have been after because we did that op. We got Yakubi. Yeah, we came back, the whole world. I mean, there was fights at the front gates. There was, and I was down at Baghdad International Airport. We had a little adjacent base there. It was mayhem. I remember standing in my towers, and I'm looking at, I think it might have been Route Mobile. Route Mobile goes to Fallujah, right? Well, we could see it.
Mobile in Michigan. Yeah.
From our tower, we could see it, and the whole thing is just smoking vehicles, and it's just, and I said to myself, geez, this is not good.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. So, that was the beginning of our problems in the South there. We had, so this was fall of 2003. Yeah. So I remember the Yakubi raid.
The Yakubi raid was spring of 2004.
Okay, I left in April of 2004.
Then we must have left at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Either you left right after I did it or right before I did it.
Because we actually were going to grab Sadr, and we had it all. We had the cordon and everything set, and then we got a call from D.C. that said, don't do it. Yeah. I mean, we were like literally in his house when we got the no-go call, I mean, it was right up to the line. So we kind of vacillated on how we wanted to do things there in the South, and because the Shia were a different kettle of fish because they were the marsh Arabs, that we wanted them to rise up against Saddam after Desert Storm, and then we let the Republican Guard escape, and then they could keep their helicopters, and then they started using those to attack the marsh Arabs who we were surrounded by at Index at the end of the war, and they were brutally suppressed. And then the Republican Guard turned and went north and did the same to the Kurds. And that's, the Shia in the South did not forget that when we were back. It's like, oh, you were the guys that told us to rise up against Saddam and then pulled the rug out from under us.
So you go home in 2004. When do you take over the 1-1 AD?
So while I was there in Iraq with you, the Army made a decision. We're not going to do any changes of command in theater. And I was due to take over brigade of the 1st Infantry Division, actually would have been during its deployment in Baghdad, and they said, no, we're not going to do that. So instead, I was already on the 5th Corps staff, so we went back to Germany, and I became the Corps G3, the Chief of Operations, and then they found another brigade for me. They looked around, and they said, oh, 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division is opening up. You're an armor officer. Seems like a good fit. So I went up there and took over that brigade instead, because my brigade, when it came back, was going to convert to a striker brigade, infantry unit. They said, well, it was just sort of a random chance event that I ended up commanding the Ready First.
And how long, once you take over, do you have a workup cycle? Do you do a training cycle?
Yeah.
How long does that last?
I took over in May, I think, May or June of 2005, and we began shipping out in December. So you had about 5-6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that you're just doing gunnery. You're getting everything squared away, getting to know your people.
Yeah, gunnery. We did. Went to the training center in Germany at Hohenfels, Germany. It was kind of like a miniature version of like
Fort Irwin.
Yeah. And did our mission rehearsal exercise there, pre-deployment site surveys, all that kind of stuff. Forming, storming the team. Everybody was kind of in new positions, but that brigade had spent 15 months in combat around Najaf and Baghdad on its previous deployment, and had only, when we deployed, it only had been home for a little over a year. So it had only just gotten back itself, and then it turned around and went back. So a very high percentage of combat veterans in that brigade combat team when we went back to Iraq.
And when you're going back to Iraq, you're going to Tal Afar, and you find that out. That's where you do your advon and whatnot.
Yeah. So we sent one battalion to Heat to replace a MEU that was coming out, and the rest of the brigade went up to Tal Afar, Sinjar, Rabia, western Nineveh province, to replace H.R. McMaster and the 3rd ACR.
And you get this view of what 3rd ACR and H.R. McMaster did in Tal Afar. You kind of show up and get to look around and see how effective it was.
Yeah, got to meet Mayor Najim and Sheikh, some of our Sheikh Abdullah of the Shamari tribe there, and so HR had kind of developed the combat outpost technique and clear, hold, and build was really, that term was coined by Condoleezza Rice, I think, not HR. I mean, it's like, well, what's your strategy? He said, clear, hold, and build. And everybody's like, sounds good. We looked at what HR was doing, and it wasn't, he hadn't finished clearing Tal Afar. There were still some pockets of resistance in there, some bad no-go areas. So we had the opportunity to, set up some of our own combat outposts, and borrowing from the TTPs, the techniques and procedures that HR and his team had developed, we got to learn. And the nice thing about Tal Afar was it wasn't a really big city. It was a fairly small city, and we had the opportunity to kind of learn what right looks like, because HR had started some projects for reconstruction. We got to build upon those, and and so we had our mission rehearsal exercise in Germany, which a bunch of German civilians pretending to be Arabs, to negotiate with you. You had to have a willing suspension of disbelief to make it work. And you're sitting in the freezing mud, in Germany. It's like, this is a desert. Okay, just keep telling yourself that, and you'll believe it. But we, in some ways, Tal Afar was like a live training event. I mean, people were really shooting at us. We took some casualties. We inflicted some casualties, and we were conducting real live operations in a city that was at that point relatively, moderate to low threat, but we honed a lot of our processes there, and we thought that's where we were going to stay.
Yeah. At what point did you get first rumor that you might be going to Ramadi?
Almost as soon as we got there, because there was a brigade in Ramadi, the 2nd of the 28th Infantry Division out of Pennsylvania Guard, and they were due to rotate out. And the guys on the Corps staff, I knew all the Corps staff folks because I was a former Corps G3, and I know everybody, in Baghdad staffs, or a lot of them anyway, and they kept telling me, well, we don't really know who's going to replace this brigade in Ramadi. Could be you guys. You're one of the options. So I told my staff, well, okay, let's think about this. If we're one of the options, what do we need to do to make sure that we stabilize our AO sufficiently if they have to pull us out and send us someplace else? How do we want to configure ourselves for follow-on operations? So we had to keep. I kept Ramadi as a potential task in mind as I kind of distributed my forces and conducted operations. And one of the things I wanted to do was accelerate the transfer of battle space to the Iraqi army. I think it was the 3rd Iraqi Army Division up there, Kurdish mostly, but let's get that going, and let's transition the western parts along the Syrian border and work our way back into Tal Afar, so that I had 2 of my battalion task forces with me. One of them was already down there, and I said, well, it'd be good if we were the brigade that went down. This is what I told the Corps staff, because one of my battalions is already next door in heat, so it kind of get the band back together again. And they didn't disagree, obviously, in the end. So, but I'd already kind of had some pretty good situational awareness because of my battalion commander in heat. And so we began thinking about, all right, how would we transition to battle space so that all I have left is like one battalion task force that I have to leave behind here in Tal Afar, and then maybe even turn that over to, my friend, the Stryker Brigade commander over in Mosul, Mike Shields, the 172nd out of Alaska. He could take this over. And so but one of the options was they would send the Stryker Brigade to Ramadi and we would take over Mosul. It's just all these different courses of action, and we were trying to plan for all of them at once. But finally, I guess in May, and I forget why, or maybe I never did know why, but they finally made the decision that it was going to be our brigade that's going to move. And that's General Casey, I remember, was up in Mosul, and I had to go link up with him, and that's when he told me.
It was similar for me. We were scheduled to go to Baghdad. We were going to go work with the ICTF in Baghdad. I went on a pre-deployment assessment, went over there, did some ops with the ICTF, came back, kind of debriefed everyone. Hey guys, this is what we're doing. And then everyone went on pre-deployment leave, and during pre-deployment leave, my boss, my commanding officers, said, hey, I need to talk to you. Went in, and he said they're putting us all in the West. All of SEAL Team 3 is going to be in the West, so you're not going to Baghdad, you're going to Ramadi. And I knew about Ramadi, I tracked Ramadi, and at some point I had talked about Ramadi with my guys, and so it was almost a little bit of self-fulfilling prophecy that I'd been tracking Ramadi and how bad it was. I got some stuff to read here. This one here is the situation on the ground. This is Major Alfred B. Ben Conable, USMC.
Oh yeah, I know Ben. Yeah.
2005-2006, Senior Intelligence Analyst and Fusion Officer for 1 and 2 MEF at Camp Fallujah. This interview is from 2009, and he says this, quote, at the end of May, I think, if you looked at the color tone map of all the cities that were good, bad, and ugly, Baghdad was yellow. Ramadi was orange going towards red, as in the deeper the color, the worse it gets. So Ramadi, according to intelligence experts was the worst city in the country in that time frame. By the middle of 06, Ramadi essentially looked like Stalingrad. We were dropping shells in the middle of the city. It was a disaster at that point. Here's the New York Times, June 2006. Ramadi, the capital of Al-Anbar province, has bedeviled American forces for months, making itself the toughest city in the most violent of Iraqi regions. Whole city blocks here look like a scene from some post-apocalyptic world. Row after row of buildings shot up, boarded up, caved in, tumbled down. Many neighborhoods are out of the control of either American or Iraqi government forces. Insurgents hold the sway. AP report, Todd Pittman, May 2006. Whole neighborhoods are lawless, too dangerous for police. Some roads are so bomb-laden U.S. troops won't use them. Guerrillas attack U.S. troops nearly every time they venture out and hit their bases with gunfire, rockets, or mortars when they don't. Though not powerful enough to overrun U.S. positions, insurgents here in the heart of the Sunni Muslim triangle have fought undermanned U.S. and Iraqi forces to a virtual stalemate. It's out of control, says Army Sergeant First Class Bit Rubel, behind the sandbags of an observation post in the capital of Al-Anbar province. We don't have control of this. We just don't have enough boots on the ground. The sheer scale of violence in Ramadi is astounding. One recent coalition tally of significant acts, roadside bombs, attacks, exchanges of fire, indicated that out of 43 reported in Iraq on a single day, 27 of those occurred in Ramadi and its environs, according to a Marine officer who declined to be named because he's not authorized to speak to the media. And that, he said, was a quiet day when nothing from Ramadi even made the news. We also have the glass factory bombing that happened in January of 2006. You had the murder of, there was a little uprising, and I think we'll talk about, there's a little uprising of the tribal sheikhs in late 2005, early 2006, and Al-Qaeda murdered them all.
They beat that one down pretty hard.
So you get this task and you go to Ramadi. One of the concepts of operation, it's interesting, you and I were emailing a little bit back and forth how we're reviewing some of this stuff, and one of the original concepts of operations that I heard was that when 11 AD came in and 228 is going to leave, but there's a time frame where we'll have all that combat power on the ground. We'll have double combat power, and that's going to be the time when we're going to conduct this big Fallujah-style clearance of the city. And I told my guys, hey, we're going to be doing this, what they did in Fallujah, we're going to be doing it. That's what it's looking like right now. That didn't make it very far. The information that I got was Maliki said, hey, we don't want to send in the Shia army against the Iraqi army, or we don't want to send the Shia army into Ramadi filled with a bunch of Sunnis. We're going to have a civil war possibly.
Which is what happened in Mosul in 2016, but that's another story.
Yeah, okay. And we'll talk about that one too. So another strategy was needed, a less kinetic strategy, spare the infrastructure, because they'd done that in Fallujah, destroyed everything, the populace was displaced. That's a whole problem. So the strategy was to be less kinetic, spare the infrastructure, keep the populace in place, and secure the populace, protect the populace while eliminating the insurgents. That's kind of the rumor mill that I was hearing as you were showing up.
No, yeah, you got that right. So, John Gronsky, the brigade commander of the 228, good guy, count him as a friend. But he said, hey, it's going to take 3 brigades to clear this city. And, Ramadi was about 4 times bigger than Tal Afar, and 3rd ACR was bigger than the Ready 1st Brigade Combat Team. So his math was probably right. So the idea was, we'll keep the 228 and bring in 11 AD, and we'll bring in an Iraqi army division, which...
Whatever that means.
Exactly. When we got down there, God bless them, our National Guard brothers in arms, they started to smell the barn, and our TOA date, our transfer authority date, kept slipping to the left, closer and closer. So it became pretty obvious to me that, these guys were not going to stick around to do a 2 brigade size operation we'd probably have some elements of them, the rear, detachment kind of guys, but the whole brigade wasn't going to be able to do this. And then we were going to get an Iraqi Army division. Then it was a brigade out of the 4th Division, I guess, up around like Samarra or Tikrit or something like that. And they kind of mutinied when they were told they were going to Ramadi. They're like, Ramadi? Are you kidding me? We've heard about that place. So, pretty soon, really what we got was one tank company and a battalion of infantry, where the battalion commander basically threatened his guys to come with him, but he only managed to get like a reinforced company's worth of Jundis, to come with them down there. So we had a battalion of T7 or a company of T-72 tanks, which always happy for that, and about 150 Iraqi Army soldiers who, when we said, okay, we want to put you guys out at one of our new combat outposts once we seize it, Falcon, he's like, all right, well, I can only keep a platoon at a time out there, 1/3 out, 2/3 back, training, recovering, whatever. And of the 1/3, of course, they're going to be pulling cycles, So basically I got like a squad's worth of combat power out of the Iraqi Army. I said, you know what, go home. I'll keep the tank company, though. And I attached them to one of my armor battalions. Yeah. And, and then we had about 140 Iraqi Sherpa or Shirta police on duty, mostly holed up on, West Ramadi. And most of the city was in enemy hands. And the 2nd of the 28th had done the first part of what HR did up in Talafar, done most of the first part, which was isolate. They had their entry control points and had kind of circled the city with their forces.
There's a big list of who you showed up with and who remained there. I mean, first of the 506, 38 Marines, 17, 135, 16, 19, the 16 comes and replaces the 38. That's the 16 Marines. The 19 comes and replaces the first of the 506. There's just a massive list of a group of people. You end up with, because the first of the 506 had, and there was elements of the 1st Brigade, 1st Iraqi Army Division. There was elements of the 1st Brigade, 7th Iraqi Division. You had that tank company. You had and by the way, all those had these military transition teams, which were,
Steve Zadi, the Marine Colonel,
incredible, incredible. So the military transition teams were soldiers and Marines that would basically embed themselves with these Iraqi military units, and the same thing with police transition teams.
And engineers. We had 2 extra engineer battalions there that were not assigned to or attached to the brigade per se. The 54th, which is out of Bamberg, Germany,
and the 321.
Well, first it was the 46th engineers out of Fort Polk, Louisiana, and then they replaced by they came in later. Then it was a CB battalion, and then we had CBs there too. So we had a lot of engineers. Like basically a brigade of engineers, because I had my own engineer battalion, and we needed every last one of them, and still could have used more. But we were really lucky. So we had Steve Neary, who went on to become a 2-star in the Marine Corps with a 3.8, and then Bill Journey, who's now a 3-star in the Marine Corps with 1/6 Marines. We had 1/6 infantry, the U.S. infantry, so we had 1/6 Marines, 1/6 infantry, not confusing at all. We had 1/1 AD and 1/1 Iraqi Army Division, so you needed a kind of a score sheet to keep track. And then we had 1st of the 9th Infantry, the Manchus, come in after 1st of the 506, the Band of Brothers, commanded by Ron Clark, who's now a 3-star. And Chuck Ferry with 1/9, awesome guy. A lot of experience in SOF world. So a lot of connections through him to our task force kind of friends. And and we had our Tier 1 folks operating there, under Wyman Howard and the SEAL Team 6, and they had a whole group down there. And, and General McChrystal had his team in there, and he called me in pretty early on, and we had a nice talk in like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, but yeah, so there were a lot of cooks in the kitchen, lots of players, and then right up the road, we had Larry Nicholson with the 5th Marines and Camp Fallujah, General Zilmer, one of the best bosses I've ever had, his deputy there, Brigadier General Bob Neller, so, and then out west Blake Crow and the 7th Marines. So it was really good group of battle buddies that we had.
And then you have the civilian populace of, usually I hear a number around 400,000, whether it was 300,000 or whether it was.
Well, the city, the AO I think had 500,000 to 600,000 AO Topeka, but the city itself was probably 350 to 400, but it was partially depopulated. It was probably about 250,000 when we were there.
Then you have the Iraqi government,
which,
there.
By the way, is still like 3 times more than Fallujah had on its. Fallujah was a neighborhood. It was the size of a neighborhood in Ramadi.
You have the government there, like you had the Governor Mahmoud, who's,
Sammy Mamoun was the governor of all of Anbar province, but really he was only the governor of the government center in central Ramadi.
Yeah,
we didn't have a mayor.
Yeah.
We got one.
We got one eventually.
Yeah.
And then and we'll get into this, the tribal leadership, right? You got all these different tribes, and 30, 40 different tribes there, but some of them are more prominent than others.
Depends on how you count, right?
Yeah.
I never really got a firm fix. There were probably about a dozen, prominent tribes, and then there were, sub-tribes and,
So the turnover, as this turnover is happening, was there anything that you didn't expect in the turnover?
With
just in general, you're kind of looking at Ramadi from afar.
Well,
did you have can it really be that bad?
I told my my little crew there, what did we call them? The guys, my PSD.
Your PSD.
I told them, I said, you guys are going to have to up your game because I was impressed really by John Gronsky's PSD. They were on it. There was no nonsense. They were squared away. These are guardsmen, but the very combat experienced guardsmen. They
14 months of combat.
Yeah, they were as good as anybody in the regular army. And I told my guys, I said, you guys need to be like those guys, or a lot of us aren't coming out of this alive, and I made some changes, I kind of had to, make some changes on my own PSD in order to make sure that I was going to.
PSD became a bit of a priority, huh?
It did. Yeah, it wasn't a pickup crew. They became a regular, they were built around my MP platoon, and he was one of my best platoon leaders. He's now a brigade commander in the 18th Airborne Corps, MP Brigade. I was fortunate in that too.
Did you ever work with SEALs before?
No, I'd worked with Green Berets, up in Talifar, and we did not have a great relationship.
What caused that?
Them, their attitude, too cool for school, and I said, we've got all these combat outposts in Talifar. Why is your safe house on the fob? Why aren't you out living on these combat outposts where you can actually do things, get to know the locals and do all those special forces Green Beret things that, you do. No, we don't need to do that. So it's like, really? No. And they would just kind of roll in and roll out and do their thing and wouldn't tell me what they were doing. Zero integration with me. I had done some work with some of the Tier 1 guys up there in Talifar, and they're chasing guys around, and they were much more inclusive in their planning, but now people say, well, that was because it was first group, and first group was Pacific oriented, and they had never done this stuff before, and they were just kind of new to it. I'm like, they've been running around the Philippines for a long time, but they weren't used to working with conventional forces. Mm-hmm. So, okay, I'll give them that. And then, we had some more Green Berets out in heat, and my battalion commander out there, Tom Graves, with 1st of the 36th Infantry, Task Force 136, he had trouble with them. I mean, they kept shooting at his tanks. I'm like, what looks like an Abrams tank other than an Abrams tank? Why do you guys keep shooting at these guys? One of these days, one of those tank crews is going to get annoyed and shoot back, and that will be a bad day for you, So, but,
Were you nervous when you met me? And
So I had never worked with SEALs, and I didn't know what to expect. I knew this. I knew that SEALs as a group, as a whole, were younger, you're not built the same as Special Forces guys. Special Forces guys are all NCOs, and Green Berets particularly are all NCOs. The Delta guys, they're I knew a lot of them, but they're like former Ranger Regiment guys, and they're good. They're good square away guys, and I'd worked with them in Bosnia quite a bit, Delta. So I knew Tier 1, I didn't really know SEALs, but I knew that you tended to be younger, a little bit more aggressive, and that you had all these other skill sets that nobody else has, like, all the underwater stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, that diving was really going to help you out.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone knee deep into the Euphrates or the Habanilla Canal, if my life depended on it. God knows what's under the surface there, So, but yeah, but when I saw that we were going to get SEALs, I said, well, there are some special, forces things that I would like them to help me do with, the kind of the irregular kind of stuff, but that was going to evolve over time. But what I really valued that your skill set was your direct action capability, and close target reconnaissance and those kind of skills. I said, because if we're going to fight our way into a city, I had one of my battalion sergeants major was a former Delta operator, Sergeant Major Colossos, and he'd been like Ranger Recon, and he was pretty well known as an operator, and he had helped me a lot with marksmanship, with designated squad designated marksmen and all that kind of stuff. And I said, I need snipers and counter snipers, and he helped train some of my small kill teams in my brigade reconnaissance troop and things like that. And that was all good, but it wasn't going to be sufficient for an urban fight. So I knew I needed really good shooters. I needed snipers. I needed folks that could really help me with, these kind of direct action kind of things, because, conventional forces can do it, but special forces do it better. So I was glad that I had your guys. And then our first meeting, just set the tone, because you said, hey, boss, or whatever you called me, I forget,
Probably sir.
Probably sir. That's right. It's the Tier 1 guys that call me boss. They call everybody boss, right? But I guess they always call me that. But, he said, hey, sir, what do you need? What do you want us to do? You asked me. I didn't have to say, hey, would you mind doing something for me? You're like, sir, what do you need? And I was like, this is going to be great.
Well, you're also very lucky, and I was very lucky. So a normal SEAL task unit like we had, you probably have 2 snipers in each platoon, giving you a total of 4 snipers. But occasionally the sniper gets promoted, and now he's the leading petty officer, and then another sniper might get promoted and be the chief petty officer. So in task unit Bruiser, we had 13 snipers. I mean, just completely lucky. But both platoon chiefs were snipers. Both leading petty officers were snipers. And then we just happened to have a bunch of guys that snuck into sniper school and were snipers.
And we happened to be in a shooting gallery.
We happened to be in a shooting gallery for sure. SEALs, SEALs had definitely done joint missions, in Fallujah, clearly. There was SEAL snipers there in Najaf, Mosul, Baghdad, some other places. But as far as being that embedded and intimate with the conventional forces, I hadn't really seen it before, but what I know is, and as soon as we got there, when we arrived in Ramadi, we're going to memorial services for guys.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm sitting there as a SEAL, we're supposed to be the guys that are going to go and make things happen. And I'm seeing these soldiers and Marines get killed. And I just thought to myself, what can we do to help them? How can we help them? Because they're in a terrible fight out there.
Yeah.
And I don't want to keep going to their memorial services.
Yeah. Yeah.
So immediately, with Colonel Gronsky, it was the same thing. Sir, what can we do to help you guys out? And, one of the first things he said was, well, we just lost Marines up in Firecracker.
Yeah.
They had a big IED. It was terrible. 3-8 got hit hard. They said, well, can you help us with that? I said, well, when we put sniper team up there, and sure enough, killed IED in placers very quickly. And that was a great way to start building a relationship.
Yeah. So the great thing about the way I always look at special forces, and I did the same thing in Operation Inherent Resolve, is, I want you to do the things that conventional forces can't do. Fill in the gaps, and that's what I had you guys do. It's like, if I have a gap in my capabilities with my conventional forces, I'll turn to my special forces and say, can you fill this gap? I have a hard time getting there, in and out, with my small kill teams or whatever. Or I have, I'm trying to train, these indigenous forces to do something, can you enable those indigenous forces? I mean, that's kind of in your toolkit, more than mine. And whenever I ask you to do something like that, you found a way to do it, and I remember one time I was asking you to do some training for Iraqi police or something like that, and it was not obviously one of your favorite jobs in your job jar, and you said, but and Colin Green, I know him, he's a friend of mine, he was in charge of all you guys at the time, but I didn't know him at the time. And you said, well, actually, sir, this is good because my boss has been after us to do some more of this, security force assistance or whatever we call it, train and assist. So the fact that you're giving me a mission like that will kind of get him off my back a little bit. And,
I said it in the nicest possible way there, Admiral Green.
yeah. But Colin's a great guy. I appreciate his support. But yeah, it was a different conversation with also a friend of mine, Ken Tovo at the time was Colonel, retired Army 3-star now. He is a friend. But I had to talk to Ken. I'm like, I'm having a hard time getting along with my Army Special Forces guys, and I thought I would have a better relationship with them than I do with the Navy SEALs. I was. I went to West Point. I was raised to hate the Navy. Why am I having a better time with my SEALs than I am with my soldiers here? So.
Well, or now General, but Colonel Tovo is a huge supporter as well.
Yeah,
and we'll start talking.
Oh, by the way, he says hello. Oh. I ran into him at outside of Fort Liberty not too long ago.
Okay, well, it'd be great to have him.
I said I was gonna be seeing you, and he said, "Oh yeah, good."
He was super supportive, especially, and I'm sure we'll get into this, but when you take aggressive actions, there's going to be changes to the significant activities, enemy attacks, casualties. All those things are going to go up, and people like Colonel Tovo that understood what was going on, understood the fight that was happening, and Admiral Green as well, that understood what was happening and go, okay, yeah, we get it. And look, did they ask me hard questions? Yeah, absolutely, and they should. But did they nod their head at the end of the day and say, yeah, we get what you're doing, we understand what you're doing, and appreciate it? And that was huge for us, because otherwise we'd get shut down.
So there were two really vital things that the SEALs did that I can't emphasize enough. One was, whenever we set up a combat outpost, you guys would go in first and do CTR, close target reconnaissance, kind of clear it, and then you would move out and set up, overwatch positions with snipers, small kill teams, and because within 24 hours, we had our cop in the box routine. We'd go in at nightfall and at dusk, and by sunrise we would have basically a rudimentary combat outpost in place, and then we would just continuously improve it from there. And then you guys would, be in a position to kind of, catch the enemy as they try to counterattack. Mm-hmm. And that was huge. The other thing that you did that was really incredibly helpful was when Sheikh Sitar and the Awakening happened. You kind of flipped on a dime a little bit for me here at my request. And Sitar said, well, I can put like 4,000 guys in uniform like by, day after tomorrow. Like, where are these guys coming from, But they were tribal militia guys, And I call them emergency response battalions or ERUs or something like that. And yeah, they just like materialized, they're like, there they are. And I had no way to put my arms around. I didn't have transition teams for that, So I said, turn to you. And I said, hey, what can you get your arms around these guys and give them, radios that they can call you and, and help them set up some, basic combat outposts and train them and help me screen, all that kind of stuff. Give them some basic level of training. That was so helpful. I don't know how we would have coped with the Awakening if we didn't have Task Unit Bruiser, because I had no forces to spare for that.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of those things where, again, my goal was to help you do your job and help the rest of, the Army and the Marines do their jobs, and whatever we could help that out, so we wanted to do. Yeah. As you're forming this plan, you wrote an article with you and Major Neil Smith. I don't know where he is now, but he was the Brigade.
Actually, he wrote it, and the military review guy said, hey, sir, you really need to put your name on it too. So, yeah.
It says in that article, developing the plan, we reckoned the task force had to isolate the insurgents, deny sanctuary, and build Iraqi security forces, especially police forces, to succeed. The staff developed a plan that centered on attacking al-Qaeda's safe havens and establishing a lasting presence there to directly challenge its dominance of the city, disrupting their operations, attriting their numbers, and gaining back confidence of the people. We intended to take the city and its environs back one neighborhood at a time by establishing combat outposts and developing a police force in the secured neighborhoods. The plan called for simultaneously engaging local leaders in an attempt to find those who had influence or wasta and to get their support. We recognize this as a critical part of the plan because without their help, we would not be able to recruit enough people to take back the entire city. You and I were talking before we hit record today of how much was going on, and it seems to separate in your mind over time. But Cop Iron, this was one of the first combat outposts that we put in. It was 18 June. It was over on the other side of the Habaniya Canal. This is one of my memories.
It was in Springfield.
Yeah.
A little place we called Springfield, just south of the city.
Yeah. So this is one of those moments in my life where I was looking around going, is this for real? It's you and I and the battalion commander, Colonel Tedesco. We're in the back of a 577, one of those mobile command centers. And what happened? And there's 50 armor pieces ready to go over that bridge.
It was a railroad bridge.
And set up this combat outpost. Well, SEALs were going to go in first and get some of those buildings secured and then set up overwatch positions. And the bridge was fouled.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of concrete.
That's a Navy term.
Okay, what's the Army term? What's the Army term?
Covered with junk.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So the bridge was covered with junk, and we figure out that all of a sudden you're not going to be able to send tanks or Bradleys or support over that bridge for a few hours. And that means my guys are going to be over there without any direct support from armor, which we relied on heavily. So we're having this conversation.
I think it was your guys that said that the 120 millimeter smoothbore cannon was the best counter sniper weapon. Yeah,
that's 100% us that said that.
I thought so. Yeah.
That's one of those. Again, this for me is I was looking around, going, "Is this really happening?" We're sitting there in that back of that 577, and you ask me, "Hey, Jocko, if your guys go over now, we're not going to be able to get any tanks over from 2 or 3 hours." what do you want to do? And I talked to Leif, he was the platoon commander, said, hey man, here's what's happening. If you go over, there's no support for this amount of time, maybe 2-3 hours. If you get contacted, then look, we had AC-130. We were good, but that's what we're doing. And sure enough, guys went over there and set up the Overwatch. And I don't know if you remember this, blew up a bunch of trees. Do you remember that? These guys were so there's trees, date trees that were obstructing their fields of fire. So they decided to blow them up, which we always have some charges in case we don't blow. Well, date trees apparently are incredibly strong. So they're trying to blow up these trees. They're not falling down. I'm looking at Colonel Tedesco's saying that was a controlled detonation. That was a controlled detonation. That was a controlled detonation. Finally, I call up the guys like, hey, stop. Work around the date trees.
Yeah.
That's kind of the first combat outpost that we put in with you. But again, for me, it was this pretty monumental moment to watch all this coordination and planning and the pre-planning. I mean, all of us. And another thing I was thinking about,
a bit of a synchronization exercise there, yeah. But before that, we had to seize the near side. We had to secure the near side of that bridge, and that was a fight. That corner of like Tamim, I think, was the name of the neighborhood there.
Yeah, Tamim was that neighborhood.
There was a
coordinated attack.
There was a coordinated attack on it.
ECP-3 was called.
Yes, and they took out the better part of an Iraqi army company there. Yeah.
Yep. So what that was, this was before we put in combat outpost Iron. There was a coordinated attack. And again, it's important to talk about this because this is how good the enemy was. The enemy was good. They start with machine gun fire, get the heads down, and then as that machine gun fire is coming in, that allows them to come out from cover and fire RPGs and mortars. And then while that's happening, now, the Iraqi soldiers are all got their heads down, of course, because they don't want to get shot. Well, in comes a vehicle-borne IED, which are up-armored, Mad Max up-armored vehicles that they drive right through the checkpoints into those compounds and explode themselves. And that happened a matter of days before we went down there, because when we got down there was debris everywhere. You could see the carnage of what had happened. Right. So, when we're going down there, we're anticipating everything's going to be a fight.
It was Indian country, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we didn't control anything inside of the ECPs, and we didn't really even control the ECPs very well at that point.
Yeah, that one got over. I think it was 2-9 or 3 also got hit.
Yeah.
Where?
That's on the east side. No, 293 was
the west side.
No, that was that's up by Hurricane Point, right?
It was
near the big traffic circle there,
an
right?
Oncoming MIT commander and an outgoing MIT leader were both killed. It was awful.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the, like you just called it.
But they were good. Just to interrupt you, the insurgents there were not pushovers. They were pretty experienced fighters. In fact, somebody told me that Camp Ramadi had been like the Fort Sill of the Iraqi army, where Fort Sill's where the army trains all their artillery soldiers, and so they were very accurate with indirect fire too, with rockets and mortars and everything. I mean, and they were fast and they could adjust. They were no joke. And I'd read other intelligence reports that said that the enemy, considered Ramadi sort of their Super Bowl. That's where you kind of went. If you really wanted to make a name for yourself, you had to go to Ramadi, fight the Americans. That was the show for them.
I would brief SEALs that when we got home, that the enemy would do what we would do. They had communications. They'd talk on radios. They would call for casualty evacuation because we would watch them through ISR pick up their casualties and bring them to Ramadi General Hospital, they'd bring in reinforcements. They'd bring in supplies. Like, they'd do cover and move. They would do what we would do. And so you can't think that this enemy is going to be a bunch of knuckleheads. Like, they're going to do what we do, and they're going to do it well, and they're going to have more combat experience.
Yes, right, yeah. And they had accumulated a lot of that kind of. A lot of them had come from the fight in Fallujah. You know, after we secured Fallujah, they moved into Ramadi. So they knew how to conduct a conventional urban fight.
Mm-hmm. Moving to...
one other thing.
Yeah.
And my Brigade S2 kind of templated it that the enemy had really built concentric defensive rings or belts in the city. Mm-hmm. You know, IEDs covered by fighting positions and buildings and strong points and things like that. And it developed over time, but they had a plan for the defense of that city. Mm-hmm. They thought that when our brigade came down there that we were going to attack. We heard reflections and signal intelligence that they were expecting a big attack that didn't really materialize. And the fact that our tanks were painted a different color than everybody else's, they thought, well, this must be the elite, because they're all painted green because we came from Germany. Mm-hmm. And they said, well, obviously the Americans would put their best forces to face the Soviet Union. So the armor units coming out of Europe must be their best armor units. And, it's that was true when I was a captain, but it wasn't true anymore. We were just, an average armor unit. I mean, great people in it, but we didn't get any pick of the litter. But there was a narrative out there that there was a big attack coming, and we, to an extent, allowed that narrative to persist when we realized we couldn't launch an attack. But we were in the middle of our transition with our, the 2nd of the 28th. And, of course, transitions are always high-risk mm-hmm. periods. So if the enemy was kind of in a defensive crouch while we were doing our transition, that would give us breathing space. Yeah. So we allowed that narrative to go on for a little while. But in the end, we did have to launch offensive operations. Mm-hmm. We were going to take Ramadi back one neighborhood at a time. And I knew I didn't have enough forces to take it all back. And my thought was, I'll take as much of it back as I have combat power to do, and then the unit that replaces me will, continue that process. I never imagined us getting as far as we were going to get. The awakening is what enabled that. But that was, so the enemy began developing these defensive belts inside the city, and we had to fight we didn't recognize it immediately, but we were fighting our way through that first defensive belt at Cop Iron.
Yeah. I did also want to bring this up because I remember it happening. It was the 135, it's almost as soon as they got out into their AO, I think in the first 24 hours they had a KIA. They had a PFC Brett Tribble and 4 wounded. And then 2 or 3 days later, they lost 3 out there.
Lieutenant Scott Love.
Yep, Scott Love, David Crombie.
Yep.
They were killed.
Yep.
And 2 more wounded. And, I remember going to see Colonel Dean after that happened.
Yeah.
And, telling him, we'll go kill these guys that did this. We'll get in there. Yeah. And him just being, I could see on his face, he was thankful to hear that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So Tony, 135 Armor and 16 Infantry were attached from my sister brigade, 2nd Brigade, 1st Armored Division, because I had to leave a battalion up in Talifar initially, 2nd of the 237 Armor, and 136 Infantry out in heat. So I was down 2 of my 3 maneuver battalions. Mm-hmm. So I picked up 135 Armor and 16 Infantry from 2nd Brigade. And I still have my own Field Artillery Battalion and Engineer and Support Battalion. But my only organic battalion was VJ Tedesco, mm-hmm. 137. And then I picked up Ron Clark and first mm-hmm. 506 and Steve Neary, 38 Marines. So it was a lot of battalions, but only one of the maneuver battalions was actually mine.
That's crazy.
So I just wanted to throw that in there. But so Tony came to me from my sister brigade. We were all 1st Armored Division, but different. He was in Baumholder, Germany. We were in Friedberg, Germany. where Elvis Presley served, coincidentally. And I said, Tony, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to, I'm going to make VJ 137 Armor the main effort, and to fight my way into the city of Ramadi. And we're going to start in the south and work our way up into the center. And what that means to you is I'm going to take one of your companies away from you, and you're going to be an economy of force. And you're going to be spread really thin in this area where Sheikh Sattar was, west of Ramadi, and the city of Tamim and all that. And so he was spread thin. And being spread thin meant lots of opportunities for IED teams to get in there and set up IEDs. Al Anbar University, all that was all part of his AO. So that's a hard thing, when you have to tell somebody, I'm going to disadvantage you so I can advantage somebody else. I can't be strong everywhere. I need to be strong here to get this operation going, to set up our first 3 combat outposts in the city, which was Hawk, Falcon, and Eagle, right? Hawk being Ramadi General Hospital. Eagle was the stadium, first the 506, 101st Airborne, so they were Eagle, and then Falcon with VJ and 137 Armor. So Tony took that in stride, but knew that he needed help. And I used my brigade reconnaissance troop to help him out as kind of a fire brigade, quick reaction force as best I could. The SEALs, whatever I could do to help Tony, I would do, but I couldn't give him more combat. I gave him that Iraqi tank company, I mean, whatever I could do to help Tony, I wanted to do. But they paid a price for it. They paid a very heavy price for that. And they were taking, I think, his attached infantry company out of Alpha 16, I think, was like initially took the heaviest casualties for like 3 or 4 months, as a result of that. He didn't complain about it. He let me know. But the rest of the story, though, is necessity is the mother of invention. If Tony had not been the supporting effort, if he hadn't been stretched super thin, I don't know that he would have established a relationship with Sheikh Sattar that he did, which probably, created the relationships that we needed for the initiation of the awakening movement. Yeah, wow. So yeah, I think that, and like I said earlier, I was kind of lucky in some ways. I mean, I didn't make 135 as Armor, the economy of force effort, in order to create an awakening, in order to generate enough combat power for me to clear the city of Ramadi. That was just a kind of a happy coincidence. But, if you make the right decisions for the right reasons, I think other good things will happen, and I think that's kind of the way it played out. And you being, having the mindset that, hey, how can we help? That was another incredibly important enabler. I didn't ask for a task unit out of the Navy SEALs that was going to, be willing to do things that were not in their normal wheelhouse, or look for ways, because they were, so taken by the fact that we were having memorial services 2 or 3 times a week in Ramadi for soldiers and Marines. And eventually you had some of your own, lost some of your own that way too. But that was, again, an example of somebody, doing the right things for the right reasons, and then good things happening as a result of that. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts of what everybody was doing. You had synergy.
Cop Falcon. Now this is, again, in my mind, Cop Iron and Cop Falcon were, seemed like they were weeks and weeks apart, but this is now like a week later. Yeah, and it's June 25th, June 26th.
Well, we wanted to keep the enemy on his heels.
Yeah.
We would try to conduct a major operation every 3 days or so. So the enemy never really kind of got his feet back under him.
This is a even bigger operation, and I remember talking. We sent guys in to do the recon. There was an armored reconnaissance that took place as well, which
came up out of Springfield, out of Cop Iron.
Yep.
Yeah.
They got hit.
Yep.
Tank got hit in the street. We had to bring out the wrecker to bring it back, and we set up an overwatch on it for a while. But those I remember we ended up bringing pictures of kind of the whole area back to Colonel Tedesco, and you could see he was like, oh, this is, we went in the buildings that we were going to take, that we're going to set up the combat outpost in. And of course, my snipers get in there and figure out, okay, we can go to this building, we can support over there. And I was talking about it before you got here with Echo. We had our snipers would look at the operation, right? And snipers would look at it and go, okay, who's going to have, okay, you new guy sniper, you're going to be over here. You're going to see about a block and a half. You'll see this one intersection. Other new guy sniper, you're going to be over here. You're going to be actually almost facing back towards friendlies. Good luck. Oh, meanwhile, the experienced sniper, he's going to be set up on a long axis road. He's going to see 9 city intersections out to whatever 1,000 meters, which he can easily shoot. And that's where he's going to be sitting. He's not going to come off his gun for 5 or 6 hours. So that kind of thing going into Cop Falcon was where we were starting to figure out how to really capitalize on what we were doing. And actually, what was cool on that one, the Marine Corps, we came in on boats from the Marine Corps. Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah, so we had this. It was called the Haditha Dam Unit. They had these 3 Circs. I forget what Circ stands for, but they were like. What were they like? They were like gunboats out of Apocalypse Now, but on steroids. They had way more armor, and they had way more armament, but they had impellers in the back so they could like run up on sandbars instead of propellers, and they had a little armored box in the front with a ramp. You could actually put like a squad or a fire team, maybe a big fire team in this little band, and they could run up on this beach and drop it off. And we inserted you guys around Cop Hawk, small kill team to try to get after an indirect fire team, a mortar team, and so and the Habanilla Canal was lined on both sides by these date palms, and the soldiers called it Little Vietnam, because they're going up and down that area there, and those we called it Viet Rom. Yeah, the little riverine patrol unit there, but it was great for inserting and extracting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a neat little addition there to our suite of capabilities that you typically wouldn't associate with an armor brigade, right?
Yeah, and it's one that we were cautious about. We didn't want to overuse it because you're sitting in those boats, you really felt naked. I mean, as you're going down there, it was definitely, you're very exposed. You're very, very exposed. But we did it.
I didn't like it for a different reason. I mean, I went on a couple of patrols with those guys too, and they give you like this safety harness, kind of snap link yourself in. Mm-hmm. I was like, if I fall off of this thing, the Euphrates or the canal's maybe 6 feet deep, and I'm wearing like 40 pounds of body armor, so I'm probably going to go in head first, and the only thing sticking up might be the soles of my boots. And I've got this harness around my waist. It's like 10 feet long, so it's not going to keep me from falling over, It's
just going to get you dragged.
Yeah, exactly. What's the plan here? Have you guys really thought this through? Yeah. Not Coast Guard approved.
No. The going into Cop Falcon, you mentioned the engineers, and the engineers, I remember I used to watch the engineers literally straddling a 12-foot tall concrete T-barrier, some private up there trying to hook the crane. I'm watching this and thinking, man, we gotta do whatever we can to help these guys out.
There was no safe way to do that. And we did lose some engineers doing that, or got some wounded.
Yeah.
One of them was a CB, actually. We had some CBs building these, because I needed every engineer I could find. They were the coin of the realm, and the CBs were building these barracks or huts on Camp Ramadi, and that's all they were there to do. But I said to the CB commander, I was like, we need some of your guys to come out and help with the set up air conditioning units or what, because that's a force multiplier. Because if you can cool off between patrols, you can do more patrols. It wasn't a luxury. And they're like, we don't go outside the wire. It's not what we do. We're a vertical construction unit here. And I was like, wait a minute. I saw the Fighting Seabees with John Wayne. I know you guys, can go outside the wire and fight, pushing Japanese tanks off of cliffs with your bulldozers. I saw that. It's got to be true. So they said, well, we're not qualified on our weapons. I said, I can fix that.
We can make that happen.
We can make that happen. So,
I had a contingent
but
of CBs
we
as
sent
well.
them out, and it was, I think, at Falcon. Might have been Firecracker. I forget when, but we had a kid doing one of those kind of things, hooking up, something you get lifted up onto the roof, probably one of the crow's nests, prefab fighting positions, and he was wounded in action, not very seriously wounded, but maybe like a through and through or something like that, not to minimize it, but to say, see, you guys can do this.
Well, when those things are happening and this massive footprint shows up in enemy territory, they're 100% going to attack at Cop Falcon first morning, and there's all this chaos going on. I walked inside the Cop building to check. I think I was actually going to head up to the roof to make comms with my guys who had pushed out 400 meters down to a 4-story building, and you already mentioned that the enemy was good with mortars, and it was like they nailed us. Sergeant Terry List, 26-year-old from Fox Lake, Illinois, from 137.
Yeah. So that happened. Those were 122 mortars, or not 122 rockets that came in, and that was my Bradley. I had just pulled up in my Bradley when those hit, and the interesting, Sergeant Lisk was standing right outside of my Bradley. Kind of like a little local security thing. And inside the Bradley turret, you can't really wear all your body armor. So I was just down to my little chicken vest, the Spall vest. So I dropped down inside the turret, and I was putting on my body armor. Really hard to do, and I got hung up on something, a radio mount or something. And it just slowed me down. I had a hard time getting it on. And while I was hung up and, trying to get out of the Bradley, that's when those 2 rockets hit right outside the Bradley. Sergeant Lisk was standing maybe 5 feet away from my Brad. If I hadn't gotten stuck inside of my Brad, I would have been there with him. So lots of, not to, there it was, war story or anything, but Sergeant Lisk, got hit by a piece of shrapnel, and didn't, wasn't immediately killed in action. The medics tried to help him out, but weren't able to save him, unfortunately. But that was day one on Cop Falcon, and that's baptism by fire at Cop Falcon. We knew we were in the right place, or I knew we were in the right place because how much the enemy didn't want us to be there and how hard they were fighting back against us. So that kind of just underlined for me, okay, this is working. The enemy hates this, so I like it, and we're going to do more of this if we can. But you guys have done a great job clearing it out. We were able to occupy it well, and then I know that became, one of your team houses there.
Yeah. I remember I was outside to come in, and I remember seeing you come in when they brought in Lisk on a litter.
Yeah.
And then they're spinning up the trying to get a Casevac down there. I don't know if he went up in your Bradley, or I don't know how they got him back up, but
yeah, I think
it was all happening really fast.
I think he might have come back in a 113, yeah, we couldn't lift anybody out in medevac, in Ramadi. Yeah. Everything was ground evac because it was too dangerous to fly. Yeah, but that was. I think we had a New York Times reporter with us who wrote about Terry Lisk and you know how he died. But he's a good soldier.
And one of the things that I thought about is, again, I'm standing there and looking at you, and it's like, guess what we have to do? We have to go back and do our mission, and that's what it is, and that's what you do. That's what everyone did. And these attacks come. I found like from notes some SIG acts, these significant activities that happened, and like these are the kind of things that come in. 137 was attacked with IDF, resulting in 1 CFK, 2 CF wounded in action. No radar acquisitions. The unit did not observe the point of origin.
By the way, CF stands for Coalition Force.
Yeah.
Right.
137 engaged, I forgot about this, RC-IED remote controlled vehicle while conducting operations at Cobb Falcon. The remote control vehicle traveling on Sunset towards the perimeter at an unknown speed, engaged and exploded.
Yeah, Sunset was the main road from Falcon up to the government center, checkpoint 293, the traffic circle there in West Ramadi. And the enemy knew we liked that road. It was like our main supply route. And we had, we lined the sides of the road with jersey barriers, concrete barriers, but there were still little gaps. And that's where the enemy started using these, we call them pizza box IEDs. They were kind of flat, square, or rectangular. And the end of it would have like a little tail on the end of it, like a kite tail, with pieces of pressure sensitive pieces of glass. And the idea was they would fling these things out in the dust intervals between vehicles driving down Sunset, because Sunset quickly turned from a paved road into under all the tanks and Bradleys and 113s into just a dirt road. And they would between each vehicle there'd be dust, from the preceding vehicle. So they would wait for the second vehicle to go by, or the third, and they'd go in between, pop up from behind these concrete barriers and fling these IEDs out there with these long tails of pressure plates. And if you drove over the pressure plate and the box was on the outside of the Humvee, you were fine. If you drove over the pressure plate and the box was under the Humvee, you were cooked. But they were doing that on that road all the time. And I'd forgotten about the RCIED on Sunset. Yeah, but that was like shortly after we occupied, when they were throwing the kitchen sink at it. Yeah,
and that's what they're. Small arms attacks and mortar attacks and rocket attacks, and then we have my task unit out with Iraqi scouts. They're out in a building 400 meters away, and again they've got long access. They've got, from their position that they get into, which they plan for, they can see all these different long access roads, and it's very difficult for the enemy to maneuver. And then the reports start coming in. OP engaged 2 military-age males armed with AK-47s. OP engaged AIF, which is anti-Iraqi forces, conducting tactical reconnaissance of the OP, reporting it to another anti-Iraq force. BDA, 1 anti-Iraq force wounded in action. OP engaged 2 AIF carrying a mortar tube. Engaged 2 AIF armed with AK-47s, moving tactically approximately 280 meters east of the OP. Engaged AIF and carrying an RPG approximately 100 meters east of the OP. BDA, 1 AIF killed. Approximately 1 minute later, the OP engaged a second AIF, was attempting to recover the RPG. BDA, 1 AIF wounded in action. So that's...
You were racking them up and racking and sacking them. And that was really sort of like, Cobb Falcon became almost like a, they were like moths to a flame,
magnet.
Yeah, and that was a You told me about this, that the teams were catching these guys a block or two earlier than they thought they were going to make contact with us.
Yep.
So they were at shoulder arms. Mm-hmm. They're still positive ID as enemy, but they weren't expecting to be engaged at that point. And I guess that's how Chris Kyle got a few of his a number of his kills. But that was a great TTP, and that's one of the ones we passed along to General Petraeus when he came in, because he said, well, how are you doing this? And we showed him, and he said, write all this up so that I can have everybody else do this in Baghdad and elsewhere, So those TTPs were very valuable for the rest of the surge force as well. On the, the whole the positive ID, PID question, I remember General Corelli coming down and then we talked about this a little bit before we went live. He's saying, we were briefing him on, the numbers of enemy killed, wounded, captured. Because I didn't like to just talk about my own casualties. Why are you here? Not just to absorb casualties, but to, make progress. And of course, it's not all about enemy casualties. It's also about how much of the population are you securing and the city. And we laid all that out for him. But, of course, the way you do that is by killing the enemy, and moving forward. And he said, so why are you shooting so many of the people in Ramadi? He says, have you declared everybody in Ramadi as hostile and you're just shooting anybody you see? It's like, no, sir, absolutely not. I said, that's just that there are that many enemy combatants in the city that you cannot, we told this to General Mattis, you cannot go outside the wire and not get into a firefight. Mm-hmm. Were you there when General Mattis came to visit?
No.
General Mattis came to visit when he was commanding 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. He was a 3-star at the time.
Or maybe I was there and I didn't know it.
Okay, all right. So he comes in and we had him. I think 3-8 was still there. 3-8 briefed him, and he goes, "Okay, now I want to go out and visit, or go to the Gov Center where Kilo Company was." And
he's gonna definitely find some at the Gov
Center. I said,
Center.
"Well, sir, if you go outside the wire, you're going to get in a firefight." He goes, "Well, good. That's what I'm hoping for." And his sergeant major was a guy named Battaglia. At the time, he went on to become the senior enlisted advisor to the chairman. And so they roll out, and they get into a firefight as predicted. And he had a massive PSD with him from 3-8 Marines. He probably had like 60 Marines with him. I'm not exaggerating at all. But they got in a firefight, and they got pinned down. They could not self-extract. So the 3-8 blows out their quick reaction force, which happened to be 2 Army tanks. They gave them a tank platoon, as their QRF, which they were grateful for. So they blew out these 2 tanks, and boom, boom, end of tick, and they're rolling back in the gate. So I'm talking to the Sergeant Major Battaglia, and he goes, "Hey, sir, I got to tell you this story." He says, after this, he tells me all about the tick and getting pinned down and all that stuff. And he says, so we're rolling back in. And I asked my driver, I said, "Hey, Lance Corporal, how do you feel about that? 60 Marines pinned down in a firefight, and it takes 2 Army tanks to get us out of it, And he says, that Lance Corporal looked around at me and gave me a funny look. He goes, Sergeant Major, you old guys just need to get over that shit. Yeah. And I said, wow, out of the mouths of babes, huh, Sergeant Major? True joint warrior at the rank of E3. But that was pretty indicative of the level of violence there. I mean, when Senator McCain and Senator Lindsey Graham and Senator Lieberman, they're like, let's go out into the city. I'm like, absolutely not.
Not happening.
No. Like, oh, it's fine. I was like, no, it's not fine. I will not have that on my conscience.
Yeah, there was even guys in the SEAL teams that would think, how are you possibly killing this many people? Like, how is this possible? And again, you put Chris Kyle on his gun on a long access road as a combat outpost is being built and actively attacked. Guess what you're going to do? You're going to kill a lot of bad guys.
Well, that's how I met Chris. He was, laying behind, his weapon, looking through a loophole, I think it was at Firecracker or someplace like that, along a long axis along the racetrack, the road there, and I think you or Leaf said, "Hey, that's one of our top snipers," and I think I kicked him on the bottom of his boot, and said, "Hey, thanks for what you're doing," or something like that. But at that point it's probably like sun had been up a few hours. I don't know how long he'd been looking through that those sites, but he'd been there for some hours. So you said if they were on the gun for 5 hours, he'd probably been on the gun for a number of hours at that point. He never looked around, never lost his focus. He kept his eyes where they needed to be the whole time.
Yeah, that was him. As we talk about all these enemy that were out there, obviously there's civilians out there as well. And, we have to, the number one goal is to protect the local populace, right? So we have to be as discriminating as we possibly can when it comes to engaging, because there's civilians out there, and we're going to meet those civilians in an hour. Like, when we go out there and shoot somebody, we're going to be walking through that neighborhood in an hour. Or if we shoot someone that's innocent or a civilian, they're going to be brought to the gate of the cop or the command in 2 hours. And it's terrible. I found an interesting note. This was from Lieutenant Colonel Rod Harouche, who passed out pamphlets for Cop Falcon. Once we got into Cop Falcon, "Dear noble people," this was a pamphlet sent out to the, handed out to the civilians that are there. "Dear noble people, military necessity will force us to do things we don't want to do. But what we have to do is for the sake of your freedom, so you won't live in fear for the rest of your life. It is my utmost intention to bring peace to you. We will stay until the job is complete, until your children can play without fear and your families can walk the streets with honor." So this is what we're doing. We've got thousands of enemy fighters intermingled with hundreds of thousands of civilians. How important is it to protect the local populace in these scenarios?
Yeah, that's the whole point of it, right? We were there. The theory of counterinsurgency is to separate the insurgents from the population and to protect the population. And that kind of dawns on me. I remember getting a briefing from a Marine major in 3-8 at Hurricane Point, which was their main combat outpost there. Reggie McClam was his name. He was a great kid, he could do like a standing backflip in body armor, in the middle of a briefing, just to emphasize a point. But Reggie was kind of showing me. He says, "Hey, sir, that we don't really make enemy contact, until we cross this street, into Ramadi, and so we kind of assess this part of Ramadi is under control, and based on recent operations that we've conducted, moving towards what we call the racetrack area, what I'm talking about, the souk area. We've moved the forward line of own troops, the flot, as we call it, like 1 block to the east or 2 blocks to the east over the past couple of weeks or something like that. And that's when I began to think of this as more of a linear, conventional instead of being just in this chaotic swirl. I began to see some patterns emerge and say, well, if we really kind of apply that around the rest of Ramadi, we really do begin to see the areas of enemy control, the areas that we control, and, the combat outposts are designed to exert control in a new area, and where are the areas that we really need to exert control. And that will kind of inform the progress of the campaign. So, and that's where we began to understand the enemy's defensive mindset and how they were setting up their defensive belts and what their lines of communication, or what we called rat lines, where they were and how they were operating, and how we could deny the enemy sources of revenue through gasoline, theft and resale and black market operations and all these different things, how they all started to fit together into a pattern. The idea of the combat outpost was not just to defeat the enemy, but to be that transition from clearing, holding to building. So one of the things that COP Falcon most of the, not all of them, but most of the major combat outposts featured a Civil Military Operations Center, or CMOC, or Information Center, or CMIC. But we would put civil affairs officers at each of these locations, and people could come in, and they could say, "Hey, dropped a bomb on my roof," or whatever.
Ran a tank through my front wall.
Exactly. All these things. Or, by the way, you occupied my house. This combat outpost is where I used to live, or my business used to be. Or whatever else the issue might be, water mains, or, all the, what we call the sweaty mess, the sewage, water, electricity, all those different public services would come into the CMOC, and we would then know about those. And then the patrols that we would send out, I would not allow anybody to go on what many called presence patrols. I'm like, we're not going out for presence. What's the purpose of a presence? So if we were going out on any patrol, they had to have a purpose, an objective, to reconnoiter a location. One of the purposes of the patrols that the combat outposts began to do, and this came from a young soldier in 137 Armor, was census patrols. He had begun to develop sort of a spreadsheet of the people that lived in the different buildings, and how we had alphanumeric designators for every structure in the city. So he's like, Alpha 11, is a family of 3, and so we developed a more systematized approach with certain questions that we wanted to know. Do you have a vehicle? What does it look like? What's the license plate number? So if we see it someplace else, we know it's not where it should be. Do you have a weapon? Everybody was authorized in AK-47.
Yeah.
Iraq is very strong on the Second Amendment. But you shouldn't have more than that, right? And so on, and we began to understand the population better. What do you belong to a tribe? As you know, the tribal affiliations break down in urban areas, but in the area where the Marines were, Hurricane Point, the Awani tribe was still relatively strong. And these were kind of the techniques that we began to employ in the clear, hold, and build. And then the other thing we tried to figure out is, okay, who are the people we can talk to about Reconstruction? And that's why we had the Reconstruction Conference. While we were still fighting our way into the city, all the sheikhs, every sheikh owned a construction company. Go figure, right? Kind of like The Sopranos or something.
I remember you describing some of the sheikhs as gangsters. Like, these guys are gangsters. That's what's happening.
Well, yeah. I mean, they were Bedouins. So, one man's smuggling is another man's free trade, I suppose. And sheep, cigarettes, gasoline, whatever, the traffic would bear. But sometimes it was weapons. And I remember Sheikh Sattar getting stopped at the Al Qaim border crossing going into Abu Kamal in Syria. And the Marines out there stopped him because he ran through an ECP, probably because he was carrying something that he wasn't supposed to be carrying, and they shot at him and they detained him, And General Zilmer calls me and says, hey, this is your boy, right? Sheikh Sattar. And he just kind of ran through a checkpoint and, I was like, yeah. He said, well, maybe it was an Eller, I can't remember who, but like, what's the deal? I was like, let him go. Why? Well, because he's like instrumental in us turning the battle around in Ramadi. And if he wants to smuggle whatever he's smuggling, let him, help him. I don't, whatever he's doing wrong is
make
more,
it right.
Yeah, is more than made up for by what he's doing to help us win this war. We're not here to stop smuggling.
Yeah.
It's not why we came into Iraq. I don't remember George Bush standing up and saying, we're going into Iraq and by God, we're going to shut down smuggling across the Syrian border. That was never part of the campaign. So why do we care? Mm-hmm. These people have been doing this for millennia, and it was also true of tribal justice and the law west of the Pecos kind of a approach to rough justice. And Sheikh Sattar used to tell me that kind of stuff all the time. Oh, I did this. Like, really? I kind of wish you hadn't told me that, but.
That's when we started talking about Iraq and you were talking about going into Iraq and I started talking about they didn't put into the calculus the amount of casualties that were going to take place, and this is something that I've said to many people over the years is when you're going to war, you've got to have two wills, the will to kill and the will to die. And the will to kill is not just the enemy, because when you go into these when you're in war, civilians are going to get killed. And
especially when the enemy hides among them.
When the enemy hides among them. There were, clearly in a battle like Ramadi where there's all those civilians intermingled with the enemy, there's incidents where civilians get killed. I got some of the reports here, a flare was used as an escalation of force at a vehicle that's approaching, warning shots fired, vehicle doesn't stop, engaged, one civilian killed. And it's determined a civilian because they search the vehicle and there's nothing significant to report. The investigation takes place. Police station, civilian personnel bring in remains of a civilian into the police station that the guy's been beheaded. These things are happening out there.
Well, obviously the beheading wasn't.
Yeah, clearly
us.
That's not us. But I'm saying there's civilians are being killed on, the civilians were being killed by the enemy. And here's another one. Anti-Iraqi forces digging in a previous shot hole. So this is an area. This is one of the techniques and procedures of the enemy. We called it reseeding.
Yeah, drop a rice bag in a shot hole. That's practically PID.
Yep. And in this particular situation, previous enemy was observed, engaged with 25 millimeter. After the attack, people flee. Dismounts go out to assess BDA, and they're told that a female civilian was killed and a civilian was wounded. Based on this information, initiated investigation and initiated condolence payment process. Yeah. So,
well, that was the other thing that the Civil Military Operations Centers used to do is condolence or salacia, as they call it, payments. Yeah, those are heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking incidents, and I can recall a number of others, both in Iraqi Freedom and Inherent Resolve, where you do everything you can to avoid or prevent civilian casualties, but they still happen, and sometimes it's just horrible. Women or children. It's just one of the ugly aspects of war and why it should never be undertaken lightly. I was just going to say one other thing. Mm-hmm. One of the ways we tried to mitigate that was get Iraqi tribesmen from that area, called them Kit Carson Scouts, to go on our patrols and, say, we know the people in that house are good. The people in that house, well, not so good. Watch out for them. That was incredibly valuable. Obviously, it's a lesson that we lifted from our operations in Vietnam. Mm-hmm. It wasn't infallible, and even with that, we had some tragedies occur.
One of my guys, they were in an observation post down by Cop Eagle. They're watching, they're observing, and they see a vehicle. It's painted like a taxi. It's moving west to east. It's talking to people that are observing and watching and pointing and doing things that normal people don't do. Vehicle then turns down the road towards the outpost. And there's actually signs, big signs in Arabic on the road that say, don't pass here, danger, danger. Vehicle goes past those signs. The platoon commander fires a warning shot into the vehicle, into the engine block. Vehicle continues, and one of my snipers fired one round, kills the driver. Vehicle rolls to a stop, and as soon as the vehicle stops, out get, I think it was a woman and 4 kids.
Yeah.
It's just terrible. I don't know why this individual was doing this. Could this individual have been probing? Could they have been trying to see what they could get away with? Sure, it's possible. I don't know. But these are the kind of things, when these things happen, first of all, everybody knows about it. I mean, everybody knows when a civilian gets killed, it's immediately, you've got the people out there in the civilian populace. You got the sheikhs that know. You got the police. You got the Iraqi army that sees this stuff happening. So in a situation like this, these guys are doing their best in clearly within the rules of engagement. But, one of the terms that I heard out there that I also used was good shot, bad result. Meaning like, hey, I can't say anything to that sniper that negative. He was watching this happen. This was a clear, that could have been a vehicle-borne IED all day long. And so it's a good shot. The result is bad. Yeah. When these kind of things happened, what was the reaction? What was the the procedures that we went through to, in this particular case, it was like really quick, because the family's right there. We can immediately try and take care of them, get them, pay them money, which I know that sounds callous and cold, but that's one of the things that happens. From your perspective.
Well, I would say culturally that's important, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that culture. So obviously we, like you said, we investigated every escalation of force, even if it, if it went to lethal force, even if it didn't have a lethal result, we still had to do a AR, Army Regulation 15-6 investigation. And we did it for every KIA as well on our side. We did it for every fratricide or suspected fratricide. We were doing a lot of investigations all the time. But like I was saying earlier, I don't know if we were recording when I was talking about how you get numb to certain things. Mm-hmm. I don't know if we weren't recording.
I don't think we were recording yet.
Yeah. So Ramadi was such a violent place that at least I felt like I was becoming numb to the violence around there. And maybe I didn't realize it at the time, but in retrospect, I realized I had become numb. And I think everybody around me was, to a certain degree, varying degrees, probably numb to the level and intensity of violence. And that's why when somebody from outside Ramadi came in, even from a place as violent as Baghdad, like General Corelli, he would be shocked. He's like, why is this place so violent? Surely it's something you're doing, Sean, and I don't think it was. I think it was, yes, to an extent it was, because I was trying to take the city back, and the enemy was reacting to our actions, and that was causing the violence to go up. And of course, after it reaches a tipping point, then it goes down. And it was interesting that when General Petraeus came in with the surge, and in Baghdad, it followed almost the exact trajectory of violence.
Mm-hmm.
In Baghdad, it went up, peaked, and then dropped like a ski slope, and so did Ramadi.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, we didn't know that. We couldn't forecast that. We thought that's what would happen. We believed it would, but we were doing our best, and until we tried, we couldn't be sure. One thing that was sure is that if we didn't try, these people would live under the terror of Al-Qaeda, and it was Al-Qaeda. I think that at that time they'd rebranded themselves to the Islamic State in Iraq under Zarqawi, kind of broken from Osama bin Laden's, mainline Al-Qaeda. And of course, ISI became ISIS. We kind of got a chance to take another bite at that apple later. And the movie about Chris Kyle, opens. It's clearly Ramadi, right? I mean, to me, that's Ramadi. Where he's laying in a sniper position, looking out on this dusty street, and there's a woman there, in front of him. And it's one of these murky situations. Shoot or don't shoot. I don't know. What's the right thing to do? Mm-hmm. And we had people, junior people making those life and death, kill or don't kill decisions on a daily basis. Privates, and we just trusted them to do the right thing. We trained them. They knew what the right thing was. But in the stress of the moment, we're all humans ultimately. And so when things like this would happen, it would be sad. I'd feel really bad about it. But I would kind of lock it away, compartmentalize it, and move on, because you had to keep the mission in mind, and the civilian casualties, unfortunately, were part of it. I saw it again in Afghanistan, big time, as a 2-star, there, and I saw it again in Operation Inherent Resolve. When the enemy hides among the people, like you said, there are going to be civilian casualties. You do everything you can to reduce that. People who complain about what the Israelis are doing in Gaza, and I don't pretend to be an expert on what the Israelis are doing there. I don't know what their exact TTPs are or anything, but I will say that based on my own experience, even if you do everything right, you're going to get some things wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the ROE brief. So, of course, before we go out, every operation, we're getting an ROE brief, and it's a, very clear, very straightforward. I would make it even clearer. What I would tell my guys is, you better make sure that the person you're killing is bad. That's what you have to make. You better make sure that they're bad. If we kill an imam, because there's imams out there running around, there's teachers out there running around, there's doctors, there's moms, there's people out there, and if you kill one of these people, everyone knows. We're not going to operate anymore. I mean, if you go out there and kill civilians, look, if a mistake happens and it's within the ROE and okay, it's going to get investigated. If you're not doing the right things for the right reasons, we're not doing this job, and then we can't go out there and help protect the army. We can't do our job, so we have to make sure that the people we are killing are bad.
Yeah, and to the extent that you can, and like you were asked at the beginning of this, what happens, when it goes bad, you investigate it, you take the appropriate action, whether it's disciplinary or corrective, training or modification of your procedures, and then you move on because you got a mission. It's no different, in my mind, from when you lose one of your own. You can't let that stop everything in its tracks, and then because then that death loses its meaning, and you can't let that happen as a commander. And I felt the same way about the civilian casualties. It was like, that was really unfortunate, but it'd be even more unfortunate if after that happened, the survivors still have to live under the reign of terror from Al-Qaeda. So we'll continue our mission to liberate the...
how much in. I was thinking about this as well. How, for lack of a better word, intimate the battle was, because it's in this little tiny city, and so like, if I was when I was in Baghdad, the number of times that I talked to a colonel, a full bird colonel, was, I could probably count on my hand. I would see you all the time. I would see the battalion commanders all the time, and we had meetings that we would have, and then I'd see you in the field, and you'd ask me about this. We'd talk about this. There was such strong relationships because everyone was so close together. The proximity, the battle rhythm, like you said, I didn't know that you had that. I probably forgot that you had this policy of, we're going to do a major operation every 3 to 4 days. What does that mean? That means you, me, the battalion commanders, the company commanders, we're all sitting in a room, or we're in the field, we're at a COP, and we're talking to each other about what's happening right now. So to me, it was very different to have that much direct interaction with the whole chain of command all the time. And of course, part of it is out of necessity, because you can't leave the wire unless that company commander out there knows and briefed his platoon commanders that you've got guys patrolling through that area at this time, going to this place. Not coordinating was just suicide.
Yeah, no, the level of synchronization of everything that had to happen, like you said, in a pretty densely populated, relatively small area, but with a lot of people in it, is really mind-boggling, and no one person can do that. I mean, that's every echelon in the chain of command. All I could do is try to, set the standards and kind of give the broad direction. But then it was down to the field grade officers, the company grade officers, the senior and junior NCOs to really make it happen. And a lot of times there wouldn't even be an NCO on the scene. It would be the young private at the ECP or whatever, doing what the right thing would be. And you're wearing these shirts that say discipline. Definition of discipline is doing the right thing when nobody's looking, right? Yep. And that's what we counted on, is disciplined American troops, soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines doing what was right even when nobody was around to check on them. Mm-hmm. And that's why we were successful ultimately, and that's why we were able to hold ourselves together when we didn't know how to do counterinsurgency for about 2 or 3 years after we invaded Iraq. Is we had disciplined troops on the ground with NCOs who were enforcing standards to make sure that we held it together until we officers figured out what the hell we wanted to do.
When you were talking about the increase in enemy attacks, the increase in casualties, what kind of pushback were you getting from that, from your boss?
So my boss was Major General at the time, Rick Zillmer, who I've said earlier was one of the best bosses I could ever have. We had the worst day we had was, I think it was December 6th of 2006. We had 6 KIAs and 1 died of wounds at Brooks Army Medical Center from burns received previously. And I don't even know how many wounded we had that day. So among the 6 casualties, we had soldiers and Marines. One of the Marines, not the only one, but and they were all separate incidents. 3 were killed in one incident. The other 3 were killed by indirect fire and sniper, but 3 were killed by an IED. And in that one IED en route on Sunset, there on the way to Cop Falcon, was my one of my officers who was really central to the awakening movement on my staff, Captain Travis Patrick-Quinn, left behind a wife and kids. A young soldier named Vincent Pamonte from our Field Artillery Battalion, and and I saw these kids right before they went out. And then Major U.S. Marine Corps Megan McClung, who was my public affairs officer. Why did I have a major from the Marine Corps as my PAO? Because I'd asked for one. I had an infantry officer who wanted to get back into the line. He's, God bless him, he said, I want to go back to leading soldiers in combat, I don't want to be your public affairs officer, sir, if you don't mind. He was a Rhodes Scholar from Princeton, but, I was like, okay, you're pretty good at this, but, you're an Army Ranger and you want to go back to fighting. I get it. So I went to General Zilmer and General Neller, and I said, the Army does a lot of things better than the Marines, but one of the things the Marines do better than anybody in the world is public affairs. And I would like, and I have a problem, because everybody thinks Ramadi's a lost cause. Right before we got there, we didn't mention it, but the Marine G2, who's a great guy, by the way, and a very smart guy. I have a lot of respect for him. But, nobody's right all the time. And he said Anbar was a lost cause. That's as my brigade was arriving, and the preceding brigade had lost 80 or 90 soldiers and Marines. And I knew I would probably lose a similar number. And I was resolved not to let that happen without having something to show for it. So my deputy commander, a guy named Jim Lechner, who had been at the Battle of Mogadishu, and, he's a great guy, and he says, so what's the plan? And I said, peace and prosperity in Ramadi. We're going to do it. We're going to make it matter. We're going to make our losses matter. So, but it would only matter if people recognized the success that we were beginning to have by that point. The awakening had occurred in September, and, now we're in December. So I get, I was having a hard time getting reporters to come to Ramadi. Now, most commanders, the last thing they want is to see reporters, right? But I wasn't breaking squelch. People weren't recognizing what was happening here at great sacrifice, that the progress we were making with the tribes and all that kind of stuff. So I got some. So General Zilmer said, "All right, I'll get you. I'll send you one of my public affairs officers." So he sent me Major McClung, Naval Academy graduate, red hair gal, just
outstanding.
Just outstanding, lights up the room, kind of a personality. And, she was all over it, and I used to say, she said, "Sir, I put out this press release for you." I was like, "Thanks for my eloquence, Megan. Well done." So they were coming back from Sheikh Sitar's house. And Travis, he was a very funny, quirky guy, kind of a warrior, scholar, poet, musician.
Arabic speaker.
Yeah. Maybe not as well as he claimed, but good enough. He had really endeared himself to the tribes. They gave him a tribal name, Wissam, and all this. And they hit an IED, one of those pizza box IEDs, and because of the incredibly bad design of up-armored Humvees, as you know, the fuel tanks were underneath the crew. You had these armored shells that were super hard to get out of, and a fuel tank underneath it. So you had a fuel-enhanced IED pretty much every time it went off, and so it was bad. And so we lost Megan and Travis and Vincent in that one episode, and then we lost Neil Smith was my chief of ops. And he's the one, "Hey, sir, we just had an IED event, 3 KIA, 1 WIA, we're out Sunset." I'm like, "What are the battle roster numbers, And he started reading them off, and he says, "Just a minute." He, all computerized. He looks up who the battle roster numbers are. Sure enough, he starts telling me, it's Travis, it's Megan, it's Pamonte. And I knew Pamonte because he was inside the headquarters element, so brigade headquarters. So, my stomach dropped. It was just a horrible, horrible day. And the other events with the Marines and soldiers getting killed just lasted all through the day, through the night. Mm-hmm. And it finally ended around 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I didn't think that day would ever come to an end. And then somebody says, "Hey, sir, Sergeant, another guy, got a report, passed away of his wounds there at Brooks Medical Center." So go back to my office and kind of slump down in my chair, and behind my desk, and start taking a look at all the actions I got to approve or whatever on my desk, and my admin NCO comes in and says, "Hey, sir, General Zilmer on the phone." I'm like, okay, now what's he going to have to say? And he says, "Hey, Sean," he says, "I know you had a really tough day today. I'm very sorry for your losses. Is there anything I can do to help?" At that moment, nobody could have said anything better to me. And from that time on, I would have followed General Zilmer anywhere, because he just said the exact right thing to help me get through the day. He didn't say, he could have. He said, "Sean, what the hell's going on in Ramadi? Why are you losing so many troops?" He could have even asked that in a non-accusatory way, mm-hmm. and it still would have kind of undermined my confidence, made me start to question myself. Mm-hmm. But he didn't. He asked me, "What can I do to help?" That is the model of combat leadership in my mind. What can I do to help you?
August 2nd was a bad day for us in tasking to Bruiser. So yeah. Ryan Job gets severely wounded. And once he gets wounded, the guys evacuate him, bring him back to Cop Falcon, get him medevaced up to Charlie Med. And at that point, 137, it's Bulldog down there. It's Mike Baima. They're like fully engaged. Main gun Mike. Yeah. And at some point, they kind of think they know where the enemy's located. And Main Gun Mike calls Leif, "Hey, can you help us out? Can you come and help us out and assault this building? Well, I'll send Brads for you." And Leif called me, and I'm up at Camp Ramadi. Calls me, "Hey, this is what's going on. They need help. What do you want me to do? Or can I go?" And I was like, "Yep, go." And clearly, go up there, and Brad's did a great job. Lit up the building, softened the building. Mark gets killed. Crushing to all of us. They extract, come back, and Leif comes to me, and he's obviously totally distraught. And one of the things he said to me, he says, "I don't know if I made the right decision." And what I told him at the time, and what I still believe to this day, what I told him was there was no decision to make. There wasn't a decision to make. Your Army brothers were being attacked. They needed help. That's not a decision. You don't say no to that. We step up. That's what we do. Just like the 137 did for us, just like the 1st of the 506 did for us, just like the 135 did for us, the 38 Marines, the 16 Marines, everyone in your brigade, when we needed help, they came.
But that was a violation of your protocol.
Which part?
You were there for a specific task and purpose, and you were directed to do only those things that special forces can do or should do. And when you went to the assistance of my guys, you were exceeding your authority, or Leif did. And that's why you are not a Navy SEAL in my eyes, but an Army SEAL. And, the brigade print that commemorates our deployment is of the quick reaction force coming out of Cop Falcon in response to, I forget it was Ryan or Mark.
Ryan, yeah.
Ryan, yeah. And I'm proud of that because, that kind of shows the bonds that you guys made, mm-hmm. living side by side there at Falcon. Those guys would have done anything for you.
Mm-hmm. And they did.
Yeah.
On multiple occasions.
That area around Falcon, my goodness, I think it was shortly thereafter we had a couple. It might have even been the same incident where we had a couple of Bradleys knocked out. I think it was the fight that kind of spun up
It
after
was the
that.
fight that I think that spun up after that.
Yeah, so that fight kept on going. We really kind of kicked over a hornet's nest there, and a couple of silver stars on, in 136 Infantry. Mike McCusker was the company commander. Mike had
Outstanding.
Mike had been my executive officer when I was the G3 at 5th Corps. I love Mike. Big, broad-shouldered guy. And he'd been wounded a couple of times. He had a couple Purple Hearts from that deployment because he was always leading from the front. Well, his soldiers knew that and appreciated that. So a couple of them, Sergeants Anderson and Trumpauer, get out there in the midst of all this fight. And one of these Bradleys takes a hit and catches fire, actually, And, I'm sorry, yeah. And another Bradley comes to his aid. And the first Bradley commander is wounded. Second Bradley commander climbs up on top of the Bradley. There's guys trapped in the back. They go inside. They manage to go in and get that Bradley open, one of the hatches open enough to get everybody out of the back of the Bradley. But there's wounded, and the Bradley commander himself is wounded. So the other Bradley commander says, he goes in, he clears a room, in his building, gets all the wounded into that room, leaves the wounded Bradley commander in charge of the wounded, and then goes out to get help from somebody else. Has to run a quarter of a mile through enemy fire down these streets, these gauntlets, to get the attention of somebody to help him. He runs up to a tank. You can knock on the outside of a tank all day long. They will never hear you. But he's an infantry guy. He doesn't know this, So he's banging on the tank. Tank's like, that could be small arms fire banging off me. They don't know. They don't care. So he has to run farther. He finds another Bradley, gets in there, and gets all these guys medevaced. At this point, I'm at Charlie Med, and these Bradleys come in, and you remember like the Bugs Bunny cartoon, Yosemite Sam, the Acme Dynamite blows up, and his clothes are all like in tatters and charged strips of cloth just hanging off of them. That's what these guys' Nomex uniforms look like on these Bradley commanders, as they're, and one of the guys, I can't remember, it was Sergeant Trumpauer or Sergeant Anderson, one of them, two staff sergeants, and they're bleeding, their uniforms in tatters, smoke is literally coming off of their clothes. And now they're at Charlie Med. And by the way, we had a Navy forward surgical team out of Balboa there. It was the commander of which was a Class 81 Naval Academy grad. Same year I graduated from West Point. He gave him permission to, criticize everything I was doing, but well-deserved. He was a good man. But anyway, they're pulling all these guys out of there, and the NCOs refuse to get on a stretcher, on a litter, until all of their soldiers are on litters. And the battalion Sergeant Major Schindler from 137 had to literally go pick one of these guys up and lay him on a litter, to get medical attention. That's, that was the teamwork. One of the things I say about the military people don't understand is there are very few places in the world where people will willingly sacrifice their lives for a total stranger, just because you're part of my team. I mean, I don't know you, but you're part of the Ready First Combat Team, or you're supporting the Ready First Combat Team, or you're just wearing an American patch somewhere on your uniform. That's enough for me to willingly lay down my life. Yeah. It's a remarkable thing, and that's why whenever I think of Ramadi, I think of that Charles Dickens opening line in The Tale of Two Cities, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. You never meet or see the kinds of heroic acts, selflessness. At the same time, you see some of the worst things that you ever want to see, dead children or something like that. I mean, the contrasts are immense, but it's like nothing else in the world, and that's, you guys, rapidly became brothers to, Bravo 137 armor, and they would have done anything for you, anything.
We're talking about Mark Lee, and you're talking about the question that you got asked. Well, I know you know Mark's mom, and we were, once she was notified that Mark was killed, Leif comes into my office. I have a phone in my office there, and he's making that first phone call, and here Leif was preparing to console her and try and provide comfort to her. She answered the phone and I'm listening, and her immediate response was, "How are you guys doing? What can I do to help you guys?" And this is from a mother that just lost her son.
I know, it's incredible. And I Debbie is a remarkable lady, but I will say that more often than not, that was the response I got from the next of kin when I made my phone calls. When Travis Patrickman died, and I talked to Amy Patrickman, his wife, and we lost the first Sergeant Jagger, who had, in 137, who had 5 or 6 kids. And by the way, the family members, we were stationed in Germany in this little Kaserne, the German word for camp, in Friedberg, and they didn't go home. They stayed in those little casernes with the other family members of those who were still deployed until the end of the deployment. So my wife Linda and others, they took care of the Gold Star families that were living among them, never knowing if they were also going to become a Gold Star family next. I mean, it was, the home front of a 4 deployed unit was very intense. But I found, talking to those parents, and then the Army would send at least a 1-star to every KIA's funeral. And when I was redeployed, I did a number of those too. And I just marvel at their strength. I mean, I don't know where it comes from. I would hope that I would have the same in a similar situation. I'll tell you, when my son was a second lieutenant, platoon leader deployed in Afghanistan, I was commanding a division of 20,000 soldiers, but I was mostly thinking about 30 soldiers in Afghanistan, especially their platoon leader, more than, probably as much as I was thinking about the other 20,000 that I was responsible for. So, I mean, it's, I don't know how our, families can be so strong in those moments, but it is a remarkable thing, and I'm grateful for it, because it's hard enough, to break the news to people that their loved one isn't coming home alive, and when they turn around and try to console you, that's almost like, I don't know. It's one of the things that I'll never get over.
You mentioned Travis Patrickman, and let me read a little something. This is from the article that you had ghost written for you by Neil Smith.
Yeah. I'm trying to give credit where it's due. I might have made a couple of edits, but I didn't have to do much.
It says this: convincing the local sheikhs to join us and undertake another uprising was an immense challenge. Obtaining their support was the linchpin of the second part of our strategy. We knew it would be pivotal when we arrived in Ramadi in June. The Sheikh's memory of their first failed attempt at establishing the Al-Anbar's People's Council, which was late 2005, early 2006, was the main obstacle to our plan in this regard. And that's the one that I mentioned earlier where Al-Qaeda just murdered. It was between 6 and 8 of those people, those tribal leaders. To
include Sitar's brother and father, I think.
The Sunni Tribal Alliance was fragmented and weak compared to the growing al-Qaeda forces that controlled Ramadi in those days. At the same time, area tribal sheikhs had no great love for U.S. forces or the Iraqi army. Early in the insurgency, they had directly and indirectly supported former regime nationalist insurgents against U.S. forces, and as a result, they had temporarily established an alliance of convenience with al-Qaeda in Iraq. Many tribal members were killed or captured, combating coalition forces, which diminished the sheikhs' ability to provide income for their tribes. These conditions, in turn, enabled al-Qaeda to recruit from those families in need of money. Another aggravating factor was that Iraqi army forces initially stationed in Anbar consisted largely of southern Iraqi Shias. Ramadi area inhabitants regarded them as agents of the Sadr militia or Badr Corps, with a covert agenda to kill off Sunni tribes and enable a Shia takeover of Anbar. Nevertheless, the tribal leaders were still fed up with al-Qaeda's violence and frustrated by their own loss of prestige and influence in their traditional heartlands. The brigade staff believed that by offering convincing incentives, we could create a tribal alliance that could produce lasting security in Ramadi. To persuade the tribes to cooperate, we first needed to understand the human terrain in RAO, and that task fell to an outstanding and talented junior officer, Captain Travis Patriquin.
Yes, he of the mustache.
The big mustache. That didn't look like an Army reg mustache. Did you give some leniency to him there?
I cut him some slack. Relaxed grooming standards.
Yeah, he did this thing that you can find on the internet, the stick figure kind of coin manual of what we need to do, what mistakes we're making, what we see, what they see. It was fantastic.
Well, it was called How to Win an Anbar by Captain Trav. He made a mockery of Army PowerPoint Rangers. He was a true Ranger. Yeah. So the origin of that PowerPoint thing was there was a conference in Fallujah at the MEF headquarters, mostly for civil affairs folks, and we were getting a lot of skepticism in some quarters, I will say, over what we were trying to do with the awakening. Because these tribes were previously not our friends, and so I said, Travis, we gotta break through to these folks. We gotta explain what we're doing. And I said, you'll have to explain it in terms that even a Marine can understand. It's no offense. And we got a Marine in the room. And so Travis comes up with this stick figure PowerPoint presentation that reads like a Dick and Jane school book, and everybody's happy, mustaches for everybody kind of stuff. But it was brilliant. Went semi-viral a little bit there, but it explained perfectly what we were trying to do with the Anbar tribes. That was just him in a nutshell. It was great. I gotta say that. So the guy who wrote this article too, by the way, Neil Smith. I want to say something about him. Mm-hmm. Neil was one of my company commanders up in Talafar, tank company commander, and then his time was up, and he moved up to brigade staff. Lucky him. But while he was a company commander, and this goes back to my earlier point about the kind of people that we have in uniform. They were clearing a building, and they were taking fire from the building, and an NCO grabbed Neil and said, "Sir, let me go in first through this door," and he, and went first and took a round to the chest and was killed in action. That guy who was killed in action, his name was Staff Sergeant Legaspi. He was an Olympic boxer. He boxed in the Olympics, and he sacrificed himself for his company commander. just think about that, we had, Mike Mansour, Mark Lee. We had a Distinguished Service Cross for a young officer, brand new. He's only been out of West Point a matter of months. Earned a Distinguished Service Cross in heat. The Silver Stars for the incident I was just talking about. Some guys didn't get Silver Stars, but we had an NCO in 1-9 Infantry, the Manchus, 1st of the 9th Infantry, out in Corregidor. He was Ukrainian, Yevgeny Rindich, I believe his name was. He was a squad leader. And the 1st of the 9th Infantry had been in Corregidor for a year, went home to Fort Carson, and they were reflagged. They weren't 1st of the 9th in Corregidor previously. Went home to Fort Carson, Colorado for a year and redeployed right back to Corregidor. Severely undermanned because a lot of those soldiers were still, not, present for duty, not returned to duty yet. They were still walking wounded in that battalion on their books. That's why when the Chief of Staff of the Army came through, I explained this to him, and I said, look, 1-9 Infantry is like 80% strength, and then they're doing R&R, because we're there for a year, so take 10% a month off of that. They're barely able to hold their FOB, let alone conduct offensive operations. So that's why they created these warrior transition units in the Army. That's an aside. But Rindich, had been a squad leader in Corregidor, knew what his guys were going back to. He was on orders to go do something else. And he said, no, I want to go back. If we're going back to Corregidor, I want to go back with my squad because I'll be able to make sure that they come home. Mm-hmm. He was leading a squad in the Mulab district on the east side and was killed in action by a sniper. So those are the kinds of people that were in Ramadi that made such a difference. I don't know that, that was, the average level of dedication, professionalism, competence, willingness to sacrifice of every unit in our military at that point. But there was definitely common, that's why I say the Iwo Jima Memorial, uncommon valor was a common virtue in Ramadi. It was very common there. Those guys, every squad leader I gave an Army Commendation Medal for valor because it took courage to be a squad leader, just to lead your soldiers outside the wire because you knew you were going to be in contact. And they were all looking at the squad leader like, what are we doing? So those guys had to be the adult in the room and say, it's okay.
And how old are those guys?
Yeah, not old, staff sergeant, I don't know, 28, 27. So, it was really remarkable, out in heat, the kid who earned the Distinguished Service Cross was shot twice, kept, when our brigade got extended, I went out to heat and said, hey, sorry guys, we're all going to get to spend an extra month and a half in combat, and as you described earlier, fairly intense combat at that. Good luck to us all. And I went home, or as I was, after the discussion, I'm talking to the battalion commander, and the radio started crackling. There's a firefight out in heat, and one of the company commanders and his first sergeant are down. And his fire support officer was with them, big kid, like I said, a mid-tour replacement lieutenant goes out there because the first sergeant's Samoan, and one of the platoon leaders was Vietnamese, and the company commander was not a big guy, so Diem Vo was the name of this lieutenant. He goes and tries to rescue the company commander, and Lieutenant Jackson tries to get the first sergeant up. Lieutenant Jackson they're on the wrong side of the Humvee from where the enemy is. They're right there getting shot at. Lieutenant Jackson gets shot almost immediately, loses consciousness, regains consciousness, and alternates between returning fire and rendering first aid. Finally gets the first sergeant up, keeps himself between the enemy and the Bradley he's trying to get him to. He's trying to get him to DM's Brad. Gets shot again, falls down, gets back up, gets everybody into the Bradley. Now, other people have entered the fight, platoon sergeant taking command of the platoon, maneuvering against the enemy, putting his Bradley between everything that's going on, and he gets a Silver Star. Lieutenant Vo gets a Silver Star. Lieutenant Jackson refuses medical attention while the other folks are getting treated by the medics. It's a 30-minute ride back to Camp Heat. Lieutenant Jackson nearly bleeds out because he hasn't been looked at, because he claims he's okay. But the other guys make it. One of the reasons they make it is the battalion sergeant major, former Delta operator. The medic couldn't find the artery that was bleeding in this one guy's thigh. He reaches in with his bare hand and clamps off the artery with his bare hands and holds it closed for the entire Bradley ride back. And all this is going on. They get back to Camp Heat. The battalion commander goes to see the company commander, and the company commander just says, "I am so sorry, sir, that this is." And the battalion commander, Tom Graves, is like, "What are you talking about? So proud of all of you guys." So that's the kind of team that we had, and many others probably had too. But I think it was at Travis and Megan's memorial service, our Anglico big Marine major was crying really hard at the end. And we had the shakes there for the memorial service. And Mike was his name, and I was like, kind of gave him a little bit of a hug, and it was him or somebody else that said, why does it always seem like it was the really good ones, that we lose? And he wasn't the first to say it. A lot of people had, and it occurred to me that it seems like we only lost really good people because those were the only kind of people we had over there, or they wouldn't have been there. Everybody we lost was a good person. They might have been a great soldier, but, they stepped up. They volunteered for something dangerous, for something bigger than themselves. And they may not have belonged to the greatest generation, but I believe they were the greatest members of their generation. And I put a lot of those 19-year-olds into body bags and helped lift them into the back of CH-46s. And, it was just, my daughter was about that age at the time, my oldest. And I just couldn't get my head around the fact that that was it for these kids, That was their whole life right there. And all their 19-year-old buddies are standing around, probably never even had a grandparent die by that point in their life, and now they're seeing their buddies killed, and they're trying to cope with it. It's such a extraordinary experience, and people, coming back from war, Vietnam, World War II, whatever, they say they don't really talk a lot about it. It's kind of because who could understand that unless you've seen it, right? Unless you've been there like you have. You've seen it. You saw Mark and his buddies and Ryan and his buddies and Mike. I mean, the way that those folks would ruck up and move out to the next mission after losing one of their closest buddies is just so awe-inspiring.
Yeah, it is. And, for us, we would see the turret gunner on a lead turret on a Army patrol rolling out the gate. And, what's that kid rolling into? You're in the lead turret gunner on a Humvee in a logistics patrol that's going to go down to Cop Falcon and drop off some mermites or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's going to come back, and he's going to go back and come back and go back and go. And there's IEDs all over those streets. There's snipers out there, and they get up and they get in that turret over and over and over again. And the guy's patrolling, what are we going to do? We're going to go do census operations. Well, that's what I'm doing. What are you doing tomorrow? Same thing. What are you doing tonight? Oh, stand and watch up on the roof of this building.
Yeah.
And just to see that kind of dedication and selfless sacrifice every day from thousands and thousands of men and women that are continually stepping into the fray, stepping into the breach just over and over again.
Yeah, and then, when you redeploy, to this day, I'll see an old movie will come on that I missed when it came out because it came out in 2006 or 2007, and I'll say, this is what people were focused on. Nobody knew. That's why one of those reporters come out. People were unaware of the tremendous sacrifice, the courage, the things that were happening every day, where uncommon valor was a common virtue. And they were watching or listening to things that were just so trivial and silly. It's hard to reconcile for me sometimes.
The Anbar Awakening, Sheikh Sadar Bazia, Abu Risha. I originally knew him as Sheikh Sadar Bazia. That's what I originally knew him as, and I don't know. I forget the whole complexities around the names. I had a lieutenant junior grade prior enlisted Navy guy who was, I'm not even 100% sure what his skill set was. He was married to a Japanese woman, and he was a Buddhist, even though he was raised in Ohio or something like this. Super nice guy. And I think he had something to do with computers, some kind of information technology. Like that's what he was there to support. I'm not even 100% sure.
Was he your intel guy?
He kind of posed as an intel guy.
I remember this kid. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I needed somebody to do tribal engagement. That was one of our lines of operation. I said, hey, all right, you're going to go work with these tribal people. And the first report I got back was because he went out with Colonel Dean, and he just basically did ride-alongs and reported back to me what was going on. That was kind of the first I heard. He said, hey, we met this guy, and he seems like he wants to get on board. He wants to do this Desert Protector program, and I had to look that up. The Desert Protector program was out in Al-Qaim, and the Marines started it. Yeah. And Maliki got rid of it because then you had a bunch of mercenary groups or militia groups running around the country. But then very quickly, Colonel Dean, just set up the recruiting and made that stuff happen. And then, we did start to see that kind of turnaround happen, and one of the things that I remember that really stood out to me was we were putting in Cop Sword, and I think it was also called OP Sword, but it was.
Can you remind me where that was?
Like north of Cop Grant. So Cop Grant went in.
Gotcha. By the way, we picked the name Grant in honor of the Army-Navy cooperation in Vicksburg.
I remember that clearly. That was outstanding. I remember this. So 20th Street, and we had all this intel that the Al-Qaeda was saying they're going to fight for 20th Street. They're going to keep 20th Street. There's no way. And I talked to you about it, and you're like, well, let's put a cop in there.
Yeah.
Put a combat outpost right in there. And that's what we did. And actually it was... so we, again, the big planning cycle went up there.
That was near Women and Children's Hospital, pretty close to that.
Yeah, and it's south of Route Michigan.
Okay, I know exactly where you're talking about. There was it was the south side of the government center area.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I know okay.
What surprised me about it is we went up there. We did what we normally did. You and I were somehow united on, we were very early. There was no one there. It was you, me, and 7 or 8 soldiers were holding security. And I immediately pushed my guys out. They went out and set up, a couple Overwatch positions. And the building started. But there was almost no attacks.
Yeah.
So we're up there, and my guys didn't kill anybody. Apaches came in. I don't know if you remember. Apaches came in and they took a lot of fire from the entire city.
I don't remember that.
Which was shocking to see. They flew in, there was massive gunfire, and they flew away.
The good thing is Apaches can take a lot of hits. Yeah. They're like B-17s. Yeah.
But it was like that was the first time that we went in, and I kind of said, oh, that was different. There wasn't these big mortar attacks. There wasn't enemy maneuvering. And again, this was now in pretty late. This is maybe late August. And it seemed to me like maybe things were going to change.
Yeah. I think at that point we had punched the enemy hard enough in the face, that they were maybe back on their heels a little bit. Mm-hmm. So the timing, I don't think it had anything to do with the awakening at that point. I think the awakening had something to do with the way the enemy was reacting to our aggressiveness. Mm-hmm. And they, I believe, saw that they could really partner with us as long as we were going to take the fight to the enemy. They would not have to worry about retribution. Mm-hmm. If we were really going to crush the enemy, and that's what we were all about, great, because they had scores to settle themselves. Mm-hmm. And you probably remember that, they kind of got a little over their skis on some of the score settling there, going into mosques and just, you and you're Al Qaeda, come with us, and nobody ever saw them again, right? Mm-hmm. But then enemy activity would drop in that area, so they were probably right. They knew who was who in the zoo. It was extrajudicial, and we certainly didn't sanction it or encourage it in any way. But they had their ways of doing things, and that was the power of that, relationship that we had with the tribes.
In your incredible article, on 9 September 2006, Sheikh Sattar organized a tribal council attended by over 50 sheikhs and the brigade commander, at which he declared the Anbar Awakening officially underway. Yep. The Awakening Council that emerged from the meeting agreed to first drive al-Qaeda from Ramadi, then reestablish rule of law and a local government to help support the people. The creation of the Awakening Council, combined with the ongoing recruitment of local security forces, began a snowball effect that resulted in a growing number of tribes either openly supporting the Awakening or withdrawing their support from al-Qaeda.
Yeah, game changer.
Even though, so I end up going home in October, and even though like I saw a little glimpse of maybe some changing, and you already mentioned December was a very tough month.
That was the December, I think, was when the fever broke.
Mm-hmm. There was in between September and February, like there was another 50 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines were killed in those 6 months, after the Awakening Council, that first tribal council.
Yeah.
For me, September 29th, you mentioned Mikey Mansour. That's when he was killed, jumped on a grenade to save 3 of our other teammates. And again, the support that we got from the 1st, the 506, they drove down IED-infested road to evacuate the wounded, CASEVAC them, brought an element back out into the field to go recover the Iraqis that they left behind. And Colonel Clark, he's personally called me and told me what was happening, told me what was going on. And here's Colonel Clark. I don't know how many, he had lost a significant number of soldiers himself and taken massive casualties just like everybody else. But he wasn't jaded. He wasn't callous. He wasn't desensitized at all. He cared. He cared about Mike. He cared about the guys. Cared about Seth, the platoon commander. Cared about me. And just that unity. Same thing. Like when he called me, hey, this is what's going on. What do you need from me?
Yeah.
Battalion commander that's in significant combat on a regular basis, asking the random SEAL that's over on the other side of Ramadi, what can he do to help?
Yeah, well, Ron is an extraordinary officer, still serving as a 3-star now, and I've always been proud of having him and his battalion as part of our brigade. Yeah,
he's as good as they get. I've been in Ramadi for maybe like 2 weeks, and I was over there, and we had a joint combined element out in the field, SEALs, Iraqis, and Army soldiers, and I'm in the Tactical Operations Center with him. And while that's happening, there's something else going on. And I was watching him, and he was handling things like a complete boss. I think he used that word earlier. And I was thinking to myself, this guy is outstanding.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're lucky to have him.
And like I said, that was kind of when my deployment was coming to an end. And we continued to operate. We soon started our turnover.
Yeah.
And
5 came in.
Yep, Team 5 came in, and what we felt like we're leaving early, like we're abandoning our friends.
Well, the good news is, SEAL Team 5 fell right in on what you guys were doing, and they carried forward everything. I didn't really detect any sort of variance, and they didn't try to walk anything back. I mean, they were really good at following your lead.
Yeah, no, we had a really good turnover with them, and we were all friends with those guys. Yeah. So when they're coming over, we're talking to them. I know the platoon chiefs were talking, and the senior enlisted were talking, and the officers were all doing good turnover, so they knew what to expect.
Yeah. No, but I got to say, having the SEALs as part of our team of teams was tremendous. We had Marines and SEALs, and we had some Air Force and guys, and obviously our ALO team, Air Force on the staff. And when I walk into the brigade morning updates, the battle update briefs, you never knew if it was going to be, an Army soldier announcing, the brigade commander, everybody come to attention, or attention on deck, from one of our, naval officers. But yeah, it was great. I mean, it was not by design, but it worked out nicely that way. So SEAL Team 5, well, while they were there, they really helped us kind of take on all of those ERUs, those thousands of recruits that came out of the woodwork, and turn them into some sort of a force to be reckoned with. And they kind of were up there in the Jazeera, Angora areas, and really kind of ran Al-Qaeda out of town.
Yeah. When I was leaving, you gave me this tank here that's sitting on this table, this wooden tank.
I have one just like it on my desk. By the way, for anybody who can't see this, we're sitting at a square table, and Jocko has sort of a fighting position in front of him, with stacks of books, around him that he's written, and in the center, facing outward, the gun tube isn't pointing at me, fortunately, but
I'm smarter than that.
There's a wooden Abrams tank that we used to give to our very important teammates there, like Jocko and SEAL Team 3, and then on the outer perimeter where I'm sitting, there's a bunch of vicious-looking knives, but again, thankfully they're pointing more towards you, Jocko. So I don't know.
I keep myself in check.
A psychologist could probably, look at this and say something about it. I don't know, but
the feng shui of the room is very interesting. I guess.
It is, and we're in a completely black room, and everybody's wearing black but me. So all I see are these disembodied heads and tattooed arms, and then this in front of me. Yeah.
When you gave me that tank, you told me something I'll never forget. You told me, and it's something that I was able to then tell the families of Mark Lee, tell the families of Mikey Mansour, tell the families of Ryan Job. You told me that our SEALs from Task Unit Bruiser had kept hundreds of your soldiers and Marines alive.
Absolutely true.
And that, regardless of the outcome of the war, the reasons for the war, or the fall of Ramadi back to ISIS, or the questions, the reasons we went in there, to this day, when people question what we did, why we did it, how we did it, those words meant everything and mean everything. That the sacrifice was not in vain, because we were able to keep your soldiers and Marines, our comrades in arms, our brothers and sisters in the Army and the Marine Corps, in the Navy and the Air Force, alive.
Absolutely true. And we gave the Iraqis an opportunity for a better life. You know, maybe they didn't take full advantage of that because Maliki came back in and did what Maliki did, which probably directly contributed to the rise of ISIS later, or the reemergence of ISI that we had defeated in Ramadi once. But that doesn't take anything away from what was accomplished in Ramadi through the blood, sweat, and tears of all the people who served there, you know, with 2nd of the 28th, 1st of the 1st Armored, or the 1st of the 3rd Infantry who came in behind us.
You know, like I said, I went home. October, November, there's significant fighting. There's a guy from SEAL Team 5, great guy, was severely wounded in late November. You get 2,200 Marines from the MEU. Is that right?
Well, the MEU was 2,200. So General Casey came out and said, hey, I'm starting to see the progress that you were talking about. Could you use another battalion of Marines? It was 2-4 was the battalion landing team for that MEU. And I was like, I don't need another battalion. I already have like 8 or 9 battalions here, you know. It's like the size of a division almost, and I'm a colonel. I said, but I could sure use another couple of companies of infantry because, like I told you, 1st and 9th Infantry was badly depleted, and we were extended, and all of us were, you know, undermanned at that point. And through casualties, you know, 86 killed, 485 wounded, and the like 95% of those happened in Ramadi in a 9-month period, 5% up in Tal Afar. I mean, that's the intensity that we're talking about. You know, think about it. You know, out of 6,000 troops of all services, 500 were casualties. Mm-hmm. What's that casualty rate? I don't want to do that math right here.
10%.
Over 10,
yeah.
Or almost 10, yeah. So I mean that is that's a pretty, you know, intense environment. So yeah, I said I'll take a couple of infantry companies, and so I got 2 Echo and Fox of 2-4, and a Marine rifle company is something to behold. 250 Marines. My rifle companies have been attrited down to about a little over 100 soldiers at that point. That's what I was operating with. And in comes these, you know, and I gave both of them to 1-9 Infantry out in Corregidor, and they almost outnumbered the battalion I attached them to.
I was going to say, yeah.
But the amazing thing about the Marine rifle companies is they're all so junior. You know, there's one E7 in that whole company, the one company gunny. And in an Army company with at full strength, 135 soldiers, there's 4 E7s. Mm-hmm. You know, squads are led by staff sergeants, not in the Marines, buck sergeants, you know, and so on down, right? And it was, you know, an interesting, you know, difference between the two services. I mean, we had combat outposts side by side, Army and Marine, that we were like established within days of one another. And within 72 hours, the Army was running hot chow and had showers set up and all this kind of stuff. And like 2 weeks later, the Marines have nothing going other, you know, there's eating MREs, but they got a prison gym. You know, that's about all they got. And I was like, you know, you guys don't have to live in squalor. I mean, you know, actually General Corelli came out and visited me. He goes, why is it so different? I was like, you'd have to ask the Marines. I don't know. It's a thing. You know, it's like, you know. But anyway, yeah, it was interesting. with the two services operating side by side, and then with the SEALs in there, a third service, kind of like with a foot in each canoe almost, trying to. It was really a unique command that I was privileged to lead. I almost forgot the Riverine guys.
The Riverine guys, yeah, no doubt. Actually, remember you wanted to shut down the rat lines coming across the river.
Yeah,
and you couldn't quite figure out how to do it. You came to me and said, "Hey, Jocko, can you help me? There's all these boats over here. They're all being used. We're watching them. We can't stop them. Can you help?" And I was like, "Well, I'm a frogman. Right. That's water. Let me go." And I started running up the chain of command, and we were worried to bring the Iraqis with us because they couldn't swim.
Right.
And we didn't want one of them falling out of a boat and drowning.
Right.
So but we wanted to take them with us because we did all of our operations with Iraqi soldiers. So what we did was we put massive life jackets on them, and we had them hold security from inside the boats, which they were carabinered into. February 18th, 2007, you get relieved by
John Charlton and First of the Third.
Yeah, First of the Third ID. During my time when I was there, this is kind of like the aftermath from my perspective. Enemy attacks were 30 to 50 a day.
Yeah.
I get home and I'm watching time tick by, and they go down to 10 a day, and then 5 a day, and then 1 a day, and then 1 a week. And August 2007, Ramadi goes 80 days without a single attack on U.S. forces, which was insane to be hearing.
Yeah. That's when I was on the Joint Staff then. I was colonel in the Iraq. I was chief of the Iraq division in the J5, working for another great Marine named John Sadler. And Admiral Mullen was the chairman, and he says, "Well, we're going to Iraq. Bring the chief of the Iraq division, and John, you come along too. Obviously." And so Sadler and I are well, we both want to go to Anbar, and Admiral Mullen's schedule was, it was all Baghdad centric. So we went on an excursion out to our old stomping ground and walked around the racetrack where so many of our soldiers and Marines had been killed and wounded, Katana district, and they had recently had a 5K run around there. Mm-hmm. A 5K run.
That was crazy.
And the only shot fired was the starting pistol. It was, and I said, if only, as I walked around there in a soft cap, not even wearing any body armor. Mm-hmm. And this was August 2007. We redeployed in February. It was 6 months later that I wish that every soldier who had been wounded or served there, and every family member who'd lost a son or daughter there, could have walked that racetrack with me that day to see what their sacrifices were all about. Because we did give the people of Ramadi, a chance at a completely new life and hope.
Yeah. We got pictures sent back to us. The SEALs that relieved us sent us pictures of what it was like for them. And we were reading the reports, but it was I have a picture of that 5K fun run.
Really, I have never seen that.
I was looking at that thing, and we got a picture of the girls' school.
When you were there, I think that's when Al Qaeda did a fun run around there. They loaded up a bunch of pickup trucks and drove around there. Yeah.
From that article, key lessons learned. The most enduring lessons of Ramadi are ones that are most easily lost in technical and tactical discussions, the least tangible ones. The most important lessons we learned are accept risk in order to achieve results. Now, what's interesting about that one is, for me, in the 90s, the idea of risk aversion, I don't know if that actually came from the military, but I thought it might have come from the military. The easiest and best way to get promoted and move up the chain is just to go and not do anything. And so this one, if you're inside the military, well, as a military person, when I read that, I go, I know exactly what that's aimed at. The fact that you have to accept risk in order to achieve results. There is a whole culture of people that don't think that. And if you don't take risks, you're not going to achieve anything, except for maybe getting promoted. You can get promoted if you don't take any risks. And I know this isn't about promotion. This is about the battle. But the reason that it might seem strange to somebody that's not in the military. Why would you have to say that? Of course you can take risks. You're in the military. But there definitely was a culture that I saw a lot growing up pre-war that we are going to mitigate all risks.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting that I know a number of people who are risk averse in terms of budget or saying the wrong thing, things that might be harmful to them professionally, but would have jumped on a grenade for me, or you or anybody they don't know but happen to be wearing the same camouflage pattern, right? Mm-hmm. Why are we so willing to sacrifice ourselves physically, but not professionally? We have a lot of physical courage, but we seem to lack moral courage sometimes. Yeah, you have to take risk to make progress. You have to have an economy of force in order to create, mass elsewhere. Mm-hmm. And that means risk. And the other thing I'd say, when we got there, the mantra was, as the Iraqis stand up, we stand down. The idea was we're going to pull out of the cities, but we were going into the city of Ramadi. And I explained it to General Casey, I'm like, I can't pull out of a city I've never been into. We've got to get control of the city before we can turn it over to somebody. And the Iraqi army wasn't enthusiastic about that. Who came in behind us was the tribes, risk is part of the, everything everybody ever talks about in war. If you can't accept risk, you're in the wrong line of work. The other thing I'd say, I don't know if it was in that article or not, but perseverance. You talked about it. We were battling headwinds. The enemy was fighting back hard, especially initially. If you, stack arms, when the enemy pushes back, mm-hmm. you're never going to win. Yeah. War is a contest of wills. After that really bad day that I had there, and I said the brigade had, I was just one of the people that had a bad day. Certainly not anywhere approaching how bad it was for those who are wounded, and certainly not as bad as the family members who lost their loved ones. But the next morning I go into the BUB, battle update brief for the brigade there in our little headquarters at Camp Ramadi. And everybody's kind of looking down at the tops of their boots, They feel bad because we'd lost 2 staff officers in one day. By the way, the guy who bought all these wooden tanks and designed our coin, he had been killed in action previously. He's my S1, Jason West. And so it was our third staff officer killed in action. And so the staff officer was staff was feeling it too. People talk about those idiots up at platoon headquarters and don't get it. We were taking fire on Camp Ramadi. We were losing people on Camp Ramadi. Plus, we were losing staff officers outside the wire. So, one of my heroes is a guy that we named a cop after, Ulysses S. Grant. And one of the things I admired most about him, it was his ability to persevere. The wilderness campaign, certainly comes to mind, Vicksburg and others. But the most salient example of perseverance by Grant, and the one most inspiring to me, was the Battle of Shiloh, where on day one the Confederates caught the Union forces by surprise and almost pushed them into the river. The Union guys were literally in their sleeping bags or eating breakfast when the Confederates came out of the woods. And, if not for the heroic stand of a few units, the Union Army would have been wiped out that day. Grant was not with the the unit that day with his army. He was elsewhere. But he heard the sound of the guns, and he rode back to it. And he got back there, and it was nightfall. And one of the units that had fought back was Sherman's division. And, of course, when things, when it rains, it pours. And when things go bad, it rains, So, of course, it starts raining. So Grant gets under a tree to light a cigar and think about what's going to happen. And Sherman comes up to him and says, well, Grant, we've had the devil's own day today, haven't we? And Grant says, yep, lick 'em tomorrow, though. So I told that story that morning to my staff. So we had a really bad day yesterday, but we're going to lick 'em tomorrow. Perseverance is an underrated virtue. And I can't say enough about its importance in combat.
Yeah, and there's a side of that. I mean, the pressure that you're getting from up the chain of command when you're not producing results, or the results that you're producing are negative because casualties are going up, enemy interactions going up, and if someone's on the outside, they don't see the broader strategy. It's you've got to resist, you got to persevere up the chain of command. I know I had a call. We were probably, I don't think you'd arrived yet. We were like maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks on the ground, but we had already realized like we can kill these bad guys. And so I start putting these sniper teams out. They're killing IED in placers. We're getting some good numbers. We're also getting heavily scrutinized because same thing. People are saying, "Wait, how are you killing all these people?" Yeah. And I'm like, "Please come and look. Please come come out with us." But one of my officers from the task group staff, called me and said, "Listen, it's been 3 weeks. You're killing these people, and we haven't even seen a downturn in the number of enemy attacks."
That's right.
And I said, thankfully, I had read the new counterinsurgency manual. It was out online. It was the one that Petraeus wrote, and I had read a draft version of it online.
Yeah. And
I said, "Sir, the average counterinsurgency lasts 7 years. It's been 3 weeks. Can I get a little more time?" And he said, "Roger that." Yeah. But that perseverance day after day, getting up and moving forward. And again, I want to point out that you made adjustments. There was times where you were trying something, it wasn't working. You didn't say, "Oh, we're just going to keep doing this thing that's not working." No, you'd say, "Oh, that's not really doing what we thought it was going to do. I'm going to take a step back and go in this other direction."
So the best adjustment that our brigade made, I wasn't even there. I was the last person in the brigade to take R&R, because we were there for 14 months, and it was like the 12-month point or 11-month point, and I was like, okay, now it's my turn. So I went home for Thanksgiving. Weirdest Thanksgiving I've ever had, I will say, because I've still got 6,000 Americans, in harm's way that I'm responsible for. Anyway, so I'm on my way back, and I start to hear indications that I had left a plan in place when I was gone. I said, here's the next operation, couple of operations. Every 3 or 4 days, we're going to do another operation, right? We kept that going. And we had really reduced the enemy control in the city of Ramadi to the northeast part of, Malab, around, south of the hospital, that area. And that was where, we were going to, drive the final stake through the heart. And while I was gone, the key rat line into that part of the city ran through this area. You'll know it, called Sophia, or the shark fin, right? Just east of the city, because it looked like a shark fin. And there was a tribe up there that had not joined the awakening yet. They were kind of on the fence. They were afraid. They were intimidated by Al-Qaeda's presence in the area. We got it. So one day, bunch of Toyota pickup trucks, white pickup trucks roll in there. Al-Qaeda's going to, drop the hammer on this one sheikh who's kind of waffling, whether or not he's going to join the awakening. They were going to make sure that he did not. And so this big fight blows up. And I think one of your SEAL Team 5 buddies
SEAL Team 5
had given him a Thuraya satellite phone.
Yeah.
And he calls the only numbers he has, and he gets Captain Patrick Quinn, on the phone, and he says, "We're under attack," and so we put a UAV overhead, and all we see is a bunch of Arabs shooting at each other. How you can't tell who's on what side. So Travis says, have all of your guys wave towels over their heads, so we know which side, isn't waving the towels. That's who will attack. And that's what they did. And we started attacking them. And then at the same time, two companies, a tank company and an infantry company out of Corregidor, start pushing up toward them. And the enemy breaks and starts to run, and we start, strafing them, their pickup trucks, their technicals, their guns on. And, we hit a whole bunch. We took out a whole bunch of Al-Qaeda guys. Really broke the back of the insurgency on that side of the city, but it wasn't the plan. This was completely ad lib, right? And I get back, and I'm in Kuwait, and I'm hearing about all this. I'm like, what? So I finally get back to Ramadi, and all of my battalion commanders, my deputy, and my XO are like really nervous. And they're like, sir, we know that we were supposed to do this, but this seemed like a really important thing to do, so we decided to do this instead, we hope you're not mad. I was like, are you kidding me? I am so proud of you guys. Probably the best battle this brigade fought, and I wasn't even there. All I can hope is if I had been here, I wouldn't have screwed it up. You guys did perfectly because you took the initiative and you did what needed to be done. So that's the third thing I would say. Other than taking risk and perseverance, I would say another important thing is trusting your subordinates to do the right thing, building that trust. I trusted them. They made the right decision. They all kind of huddled, all these lieutenant colonels. I could just see their cute little faces around the table. And they did the right thing. They came up with the right solution, and they did a magnificent job. And I am not at all ashamed of the fact that probably the most important battle my brigade fought was fought without me.
You're proud of it.
I am proud of it.
That's decentralized command.
I know. It's exactly what everybody should hope for. It's like when your kid goes off to college and, does better than you did, which mine did, So you don't envy them. You're proud of them, right? So that's kind of where I am on that. And so I would say those would be the three things.
Once you gain the initiative, never give the enemy respite or refuge.
Right.
Yeah, you absolutely did that when you're conducting a major operation every 3 or 4 days.
Try to do the same in Inherent Resolve, too. Yeah.
Have you ever been on a Navy ship before?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen an underway replenishment before?
Didn't do an unrep. I was on the Truman when the Truman group was working for me when I was commanding Inherent Resolve.
Nice.
They got to launch and recover on an F-18. It was a lot of fun.
I was a young SEAL.
But I know how crazy unreps can be. That's what I was especially about to say. In tough weather. Right?
It's insane. You watch an for those of you that are listening, it's actually in some cases 3 giant Navy ships because there'll be the battleship or whatever, the warship in the middle, and there'll be a supply ship on the port side and one on the starboard side. I almost said left or right. I would have gotten my sailor card revoked.
Yeah.
And they have a speed that works. They're going 10 or 12 knots or something like this. And they're only 20 feet apart. These are massive ships. And there's lines being thrown across. And there's pulley systems. It's total mayhem. The first time I saw it, I was just, and I was a new guy in the SEAL teams, but I had parachuted and fast roped and rappelled. I was like, this is the most hazardous thing I've ever seen happen in the military.
And they do it in heavy seas sometimes too.
I've seen it in heavy seas. It's even more insane. Yeah. When I think of you saying, like, if you didn't know what that was, if I got spawned from outer space and they said, okay, you got this ship, you're going to have to resupply it. How do you want to do it? I'd be like, okay, we'll pull into a port and we'll unload everything that we need. I wouldn't in a million years think that it was possible to do what they do. And so for you, that's what I think of when I think of doing one of these missions, the logistics of the missions that were going on for you to be like, yeah, we're going to do one of those every 3 or 4 days. I remember I was talking to someone about this the other day, filling up sandbags to go and eat chow.
Oh yeah.
Who thought of that? That was brilliant.
So that was a Marine came up with that. It was at Hurricane Point. That they, 3/8 Steve Neary's guys were doing that. And I said, we're going to do that on Camp Ramadi because there's like thousands of people on Camp Ramadi, and we're building a COP every few days.
And it takes 20 to 30,000 sandbags.
Yeah. But, if you say like 3,000 people aboard Camp Ramadi, 3 meals a day, that's 9,000 sandbags you put on a flat rack and on a PLS, and off it goes. That with the Combat Logistics Patrol going out that night. So my S3 guy named Andy Schaffner came up with a name for it called Operation Jamestown. No work, no food. And so, but you know what? Everybody loved it.
It was awesome.
And they didn't just fill up one sandbag. They're like, I'll do 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I'm over here. I got the shovel.
But that, to me, doing one of those massive operations every 3 or 4 days is like you had to almost have been spawned from another world to think that was even possible. I can tell you, like in some Army logistics school, if they posted that up, like here's the mission, everyone's like, oh, we can't do this because of the following 29 reasons. But for you to say, oh no, we're going to make this happen, that's impressive.
Okay, this goes to another leadership point that I like to make to commanders, and that is Newton's law of inertia, right? Which is that an object at rest will remain at rest until acted upon by an external force. An Army unit, a staff, anything is going to want to remain at rest unless a commander puts it in motion. You have to be that external force that impels it forward. And that is the essence of command. Mm-hmm. If you cannot do that, then you really have no business being a commander. And you have to listen to reasonable concerns and objections and say, well, we can't do it in 3 days, but we can do it in 4. And I used to say, if the answer is no, tell me why not or how you can fix it. Don't just say no. Mm-hmm. And if it's a reasonable pushback, I'm all ears. Mm-hmm. I don't want to ask you to do something dumb. One of my key policy letters was if it's a bad policy, it's not my policy. So let me get the feedback. We'll have a discussion. But at the end of the day, you're going to always have to make somebody do something that they would rather not do. Right? Right?
Yeah.
And so that means you can't be Mr. Nice Guy all the time, Remember that's, you probably don't. There was a Star Trek episode one time.
Echo might know this. You might be getting in his world.
I miss Star Trek, sorry.
This is the original show, so you may not know this one. Might be before your time. But Captain Kirk gets split into 2 personalities by the transporter beam, He's got the nice Kirk and the bad Kirk, And the nice Kirk, everybody likes him and everything, but he can't make a decision, The bad Kirk is just like malevolent. He's like crush anybody in his path, to get whatever he wants. He's like pure id, But the ship's in danger because the nice Kirk won't make a decision. So they have to like force the 2 back together, and then he can balance, the 2 and make the right decision. And so it's always a balance. Robert E. Lee, I'm no fan of his, but he did say something profound once, which is, as a commander, in order to accomplish your mission, you have to hazard the thing that you love the most. And the thing I miss most about the Army is being around soldiers. But to be a good commander, I have to risk my soldiers' lives to accomplish a mission. I do everything I can to reduce the risk, but you're never going to completely eliminate it, right? And then at the end of the day, you also have to say, was the risk worth it? Was the sacrifice worth it? Mm-hmm. And can you live with that? And that's where the trust piece comes in. So I tell people all the time, I slept well at night as a commander, even knowing that I had soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines in harm's way constantly. And people were below me were making decisions that were moving them in and out of harm's way, because I knew that in my job, I had the right people in the right place, and I trusted them to make the right decision with the information that they had. Mm-hmm. And if they didn't have all the information and they made the best decision they could under the circumstances, and it turned out to be wrong, like you said, good shot, bad result, I'd back them up. Mm-hmm. That is a really important aspect of combat command. But I think it applies to almost any line of work, but maybe a little less so.
Well, believe it or not, I wrote a book with Leif Babin called The Dichotomy of Leadership.
I know.
And it's like, hey, can you...
But you didn't use the Star Trek episode.
No,
you missed a golden opportunity.
Yeah, obviously I missed that episode. Otherwise, I probably would have written that a lot earlier. But it's like, hey, can you plan too much? Yes, you can. Can you plan too little? Yes, you can. You want to be balanced. Can you communicate too much? Yes, you can. Can you communicate too little? Yes, you can. But the opening chapter, the ultimate dichotomy I talk about is like, well, you love your guys, and you're going to put them at risk every time they go outside the wire. Something can happen to them. And that's what you're dealing with as a leader, and it's not going to go away.
Well, as long as if they know that you love your guys, they're more willing to go into harm's way.
Yep.
And,
Yep. Another one of your bullet points: never stop looking for another way to attack the enemy. And what's interesting about this, and you mentioned it, it was a huge part for me. Like when we came home from Ramadi, what did everyone know about us? We killed a bunch of bad guys. So I had to talk about the tribal engagement that we did, the civil affairs piece that we did, and the training of the Iraqi soldiers and the Iraqi police, because no one knew about any of that. But what you talked about earlier, that I would hear you talking about in the brigade meetings, was like, oh yeah, they're selling black market fuel. How can we stop that? Oh, they're paying because they're smuggling this. How can we stop that? So it wasn't just, we're going to find different ways to kill them. It's like, how can we disrupt their economics? How can we disrupt their relationships that they have with these? How can we disrupt their interference with the local populace? I mean, it's taking the Ramadi General Hospital away from Al-Qaeda, because that was a major command and control element for them. But I mentioned it earlier, they would casualty evacuate their wounded to the Ramadi General Hospital, and you could watch it on ISR.
Yeah, we couldn't allow that. Yeah.
And so when that got shut down, and all of a sudden they're bringing wounded back and they're being arrested, being detained immediately, that was an epic scenario.
Yeah, it was, yeah. So absolutely, I call it the kitchen sink scenario or approach. I'm going to throw everything at the enemy I possibly can, as hard as I can, as often as I can, and until they break. I've got more troops than they have. Mine are better trained, better equipped. Eventually, I'm going to win. I'm not going to take my foot off their neck, at any point, and I'm going to find new ways to make their day miserable. That's what I wake up every morning. That's my job. How can I make life harder for the enemy today, or tomorrow or next week or next month or next year, depending on your echelon?
One more of these. The tribes represent the people of Iraq, and the populace represents the key terrain of the conflict. The force that supports the population by taking the moral high ground has as sure of an advantage in counterinsurgency as a maneuver commander who occupies the dominant terrain in a conventional battle.
And that was definitely written by Neil Smith. I mean, he took my point about the human population, but he put it much more poetically than I could have. But that's absolutely true. Why do you fight a counterinsurgency? How do you fight a counterinsurgency? The key terrain is the human terrain. And when we arrived in Ramadi, we did not have a good appreciation for the human terrain. That's what Travis and others, you guys, and helped a lot with that, actually. Chart that and track it. And even though SIGACs might have gone up, we saw more and more green human terrain, and that was the true measure of effectiveness. If you're measuring the wrong things, you're not going to come out with the right result. You have to measure the correct things, and for us, it was human terrain.
Yeah, that was a huge piece of it for me. And again, I got very lucky because I got this the counterinsurgency manual, which made me seem like I was a little smarter than I actually am when I was talking to my chain of command, and me saying, secure the populace. This is what this is what we need to do, secure the populace. And one of the ways that we were securing populace was, we're going to kill as many bad guys as we can. We are going to rack them up, and we're going to do it without harming the civilians and letting them see. I mean, we had, and I don't know if you got to see this, but there would be locals that would cheer when there was a body of an insurgent laying in the street. They'd be happy. They'd be celebrating.
Yeah. They probably knew who that guy was and didn't like him anyway, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these guys were the dregs to begin with. So,
yeah. But so that idea of taking and keeping the moral high ground, make sure that you're doing the right things for the right reasons, is just so critical in this scenario. And it would have been an abject failure had we, and this is the big we, all of us, not had that attitude.
So I don't know if that was in the back of my mind, but I got asked that question once as a 3-star when I was leading the campaign against ISIS. I was in Baghdad. It was Pentagon News. It was Candy Crowley asked me, and I don't know, because I'm looking at a camera. They're looking at my face, my picture on the screen in the Pentagon briefing room, but I can't see who's asking me. But Candy Crowley, though, in this case, and she says, "Hey, General, how do you feel about carpet bombing in Syria against ISIS?" And I was sitting in Baghdad, where over about 90% of the local news media was controlled by some Iranian entity or other, and they were lambasting the coalition for not being as aggressive as the Russians were in Syria. Mm-hmm. Why can't you be more like the Russians? And so that was my context for my response when I said, look, I represent the United States of America. We fight in accordance with the law of armed conflict, the Geneva Convention, the rules of engagement. I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't just matter if you win a war, it matters how you win the war. And right now, we occupy the moral high ground. That's where we need to stay. So no, we're not going to carpet bomb. That's what the Russians do. In fact, they deliberately attack hospitals and other protected places, with ground penetrating, bunker penetrating bombs. That's not us. And we don't want to be that. And not only that, it's not even effective what they're doing. We'll continue to mitigate civilian casualties to the best of our ability, and that's how we're going to win the war. So, little life lesson here. I look at my public affairs officer or spokesman, who's a full colonel, public affairs guy. Hey, how'd we do? And like all colonels will tell every general officer, 3-star general who asks them that question, sir, you did great. You knocked it out of the park. I said, I didn't step on any landmines. No, sir, you're clean. You're good. I'm like, okay, I'm going to bed because it's like 1 o'clock in the morning our time. I get up in the morning and I get an email from my wife, Sean, you're trending on Twitter, Facebook, all these like social media.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's like, oh, yeah. So I pull up my computer screen and there it is. Top general slams Ted Cruz and Donald Trump, over carpet bombing. I was like, what in the hell are they talking about? So I start reading this article. Turns out that day or the night before, there had been a presidential primary debate where Donald Trump and Ted Cruz had been talking about, we'll just carpet bomb all these ISIS guys in Syria. And I don't think that they really understood, the definition of carpet bombing. I think they were thinking more along the lines of,
we're going to aggressively pursue destroying them.
Yeah, but it was, not the best application of that term, and if I had known the context for that, I would have made clear that, I'm not impugning anybody here, by my response, because I just don't think they understand the doctrinal concept here, and because they're not military guys. So let me, as a military person, explain to you the difference between carpet bombing and being aggressive with a bombing campaign, which is what I think they really were asking for.
Right.
Not just like level everybody, kill everybody. That's not at all what they meant. But I didn't know that was the context, so I wasn't able to, make that, clear. So as I'm reading this, and my, I'm just kind of sinking into my chair, looking at, with this growing realization that I've somehow inserted myself into a presidential campaign. My aide comes in and says, "Sir, the chairman's on the phone for you," and General Dunford, who's, I'd worked for in Afghanistan and knew him, but, it's never good when the chairman's calling you. Well, I shouldn't say that. General Dunford is a great boss. But I kind of knew why he was calling me in this case. I was like, "Yes, sir." He's like, "Hey, so what's the deal with this carpet bomb thing?" I was like, "Well, this is what I really was talking about, and I didn't understand that there would have been a presidential debate. Nobody said that to me." He says, "Okay, I'm looking at the transcript. I can see how this all kind of happened. So you're good. Don't worry about it. But just, make sure you understand the context a little bit better. Somebody preps you a little bit better before, because we are in an election year." I was like, "Sir, absolutely, point taken." But, I said, "Really, though, there's nothing wrong with what I said.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't put it very politically or, tactfully." He said, "That's right. Obviously, we're not going to be indiscriminate in our attacks like the Russians are." So that was true in Operation Inherent Resolve, was true in Iraqi Freedom, and it was true in Afghanistan. I was there. We're not perfect, but we try as hard as we can to be perfect.
Yeah.
And we hold ourselves.
Great risks.
And sometimes risk to ourselves.
That's what
in order to spare the lives of a civilian. I don't know of a single soldier, sailor, or Marine who wouldn't willingly allow himself to come to personal harm to spare the life of a child, an innocent child, right? It's just not in our DNA. And I think everybody understands that, but it bears repeating as often as possible, I think, and that's why that's comments in there.
Yeah, the that attitude of taking risk, and again, even in the SEAL teams, guys would be like, "Oh, you're going out these sniper overwatch positions and killing people." The risk to go out into those sniper overwatch positions, where by an hour after the first call to prayer, and now the enemy knows we're there, and they're going to attack in force.
Well, remember what the enemy tactic was. They would send out kids to look for the snipers.
Yeah.
The small kill teams or the observation team, whatever it was, they would send little kids out because they knew Americans wouldn't harm little kids.
Yep.
If there were a bunch of guys in, black pajamas or whatever, carrying AKs, different story.
Yeah.
But they sent out little kids, and you knew that when the kids found you, within an hour, grenades were coming your way.
Mm-hmm. The kids would be nervous. Like, these aren't kids that are like lollygagging around. That was, another big indicator. Like, the streets would clear. And you're like, okay, well, it's a matter of time.
Yeah, we're blown.
Yep. But yeah, the amount of risk that my guys would take to go out there and get set up in a position, and then there was no leaving too. The Marines got hit leaving an overwatch position. Now look, did we leave the overwatch position sometimes? Yes, we did. Sometimes it was like, yeah, we better get out of here. But a lot of times it's like, well, we're just going to stay here and wait till night, and we have Bradleys if we need them. But yes, American forces going through great lengths and taking great risks in order to protect the civilian populace.
That's right.
Is the norm.
It's the same as taking risks to seize a hill. You're trying to seize the moral high ground, the key terrain is the population. you would, at Iwo Jima or a place like that, soldiers, Marines would risk their lives to seize the key terrain. We risk our lives to seize the key terrain in a counterinsurgency, and it just happens to be population instead of geographic.
Indeed.
So we're in the month of Memorial Day weekend. In a couple of weeks is Memorial Day. And we've talked about Mark Lee and his mom, Debbie, who's got an awesome 501(c) nonprofit called America's Mighty Warriors. And they do wonderful things. And by the way, if people are concerned about where their money's going, it's got a platinum rating for, financial transparency. But they do what her son, Mark, who was an extraordinary young man, I didn't know him very well. I barely knew him. You knew him. I didn't. Random acts of kindness, and he wanted to pass it forward. He wanted to do good things for people. And, we're kind of talking about doing for others. And Mark Lee was one of those kind of people. And his mom, I can see where he gets it from. She wants to do it for others. And so America's Mighty Warriors is a great place to put your money if you want to help veterans or Gold Star families who need help. And there are a lot of them out there. One of those groups of people that America's Mighty Warriors is helping are the veterans of the Ready First Combat Team. We have a memorial plaque that was created after our deployment back to Germany, and it lists all 86 soldiers, sailors, and airmen who made the ultimate sacrifice in Ramadi, and then the 485 who were wounded are, recognized as well, but by name are our KIAs. And those include the names of our fallen SEAL brothers. So that plaque, because it has so many names on it, it's big. It's bronze, it's heavy. And when the brigade was reactivated in El Paso at Fort Bliss, Texas, there was nothing sturdy enough to mount it on, so it just kind of leaned up against the brigade headquarters and exposed to the weather. And copper, exposed to the weather, gets something on it called ambergris, which kind of turns it a kind of a greenish color, or bronze does, I mean. So we're raising money to fix that, and Debbie Lee will accept donations for that purpose on her website, America's Mighty Warriors. All you have to do is say in the comments section for your donation, Ready First or something to that effect, Ready First Memorial, and it'll get into the right account. But it's going to cost about $30,000 to get this fixed. So anybody who wants to recognize the sacrifice of these soldiers, sailors, and Marines who were killed in Ramadi, to make a better, create a better life for the people of Ramadi and for each other, can make a contribution through America's Mighty Warriors. Ready First in the comments block, and we hope to have that fixed and unveiled in time for us to have a 20th reunion at Fort Bliss in El Paso, and get as many of our fellow veterans together there to reminisce and to help each other out.
Yeah, that's awesome, and I'm a huge supporter of America's Mighty Warriors. It's americasmightywarriors.org, and we will definitely make that happen. We will definitely make that happen. Before we move on to past Ramadi here, and as I was trying to parse down what to talk about in Ramadi, I mean, again, we could do an entire series of podcasts, and how many other people to come on and talk and tell their story. Again, you mentioned like there's heroism everywhere, all over that battlefield, filled with heroism, and the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines that were out there that went back, carried on with their lives, and
heroism and ingenuity.
Yeah,
I mean, at
indeed.
all echelons.
Yeah, indeed. So I had to select what we were going to talk about. Obviously, I talked about some of what we did. Task Unit Bruiser was a tiny, tiny fraction of the effort that happened. This is
Although you punched above your weight, though.
We got after it, that's for sure. But still, there was thousands and thousands of personnel there. They did the bulk of the heavy fighting. They did the bulk of the heavy lifting. We were doing what we wanted to do. We were doing and making as much effort as we could. We wanted to make a difference, but we were a small fraction of the effort that took place. This was the soldiers and Marines that made this happen. That being said, you wrote something. You wrote an addendum to the original article that I think really expresses what this team consisted of. And it says this: one of the great legacies of the fight for Al-Anbar province will be enduring is the mutual respect earned by the various service members who fought side by side. This respect was more evident than in Ramadi. Nowhere is this respect more evident than in Ramadi, where our brigade combat team, the Ready First Combat Team, fought under the command of one MEF, one Marine Expeditionary Force. The Ready First was not a pure Army BCT. It contained Marine Corps elements, including a reinforced rifle battalion comprised of elements from the 3-8 Marines and 1-6 Marines, 2 rifle companies from a Marine Expeditionary Unit, 2-4 Marines, a riverine patrol unit, an air and naval gunfire liaison platoon, and a civil affairs detachment. The Air Force supported the Ready First with an air liaison team embedded in the BCT. The brigade staff itself was a de facto joint organization. It had Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine officers and NCOs throughout. The electronic warfare officer, a Catholic chaplain, and the head surgeon were all Navy commanders. The civil affairs and public affairs officers were Marines. Outside the brigade, the support came from a Marine logistics group and one MEF's air combat element. Numerous other external USMC units, including a platoon from a radio battalion, a postal unit, explosive ordnance disposal teams, firefighting teams, air traffic controllers, and military transition teams also provided support. So did the Navy in the form of surgical teams and corpsmen, CB battalions, electronic warfare experts, and SEAL platoons from SEAL Teams 3 and 5. The Ready First enjoyed a particularly good working relationship with the Special Forces and other Special Operations Forces in and around Ramadi. Soldiers bestowed the affectionate nickname of Army SEALs on the members of SEAL Team 3 in Ramadi who fought and died alongside them. The brigade is particularly proud of its association with SEAL MA2 Mike Mansour, who, while supporting an operation in Ramadi, won the Medal of Honor. The soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen in Ramadi were deeply grateful for the life-saving heroics of their Navy doctors and corpsmen. The spiritual aid given by Navy chaplains to all services will never be forgotten. The skill and courage of Marine Corps pilots who attacked targets to assist troops in contact will likewise never fade from memory. In return, the Army's Apache pilots won the respect of Marines and sailors who, in the mix, also came to rely on the Army Paladins for timely and accurate fire support. A command could not have asked for a better higher headquarters. The 1 MEF staff was dedicated to ensuring that there were no haves and have-nots among the units in Al-Anbar. Often, the Army received first priority, ahead of the MEF's own Marines. The MEF commander at the time, Major General Richard Zilmer, ensured the Ready First had the resources it needed to fulfill his intent, and he never questioned or second-guessed us, even during the darkest hours. His forbearance demonstrated his trust in and respect for the professionalism and competence of the soldiers under his command. Altogether, the joint effort in Ramadi worked because no matter what service uniforms they wore, professionals dedicated to the mission performed as expected. The professional dedication evinced itself in shared values and shared understanding. It was not uncommon to see soldiers and Marines march forward side by side in final honors at memorial services for their lost comrades. At times, the helmets atop inverted M4 carbines reflected a mix of Army and Marine Corps camouflage. The U.S. Army and the U.S. Marine Corps, each today without peer in its domain of land warfare, have not shared such a strong bond of common experience and understanding since the island campaigns of World War II. The services should nurture those bonds and sustain them over time. Too many people to mention. I think you did a pretty good job of getting most of them, but I can't express this incredible team that we had, and that it was an honor to be a part of, for sure.
Thanks, Jocko. Likewise. I if I had a chance to write that again, I would have highlighted the contributions of our National Guard and Reserve brothers and sisters as well. Some of those Apaches were out of the Texas Army National Guard. Some of those guys flew Cobras in Vietnam, and that flew Apaches over Ramadi. And they would take a licking and keep on taking. I remember going out to the landing zone, a little distinguished visitor landing zone outside the brigade headquarters, and seeing an Apache out there, and some warrant officer older than me walking around looking at the holes in the Apache and making the decision, I can get back in the fight with this, and off he would go. Those guys, I think the world of them. After we left, Sheikh Sattar was, you probably know, was killed. Yep. But prior to that, a reconnaissance patrol, a group of scouts, 4 Humvees, ran into about 70 Al-Qaeda fighters near the Habaniyah Canal in a place we called it Donkey Island, the old fairy tale there, but from Pinocchio. But Donkey Island, that's where they were hunkered down, and 16 scouts against 70 Al-Qaeda fighters, and it wasn't going well for the scouts. But as scouts are supposed to do, good cavalrymen, they maintained contact with the enemy. And so they stayed in there, and despite their casualties. So they called for the quick reaction force, and I got to say, it was not an easy lift to get permission to bring Army Apaches to operate with an Army brigade in the Marine AO. The Marines are very jealously protective of their air combat element, and rightfully so. But it was kind of, we just do things differently, and trying to get those things, work through all those differences was a not inconsiderable challenge, and our Anglico team was instrumental in making that occur. But those Apaches came in and immediately started hosing down the enemy on Donkey Island, but started taking return fire themselves. Because they were so far away from Camp Ramadi that they wouldn't be able to medevac or casevac the wounded soldiers who were VSI, very seriously injured. So the Apaches landed. One of the Apaches landed while the other one kept up the fire, and they call this a spur ride for like a down aviator. The front seater jumps out of the helicopter, puts the wounded soldier into the front seat of the helicopter, and then he snap links himself to the outside of the helicopter, which then takes off and flies back to base. Distinguished Flying Crosses earned that day by our National Guard support, and it was not uncommon. I think there's a picture in that article of one of our riverine patrol boats.
With an Apache in the background.
With a National Guard Apache supporting a riverine patrol boat. It's flipped from Marine to Navy. I'm not sure when that picture was taken, but probably Marines and sailors both aboard that patrol boat with Army National Guard soldiers overwatching them. it was quite and probably some Iraqis aboard as well. Probably, less than enthusiastically, but there nevertheless.
Yeah, we owed so much to the 228 soldiers because when we got there, they told us how to stay alive. They told us where to go. They told us what to do and what not to do. And same things with the 38 Marines. We sent our snipers over to talk to their snipers and get the gouge on what to watch out for, what to do, what not to do. And we owed so much. Those guys saved so many of our lives just by knowledge transfer, just by telling us how they were operating and what to watch out for. Yeah. So
certainly 228 helped us out a lot on our transition. Yeah, absolutely.
The pass down was great, and it saved a lot of lives.
One thing about that epilogue that I wanted to point out, when it says that we couldn't have asked for a better, higher headquarters, and I mentioned the support from General Zillmer. One of the things that we struggled with was post-blast fires after IEDs, and we lost some soldiers or had some really bad burn victims. And my Navy chief surgeon had commented on how difficult it is, even for the surgeons, to deal with that emotionally. So I was mentioning that to General Neller, who was Brigadier General Neller at the time, working for General Zillmer. And I said, that was one of the problems that we were facing. He said, what can I do for it? I said, well, I have noticed that all the Marines are running around in Nomex, and most of my soldiers don't have Nomex. My tank crewmen, Bradley crewmen, have Nomex, but that's about it. I'm an armor brigade, but the Nomex suits are only for the combat vehicle crewmen and not all the dismounted supporting types. And because of the post-blast fires, I could really use some. And he said, well, how many? And I said, geez, I don't know, maybe 4,000 sets. We had about 6,000 troops there in Ramadi, maybe more. And he said, well, Sean, again, the Marines don't have a lot that the Army doesn't have, but one thing we do have a lot of is Nomex flight suits out at Al Assad Air Base with the 3rd Marine Air Wing. And he took all the spare flight suits from the aviators from the 3rd Marine Air Wing and gave them to our soldiers. So I tell people that. I said, a Marine general literally took the clothes off his Marines' backs to give to our soldiers. Mm-hmm. Is there a better example of inter-service cooperation and support than that? If there is, I can't think of it. And after that, General Neller always had this reputation. His nickname was Grumpy Bob. He's tough exterior, but heart of gold kind of a guy. I tell you, General Neller at that moment became my absolute hero, and I would have followed him anywhere. We were so blessed to have the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force as our higher headquarters. I don't know if the awakening might have happened without them. Mm-hmm. They were a bit skeptical. Are we running with the bad crowd, with these sheikhs? But they gave us a flyer on it. They let us, see how it would go and experiment.
I remember in a brigade meeting, you were talking about this plan, and you were talking about the fact that you had told higher headquarters that you think you got a guy that can kind of help with this, move it forward. And their reply to you, they kind of I don't know if it's the next meeting, but they said, hey, we were targeting that guy. Yeah. We've been targeting this guy for 6 months. What are you talking about? You want to work with him? And you said, well, that's I think when you were explaining the mobster thing about, hey, well, he's a gangster. And if a gangster needs to make money to feed his gang, he's going to sell some stuff and trade some stuff and make some things happen. And this is also where I started hearing that I guess it's an Arab expression of they're going to bet on the winning horse.
Yeah, strongest tribe.
The strongest
Bing West
tribe.
Called it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I use another thing to explain it. to General Zilmer and Neller, who are both Catholics. I said, when I was in Catholic school, one of the nuns taught us that every saint had a past, but every sinner has a future. And so these sheikhs, they have pasts.
Mm-hmm.
They're not white sheets of paper, but who's to say they can't be going forward? So let's take them at their word and work for them, trust but verify, right? But let's give them the chance for a better future. So that bought me enough time and credibility there to give the Awakening a chance to grow. The one thing about the Awakening meeting that you didn't mention was Sheikh Sattar did not like Governor Sami Mamoun. He was from the Iraqi Islamic Party, which the sheikhs considered to be indistinguishable from Al-Qaeda. Kind of the political wing of Al-Qaeda, Sinn Féin, and, So they had some pretty tough language in there about getting rid of the governor and, replacing him with somebody from the Awakening movement. And I said, let's soften that a little bit and say, through the democratic process. Because I'd seen how tribal justice has worked, and I was afraid I was giving them sort of a, license to kill, So we made that a bit more politically correct, so the 12 points were all good 12 points. If I could have written them myself, I would have written the first 11 the way they were. The 12th one, they modified at my request. So they were savvy guys. And Sheikh Sattar was like right out of Central Casting. You met him.
Yeah.
Kind of very photogenic guy. And I had a photographer with me, a journalist, and can I get a picture? He goes, well, wait a minute. So I get my better gun here and gets the right, put on a different robe, and here's my good side and all this kind of stuff. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he was he
was a character.
Yeah, like he said, he was a character.
Yeah.
And a courageous human being.
Yeah.
Because he had to have known, how hard they were gonna come after him.
Yeah.
And he might have been confident enough to think that he could overcome that, but there's risk.
Yeah. And we were talking about the Apaches a little earlier, and that was one of his requests. He said, "Can I get some of those?" I was like, "Apaches?" And he's like, "Yeah, they're really good. I'd like some of those." I'm like, you're not going to get any Apaches.
So, like I said, February 2007, you're done.
Yeah.
You turn over.
Yep.
You go home.
Yeah.
For me, look, I was in charge of 100 people, 40 SEALs. I was there for a little over 6 months or 7 months. And I came home and I went back to doing what you're doing in the SEAL teams when you're not at war. About a month goes by, and I woke up in the morning and I kind of just had a whole different. I had a lightening feeling in my being, right? Like, and I kind of thought to myself, like, why do I feel kind of like better today? And better isn't even the right word, but I just felt like some big pressure had been alleviated. And I realized, I'm not worried about one of my guys getting wounded or killed right now. And I didn't even realize that it kind of was an afterthought how much I was thinking about that on deployment. Of every day is like, yep, today could be a day. You hit a roadside bomb, you hit a triple stacked IED, and I'm going to lose 6 of my friends today or tomorrow or the next day. So, I was like, okay, cool. I don't have to worry about that stuff. I, can carry on and move forward. What kind of pressure relief did you feel? Did you feel any? What was it like for you coming home?
Yeah, I don't think I had that experience. I came back. I was still a brigade commander. Still kind of fighting for my brigade as we were inactivating it in this remote corner of Germany. we were kind of a bit lost in the shuffle because the U.S. Army Europe was drawing down, and we were informed on the way home that sorry by our higher division headquarters that sorry, but we expended all of our welcome home money on your sister brigade. There's none for you. And then they had a division memorial plaque made with all of the fallen from the division, from the deployment, the vast majority of which were under the Ready First Combat Team. And somehow or another, they forgot to invite anybody from our brigade to attend the memorial ceremony or the unveiling ceremony. The excuse was, well, we deleted all of you from the global address list because, you were deployed. And it's like, that's pretty weak. So
the hits just keep on coming.
Yeah. I mean, we were able to, fortunately, we had a USO troop come through, and we were able to get a performer to come gratis and perform, and we raised money. I forget even how we managed to pull this rabbit out of the hat, but we managed to put on our own welcome home ceremony. Nobody welcomed us home. We welcomed ourselves home. We got notified, we're in Friedberg and Gießen, and this unveiling is in Wiesbaden. If you're not familiar with Germany, trust me, these are not close together locations. And, hey, we're unveiling this memorial. Why aren't you guys here? I'm like, what are you talking about? You didn't get the email? It's like, no. Oh, yeah, we didn't send any to you. So can you get all your battalion commanders and sergeants major down here in an hour for this event? I was like, well, out of respect for the names on there, yes, I'll do it. So we get down there. They didn't even have any seats for us. We had to stand behind the bleachers. And so, and then for our, the kind of the final thing was our inactivation ceremony for the brigade, because it's going to be stood down and then stood back up at Fort Bliss, Texas. We're at the rehearsal, and it's like, where's the band? And like, oh, we forgot to put that on their calendar. I'm like, well, you got 24 hours, you're only an hour away from us, tell the band that, we put them on block leave, so they're not available. So we had to have canned music for our, ceremony. So, I mean, it's, rubbing insult into injury. And then thanks to General Odierno, I had a good job when I got back to the States. I went to the Joint Staff. He had been the former director of the Joint Staff and was looking after me a little bit. Because clearly my division wasn't back in Germany. And so we get back to the States, and I'm the chief of the Iraq division. General Petraeus is ramping up the surge, and it was game on. So I just jumped from one treadmill to another. But I will say this, that when I was, learning my new job and just focused on that, when I would park my car in south parking lot of the Pentagon, the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up because I was in an open area in an urban environment until I could get undercover. Because you remember when we go to the government center in Ramadi, you'd have to, before you got out of your Humvee, you'd have to throw a smoke grenade and zigzag from the Humvee into the door of the government center. I mean, that's how bad it was when I first got there. And I was like, being in the open with lots of windows around me, multi-story buildings, it took me a while to get used to that. I'm okay with it now. But, that took me a little bit of...
So it did leave a little bit of a mark.
It did, I think, yeah. And my wife will tell you that, I have undiagnosed PTSD, but I don't know.
I would get a few. So I took over training when I got back for the advanced training for the SEALs, getting ready to deploy, and I would be out. We'd run these big urban combat drills, and I would be standing there watching, these guys, and if there was a guy that was standing in the street, standing in the open, I would get that knot in my stomach, like for a split second of like, you're going to get shot. Dude, what are you doing? And I'd be like, oh, okay. He's going to get hit with paintball.
I was the same way after Bosnia, because there was all about mine awareness. There were so many mines, and I just never would get off hard stand if I could help it. And when I got back to the States, if I saw a little kid out in like a soccer field, I was like, oh my God, he's going to step on a mine. So, I mean, it was, all these things kind of leave a mark, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I can't, to this day, I can't watch realistic war movies. I just can't, especially if there's like civilian casualties involved, it's like, no, it's too real. I can watch the old World War II, 1950s, Yul Brynner, those kind of guys, where, there's no blood, they just put their hand over their, chest and they fall over. One shot, they're down, that's it, they never move again. The kind of the bloodless war movies, I can watch those. They're so hokey, Guns of Navarone or whatever. But, the more realistic Saving Private Ryan, I can't. I can't watch that.
I was watching The Pacific, which if you're
right.
It came out sometime after we got back.
Yeah.
But I was on an airplane and I was like watching it with headphones on in the dark airplane from 5 inches in front of my face on my computer, and about halfway through this, and it was whatever episode they land and there's no attacks and they're patrolling through the jungle and you're like, they're going to get attacked. And I remember that feeling of walking down the street in Ramadi. You're like, we are 100% going to start getting attacked at any moment here. Yeah. And I'm watching this thing, and all of a sudden I, kind of had a shudder of like, oh, you're really, really, really into this right now, aren't you?
Yeah.
You need to take a little breather.
Yeah, no, in Ramadi, it was like, if I haven't been shot at for 10 minutes, I'm 10 minutes closer to getting shot at again, so yeah.
So you were around when they're putting the surge together?
Yeah, I was in the Pentagon. The surge was put together. My job was to kind of shepherd the surge through the, interagency process, as it was occurring. And we had all the big hearings, the famous Petraeus-Crocker hearings on the Capitol Hill, and preparing everybody for all of that. And what are the benchmarks for success of the surge? I mean, we got the surge approved, but, how do we know if it's working, and all those kinds of things. So it was a bit of a pressure cooker job. And then I went from there down to, I got promoted to 1-star and went down to take command of a joint task force in charge of military support to
Did you get promoted to 1-star because of Ramadi? Did that help? Was it recognized at this point? Now we're getting into 2008. It's been a couple of years.
Yes.
Are people like, oh yeah, this guy did a good job?
Yeah, well,
despite his multiple write-ups that he had as a young officer.
Yes, absolutely. So the president of my selection board was a guy named David Petraeus, who came back specifically they brought him back to make sure that the folks that he saw and wanted to move up were recognized. So HR and I were on the same 1-star list. Although I'm 2 years older than HR. He was class of 83, I was class of 81, and once again Candy Crowley comes up to me in the halls of the Pentagon when I'm a colonel there. And this was before my issue with her at Operation Inherent Resolve. And she says, hey, Colonel MacFarland. She says, do you know H.R. McMaster? I'm like, yeah, of course. We've known each other for a long time. And both cavalry guys. And she says, well, don't you think it's, strange that he hasn't been promoted to Brigadier General yet? I said, I'm 2 years senior to him, and I haven't been promoted to Brigadier General yet. So why don't you ask me how I feel about me not being promoted? She goes, oh, I didn't realize. I was like, just because I have hair and he doesn't mean I'm older than he is, or he's older than me, So she said, well, okay, well, tell me about both of them. Like, no, never mind. You ruined it. I'm not going to share that with you. But no, HR certainly deserved it, and I was proud to be on the same list as him. And a lot of us who served as brigade combat team commanders in Iraq together or around the same time all ended up as brigadiers together on the joint staff and Army staff, and then throughout our careers, and kind of a band of brothers type of a thing, where And then my time in Afghanistan, I served with as the DCOS Ops Deputy Commander, U.S. Forces.
When did you go to Afghanistan?
11 to 13, 16 glorious months during the surge there. Actually,
Right.
Actually the back end of the surge, and I got the opportunity to work with so many great, Brits and Aussies and Canadians and French officers and on down the list, plus multiple other services that, by the time I became a 3-star commander in Iraq for Operation Inherent Resolve, every single component commander in CENTCOM I had served with in Iraq or Afghanistan previously.
Wow.
Special ops, Tony Thomas and Scotty Miller I knew, and all the other folks on down, Smoke Beidler, Kid Donegan, CQ Brown, all these guys I'd worked with before in combat. How rare is that, right? And even I had an Australian deputy in Afghanistan, and he worked for me again in Iraq. So it was like a usual suspects. Round up the usual suspects. And General Neller even said that to me. When he was a 3-star, and I was a 2-star. He goes, doesn't the Army have more than 5 generals? Why do I keep running into the same guys over and over again in every, war? I was like, I don't know. I guess they got their go-tos,
You get done with this process of getting the surge to happen over in Iraq, and then you said 13 and 14 you're in Afghanistan.
11 through 12.
Oh, sorry, 11 through 12.
11 through 13.
11 through 13 you're in Afghanistan. This is your first time going to Afghanistan, right?
It was. I had to learn all new place names. And they all sound like Klingon names, but to me. But I learned it pretty quickly. Yeah.
And how did you compare? What were the differences? What were the lessons learned that applied, and which ones didn't apply?
Yeah. Well, obviously, everybody, General Petraeus had been there prior to my arrival, and everybody said, well, let's do another awakening here in Afghanistan.
This is like when they tell the one-hit wonder, can you write another hit song for us? Just do the same beat or whatever. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like lightning in a bottle or something, but, General Allen was my boss. He played an important part in the awakening, too, as a 1-star. With 2 MEF. When they came in behind 1 MEF, General Allen really kind of spread what was a Ramadi phenomena across Anbar, and then Generals Odierno and Petraeus made it an Iraq-wide thing with the Sons of Iraq, right? But General Allen and General Greganis and these guys, they understood that, the different tribal groupings and how to get them to, come together and join this movement. And I always say about the awakening that I was Salieri to General Allen's Mozart, because it would have been a ship in a bottle type of phenomena if General Allen hadn't spread it province-wide and then into Baghdad with General Petraeus. So when we were looking in Afghanistan, the dynamics were just completely different. It's a much more fragmented society because of the terrain, the big valleys and and unlike Iraq, the enemy had this safe haven in the federally administrated tribal areas in Pakistan, the Fatah, Waziristan, that they would go to every winter. There was no campaign season in Iraq. It was game on, 365. In Afghanistan, the snow would come in, the Taliban would go to the Fatah, and then when the snow melted in the mountain passes, they'd come back and we'd have a fighting season, which was one of the biggest mistakes we made in our withdrawal, is we did it in the middle of the fighting season. We could have done it in the winter.
Been no factor.
Yeah.
Well, much less factor.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so there were a lot of differences, but there were also a lot of similarities. It's counterinsurgency. You're trying to build up the indigenous forces to the problem is in Iraq, Maliki hadn't gone off the rails yet on us. He was working mostly with us, right? In Afghanistan, Karzai just hated us. So when you have the government that you're trying to support actively fighting against you, not all of it, not at the cabinet level necessarily, but the head of it, the president, and the way we created the Constitution for Afghanistan made the president, the executive, incredibly powerful, much more powerful than in America. You know, an Afghan province isn't like an American state. A lot of people think it is, but it's not. An American state is a sovereign entity. You know, we are the United States. The states decided to create a federal government. In Afghanistan, the president appoints the provincial governors. You know, it's an administrative distinction, you know, and I mean, everybody derives their power not from their local population, but from the central government. So if you got the central government against you, you know, and all the provincial governors are against you, and then you have corruption in both Iraq and Afghanistan, but it was on another whole level in Afghanistan.
Wow, that's saying a lot.
It had the opium things going on down there in the south, but a much more fragmented, you know, there was no large tribal sheikh kind of loyalty in Afghanistan, where that's what really turned it for us in Iraq. If the sheikh said, okay, we're flipping, 90% of the tribe would go with them. You know, that didn't happen in Afghanistan. So we had all these things. We did not have control of the border, not in the least. And yeah, the Iran influenced the Shia militia groups in the south, but that was just a part of the country. It wasn't, you know, the most critical part. It wasn't Baghdad necessarily, although the Shias were in Baghdad and they were going on their campaign against the Sunni neighborhoods and everything. But we were able to, you know, split the different Shia militia groups in Iraq. In Afghanistan, the Pashtuns were, there were no levers, you know, like tribal elders, unless you got down to the very low village level, you know. And so if you're going to go village by village, you know, it's going to be a problem. The other big problem is the level of advancement. You know, the Iraqi society was basically a 1970s society frozen in amber, you know, for 20 or 30 years, right? But they had a lot of the institutions of a modern state. You know, they had universities, they had infrastructure, they had industry, they had all this. Afghanistan had none of that. General Abizaid famously said, Afghanistan is a 14th century country, not a 1970s, 14th century. And if we stay in Afghanistan for 100 years and do everything right, it'll be a 15th century country. You know, I mean, that was the magnitude of the challenge in Afghanistan. So, you know, there are a lot of good people over there. I know a lot of them, but, you know, and everybody tried really hard. But it was probably, you know, more than, we probably set our sights too high. Not to say we should have withdrawn the way we did. I think we could have continued to manage that, you know, but it wasn't a one-generational issue in Afghanistan. It was multi-generational, and we would have had to keep our hands on the back of that bicycle seat for another 30 to 40 years. But we weren't taking any casualties. For 18 months, we had no U.S. servicemen or women killed in Afghanistan. You know, would that have been worth it versus allowing, you know, ISIS Khorasan to, you know, form and gel and now project threats around the world again? You know, above my pay grade, but I would submit that we could have maintained that force over there, and it wouldn't have broken the bank.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like we had reached if nothing else, a steady state of somewhat stable scenario.
Yes, stability and support operations. Yeah, absolutely.
After that, we're getting into 2014. You take over in Fort Hood for.
Yeah, first I commanded the 1st Armored Division at Fort Bliss. And after I came back from Afghanistan, and my son was graduating from West Point, and he said, "Dad, what are you going to do next?" I said, "I'm going to command a division." He said, "Which one?" I said, "Either 1st Infantry at Fort Riley or 1st Armored at Fort Bliss." He goes, "Okay." I said, "Why?" He says, "Well, I think then I'll apply for 1st Cav at Fort Hood." I was like, "I get it, buddy. You know, no hard feelings. You don't want to be that guy, you know." So, so I went to Fort Bliss, 1st Armored Division, which was great. I'd been stationed there several times before. It's where I met my wife as a lieutenant and everything. So I love Fort Bliss. I love El Paso, and had a great time. Great people, you know. I mean, just a wonderful team of teams there, both on the installation side and the division. And the best thing in the world is to be both the division commander and the installation commander, because then you know
you own it all, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And it was brand new. I mean, it'd been around since the 1800s as an old cavalry post, so it had the old charming tree-lined, Colonel's Row around the parade field and the chapels and all that really nice Old West stuff. But it also had several $1 billion of recent military construction. So, you know, the new part of Fort Bliss was state-of-the-art. I mean, there was nothing better. Mm-hmm. So we were, I was very fortunate. But General Odierno was now Chief of Staff in the Army, and he said, "Sean, I want you to go take command of the 3rd Corps at Fort Hood. I'm trying to move you along here, you know, don't want you to, you know, get stagnated."
So how long did you do division command for?
I was only a little over a year. And then
so they're definitely moving you along.
Yeah. So they moved me up to 3rd Corps, took over from General Mark Milley. And then shortly thereafter, you know, we were slated to go to Afghanistan, but, you know, change of mission. We got told that, you know, we're going to go take over the war against ISIS in Iraq, and, you know, headquartered in Kuwait, Iraq, and Syria would be our area of operations.
How did you feel watching the rise of ISIS as it was coming back?
Deja vu all over again. And, you know, not only was that, not only was the rise of ISIS predictable, it was predicted. When we withdrew from Iraq in 2011, everybody who had been there said, "This is going to be bad."
So how do we fail to convey that message up the chain of command, or is it just...
It was conveyed, it was ignored.
Then that's it. That's like just how it is.
Yeah. And so our friends in Ramadi and the Abu Nimr tribes and folks like that who stood with us against Al-Qaeda were butchered by ISIS when they came back into down the Euphrates River Valley. And so when I got back in Operation Inherent Resolve, people said, "Well, you know, can you get the Awakening Band back together?" I'm like, "They're dead or run off." No. You know, that ship has sailed. But, you know, that's not to say that there aren't military-aged men in the tribes out there who won't join the police forces to, once again, police themselves so they don't have to rely on predominantly Shia external folks that they don't trust to do it.
I was very excited to see giant convoys of ISIS flying ISIS flags across the open desert, because I thought to myself, they are all going to be killed. Like, as opposed to what we were dealing with, these, you know, hiding in the shadows and mixing in with the civilians. When you're in the open desert driving in convoys with big giant black ISIS flags on your vehicles, I thought to myself, oh, this is going to be that you want to engage in a conventional war with us. This is gonna be good for us.
Yeah, and eventually it was, but initially not, because we went into that fight not optimally configured. First of all, it was two countries, Iraq and Syria. In Syria, we were not fighting one war against ISIS. We were fighting two wars. We were fighting a war against ISIS and a war against the Assad regime. And the Venn diagram on those overlap in good and bad ways. We had different authorities in Iraq and Syria, but both were in my area of operations. We had multiple commands, special ops and conventional ops, banging around. So Secretary of Defense Ash Carter said, well, I want to put it all under Sean MacFarland. He knew me, but he said, I want to give Sean control over all the special ops, include Tier 1, which I talked to Tony Thomas, and I said, I don't really need that, As long as I have red card, we can work around that. But we created a combined joint task force. Really, it was set up by by the U.S. Army Central Command, because they were sort of like the contact force. We have contact force, blunt force, decisive force. They were kind of the contact force, and their job is to set up a temporary command post until, a warfighting headquarters, like a Corps headquarters, comes in, and that's what happened, and we took that over. And then once we're kind of on the ground, it quickly became apparent to me that we were fighting a almost conventional force, hybrid at least, with forces largely trained and equipped to conduct counterinsurgency. And we were supporting them under basically counterterrorism authorities, So we had a misalignment there. And I could retrain and re-equip the Syrian and Iraqi forces under, with my own resources. And I had to convince my bosses to change the authorities we were fighting under. Things like the non-combatant casualty value was set at 0, which means, you can't drop a bomb if you think there's going to be a civilian casualty. If you're fighting in an urban area, as we discussed earlier, you need to relax that. And ISIS was largely in urban areas. We had other challenges. A week after we got there, the Russians arrived in Syria, along with their SA-17s and their Su-27s and things like that. We had challenges with the Iranians, Qasem Soleimani and the Revolutionary Guards, trying to create inroads through Iraq to Syria. There's a Shia militia group in Iraq called the Kataib Hezbollah. They were trying to link them up with the Lebanese Hezbollah in Syria and Lebanon. So the Iranians, when we pulled out of Iraq in 2011, the Iranians filled the vacuum that we left behind, the power vacuum, and so we had to deal with that. And there were hundreds of Shia militia groups on the battlefield fighting ISIS, fighting each other, fighting all kinds of things. Some of them were good. Grand Ayatollah Sistani raised them with a fatwa to fight ISIS. Some of them were Kataib Hezbollah, Asab al-Haq, groups like that, which were extensions, proxies really for the Revolutionary Guards from Iran under Qasem Soleimani. Others were somewhere in between, Badr organization, and others were semi-independent of Iran, not fully. So you had this whole spectrum. Unfortunately, the more aligned with Iran, the more effective and lethal, the less, the Sistani guys were barely getting enough calories to stay alive, let alone fight the enemy. So we had a lot of challenges there. And then in Syria, we had the Syrian Kurds. And, of course, in northern Iraq, we had the Iraqi Kurds who don't like each other, as you know. The PUK, the PKK, they'd buried the hatchet to fight ISIS. But, neither of them liked the YPG in northern Syria. And the Turks claimed the YPG were an extension of the PKK, which they were actively fighting in Turkey. And the YPG are communists, but they were also the most effective ISIS force. And then you got to remember all the opposition in Iraq or in Syria was raised in opposition to the Assad regime, not in opposition to ISIS, because ISIS was fighting the Assad regime too. Mm-hmm. So, this expression, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, really? Because ISIS and the Assad regime don't like each other. Which one of them is my friend? Can you help me out? And then the Jordanians were very nervous, and they had that fighter pilot captured and burned alive. And, so there were a lot of, things going on. I had forces in Turkey, forces in Jordan, forces in Iraq, forces in Kuwait. I was trying to bring all my special ops guys together under one hat. So Special Ops Joint Task Force, Operation Inherent Resolve, OIR. Couldn't get permission from the U.S. Army Central Command Fire Marshal to put him in one of the empty warehouses next to my headquarters in Arif Jan, Kuwait. So, I'm being a Corps headquarters. I had lots of, these big Drash command post tents. So I set up a headquarters for them out of Drash tents. You know how many, and the fire marshal wouldn't let them occupy the warehouse because there weren't enough sprinkler heads in there for the number of people they wanted. Mm-hmm. Guess how many sprinkler heads are in a tent?
I'm going to guess 0.
Yeah, pretty close. So, but that's okay. It wasn't his deal. Mm-hmm. I mean, what a way to fight a war, right? But anyway, we got command and control arranged. I, identified the problem, which was, our how we were organized and the authorities that we had. Clausewitz, everybody talks about war as an extension of politics. Another great thing that he said is the first and most important that a statesman or commander must make, or decision that a statesman or commander must make, is to understand the type of war that he is about to embark upon, neither mistaking it for nor attempting to turn it into that which is alien to its nature. Mm. In other words, you can't fight a conventional force like a counterinsurgency just because you want it to be a counterinsurgency. You have to change the non-combatant casualty value. You got to lift that. You got to tell your guys, no, you don't. You don't find IEDs and disarm them. You have complex obstacle belts that look like something out of El Alamein in the Second World War. You're going to get all your EOD techs killed that way. You got to do combined arms breaching, and train and equip them to do all that. And I had about $1.5 billion of money that I could use for that, and so we set about to change things. And we had Mosul and Raqqa. Raqqa in Syria was their capital. Mosul was their biggest city, and we had to get those two back. And so we had to organize the campaign, visualize it, right? A commander has to understand the environment, right? Then visualize, what the problem is after understanding the environment, and then visualize a solution, and then communicate that, and then control it, right? So I understood the problem. I visualized the solution. I communicated it with varying degrees of success up the chain of command, what authorities I would require. Like we had in Iraq, the ability to accompany indigenous forces on the ground. That was not initially allowed, We got that permission, but it took time. I had to convince them, that it's okay for us to be outside the wire with these guys. We had to figure out how to conduct airstrikes against ISIS folks who were in contact with Iranian-backed militias, because we didn't want to support Iranian-backed militias, but we did want to kill ISIS. So we developed all these solutions, but it took a little time. But we got there. We had to get the Iraqi army up off its back, dust it off, put it, clean it up, point it in the right direction, give it what it needed. And then we had to kind of be next to them. We had to convince the prime minister and everybody that this was a valid way to go, and I had to develop my own campaign plan with lines of operation and battle rhythm events and decision points and all that kind of stuff. And all that was in about 30 to 60 days.
So it's a busy 30 to 60 days.
Yeah, but it's what you're trained to do, and the Army had prepared me for that well by the time I'd spent on the Joint Staff working the interagency processes, my time as a Joint Task Force commander doing border security, learning about, law enforcement and civil agencies, my time as working with cabinet level ministers in Afghanistan as a 2-star as the deputy chief of staff for operations over there, working the NATO chain of command. I wore a NATO hat and a U.S. hat, so I understood how the NATO chain of command worked and how it sourced forces. And we had 29 troop contributing nations, some of them from NATO, some not, on my staff. So I had to figure out how to bring them all together. And my time as having a combined joint staff of several hundred in Afghanistan was great training for that, right? My time as an fighting in Iraq, a lot of these guys were still around that I knew from those days. The 7th Division Commander, General Murty, remember him? He was now like their Deputy Chief of Staff for Logistics. And, some of the sheikhs were still around, still knew me. The mayor from Tal Afar was around still. So I knew a lot of people, and I just kind of knew how the Iraqi government and everything functioned. So, but I got to say this, because I'm talking to a SEAL. The war winner was when we pulled out of Iraq, we left behind an ODA, a Special Forces Operational Detachment Alpha. And they had to turn that over to a SEAL team when I got there. And what they did, even while we were gone, under Chief of Mission Authority, under the ambassador, they continued to work with the Iraqi Special Forces. Remember the Iraqi ISAF, Special Operations?
ISAF.
And they evolved into the CTS, the Counterterrorism Service. The Counterterrorism Service, bar none, were the most effective force, indigenous force, I'll say, not more effective than us, but most effective indigenous force in Iraq or Syria. Better than the Russians by far, because we had picked and trained every one of their leaders, and they were a truly national force. They were not Shia, they weren't Sunni, they weren't Kurd, they were Iraqi. They were led by folks that we had, all of them were picked and trained, and they were led by good leaders who understood leadership and leadership from the front. There were 14 battalions in the CTS and 2 brigades. Within a year of the ISIS invasion of Iraq, all 14 of those battalion commanders have been killed in action. Think about that. But no Iraqi security force would make a move against ISIS if they weren't led by a counterterrorism service unit. The CTS had to leave everything. They became shock troops. That's not what they were trained for. They were trained to do counterterrorism. But the need for them, they had to adapt and become the shock troops, the lead echelon, and that, or else nobody else would follow. Just like SEAL Team 3, you had to adapt, right? So non-traditional roles. But that's the key to winning, is adapting.
Yeah, the guys that were over there, when Mosul went down, they were super impressed with the Iraqi soldiers that went in there and fought and took massive casualties going in there.
Well, they took massive casualties because they're not particularly good, The average private Jundi, got like maybe 15 rounds of, marksmanship training before they put him out in the field. A lot of it was OJT. But the CTS guys, absolutely. Be impressed by them, because those guys are the real deal. In fact, one of the first casualties we had was a Navy SEAL up there, Kevin Keating Jr. or something.
Yeah, no, it's C4. It's C4. It's Charles Keating.
Charles Keating.
Yep.
Charles Keating.
Chuck Keating and
the fourth.
Yeah, from SEAL Team 1.
Yep.
And
that was on my watch. I mean, there was an explosion of ISIS guys out of Mosul, as we were starting to put the pressure on them around Ramadi, and we took Ramadi back, and we were taking Fallujah back, and we were working with the Syrian Kurds and starting to put pressure in Syria and closing the Manbij gap where all the foreign fighters are coming through, and at the same time we were beginning to put pressure on them up around Mosul, and so they did a counterattack. Happened to be while I think the Secretary of Defense was visiting, but like 500 of these Muldoons came boiling out of Mosul, and this whole pleasant fiction that we're telling ourselves that, well, we're one terrain feature back, well, the enemy wouldn't let us be one terrain. They were on top of our guys before we knew it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a tough fight, and that's how Charles Keating, lost his life. It was pretty intense fighting, and of course you've seen the pictures of Mosul, and Ramadi looks even worse, probably. It was really, block by block.
Yeah, it looked like they dropped a lot of bombs in Ramadi.
Yeah, actually. We didn't drop a ton of bombs in Ramadi.
Mm-hmm. When I saw pictures of Tamim,
yeah,
and it was like rubble.
Yeah, a lot of that was ISIS did that.
Okay.
A lot of ISIS rubbled a lot of it. Now we did some of it to be sure, but ISIS really brought a lot of it on themselves. But Mosul, we did a lot of that. I did a lot of that. Mosul University, where they were making chemical weapons and things like that. Yeah, absolutely. We did our share of damage, but part of the problem is also the Iraqi army. When they go into an urban fight, the way they do that is to rubble, what's in front of them, and then occupy the rubble.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a Soviet technique. You're seeing the Russians doing it in Ukraine right
Mm-hmm.
now. So because we weren't necessarily with them at Ramadi, side by side, we were like back from them. They were using artillery to just pound those cities. And by the way, most of the Iraqi army is who? What sect?
Oh, Shia.
Shia. And most of the people in Ramadi were
Sunni. Yeah.
Sunni. So
they didn't care.
They didn't really care. So, ISIS did some of it. Coalition, yeah, we did some of it. But a lot of it was the Iraqi army just going in there and just, steamrolling it.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing happened in Mosul. That's how they're going to do it. And it's hard to criticize them because at their level of training and sophistication, how else are they going to operate?
Something like 25 or 30,000 estimated enemy were killed in this time frame.
Yeah,
I can't remember. It's a massive number.
Yeah, it was about that. Yeah,
and I know
in a year. Yeah.
Yeah, and very limited casualties for us. Obviously, Charles Keating, you talked about C4.
Joshua Wheeler, and we had a Marine sergeant, staff
Carden
killed at Firebase Bell. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is still, for all the progress that got made, that's amazing for ISIS being, destroyed to that level. It was pretty amazing to see.
Yeah, but that's because the counterterrorism service were so well trained and equipped by us that they absorbed the bulk of the casualties that we would have had to absorb had there been no CTS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, thankfully we did train them.
Right, absolutely. And that was one smart thing that we did. The other thing is we went after deep targets. In a counterinsurgency, you don't really think deep, close, and rear, know. But we had a deep battle against the Caliphate, and we went after their sources of revenue, banks and oil refineries and all that kind of stuff, with deep strikes.
Yeah, I was reading some interview with you, and you were talking about the fact that you were just literally blowing up banks where they had their money.
Yeah.
So they couldn't pay their soldiers.
Like $1 billion in one strike one time. $1 billion with a B. Yeah.
That's got to be quite annoying if you're ISIS, right? $1 billion getting blown up.
I'll tell you, the impact on them was measurable. It was after those bank strikes that we began to see, a decline in morale and capacity by the the foreign fighters and all the other folks. By the time we got to Mosul, the enemy was saying, well, the Battle of Kiara is going to be decisive for the Battle of Mosul. We cannot lose Kiara West Airfield. And we captured it almost without a fight. They couldn't resist us at that point, because of the effect of the deep battle targeting. It was a real eye opener on the effectiveness. And of course, you have to take a lot of ISR away from HVI hunting, from the special ops guys, which they didn't like, and from dynamic targeting, close support, of the advisory teams working with the Iraqi divisions on the ground to do your target development. But I made it pretty clear where my priorities were, and was able to get what I needed to do that, and I think it paid off in the long run.
That's some of those principles that you talked about earlier about finding different ways to hurt the enemy. That's definitely hit them in their pocketbook.
Yeah, and I don't say that HVI hunting was a complete waste of time, but it was
just a lower priority at the time.
Well, it was an inordinate drain on resources for ISR. I was like, we can't afford to have 90% of our ISR looking for needles in haystacks. As a conventional warfighter, my approach is, instead of finding the needle in a haystack, to just burn the haystack down, and then we'll get the needle that way. And so we did a mix of that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You wrap up there in 2016. I did see in my research that you were named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in 2016.
I don't know how that happened. To this day, it's a mystery, but I was honored that Senator John McCain did the write-up for that. That was an embarrassing phone call, by the way, to my boss. I was like, hey, this is my public affairs officer found out about it and told me. And so I said, well, I better tip off General Austin.
Who was it that found you? Who was it that figured out that you should be recognized that way?
No idea. Absolutely
Just
no idea.
randomly someone found you.
It might have been the dust-up that I had over my, press conference.
The press conference?
Because the fallout, the blowback on that, all kinds of people that, not necessarily of my ilk, were cheering, and it's like, okay, I said what I said, people are going to make of it what they're going to make of it. And I became something of a folk hero for some folks out there. Maybe that's what it was. I do not know, but I was honored that Senator McCain did the write-up. That's, to me, the most meaningful.
Who'd you catch blowback from? Well, I mean, okay, I get it. You get it from your boss, like, hey, you kind of made the president's, like, you're in the wrong lane accidentally. But like, was there people saying?
Well, I told everybody, I said, I don't know how this happened. I'm embarrassed, to be even telling you this. Just FYI, I'm not going to go to the big gala in New York City or any of that kind of stuff. There will be no press availabilities as a result.
Was there people in the Army that didn't like the way you did things?
I'd just say I didn't get a lot of direct, because people knew me and I was like out in front of this telling everybody, hey, I don't know how this happened, and everybody believed it, so nobody said, oh, there's MacFarland out there self-promoting or anything. So it wasn't that. It was just, for me, it was just awkward, because people, I think, some people might have assumed otherwise.
In a broader sense of, like, you're in Ramadi, you're doing this counterinsurgency stuff, and wait, why is an armor guy doing counterinsurgency, and now you're in Iraq and we've been doing counterinsurgency and you're saying, no, we should be doing conventional war. Was there people that were, inside the Army going, oh, it's MacFarland, this guy's going in the other direction again? Did you have kind of, for lack of a better word, haters?
Skeptics. And in both cases, you're the person on the ground as a commander who has to make an assessment of the situation and come up with a plan of attack. And then you have to convince whoever you need to convince to make that attack succeed. And in some cases, that was up my own chain of command, back to, Washington, D.C. or through CENTCOM, or sometimes it was, the Chad conference in Madrid for NATO. I had to fly over there and talk to them about that. Some of it was Congress. Some of it was, a lot of it was right there in Baghdad, trying to get the prime minister and his folks aligned with what I was trying to do, and also Tehran. Now, I didn't talk directly to the Iranians, but I knew who I could talk to who did talk to the Iranians, and I would make crystal clear to them what I was trying to do, what I was not trying to do, kind of reassure. And then there were the Russians, and I had interlocutors for the Russians as well to make sure that we didn't get, nose to nose too often. It still happened.
Yeah.
But, they always came off the worst for it.
Man, that is just a crazy complicated scenario that you were just kind of moseying through.
Yeah, the National Security Council called it marbled,
Okay.
I thought that was pretty clever. I mean, it's better than dog's breakfast or, shit show or whatever, but,
So you get done with that. Now you're, like I said, we want to reiterate that you were one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people. You get done with that. Your next duty station is TRADOC, the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command.
Yeah, I came back. I commanded 3rd Corps for better part of another year.
Okay.
The Army wanted me to go to Europe, take command over there. At that point, I was kind of a spent force largely. I needed to recuperate. And I didn't know that I had enough energy right then and there to go take command of U.S. Army Europe. So I requested not to do that, which at the senior level you don't, typically when you turn down the next step, that's pretty much the last thing you do. But I will say this, that General Milley and General Dan Allen, the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, were very understanding. And they gave me a couple of options, and I chose TRADOC to work for an old battle buddy, Dave Perkins there, and kind of, decide what I want to do next. Do I want to hang around, for the 4th star, or I'm still in my 50s, do I want to retire? But I was at TRADOC, at a great time, working for General Perkins was an absolute pleasure. He's one of the smartest guys I know. It was during the whole multi-domain battle operations kind of rollout. I got to learn a lot. And I'd been at TRADOC 1-star in charge of leader development and education. So, I'm a doctrine nerd because I went to SAMS, and a leadership nerd because I was 1-star. And, so I just really, and I got to work on my direct reports were the recruiting command, the ROTC cadet command, and the basic training guys, and a couple other, the asymmetric warfare group, which is kind of like special forces, but not. So it was, I loved it. I absolutely loved my time at TRADOC, but, I decided that I did have this master's degree in aerospace engineering. I wasn't getting any younger, I was going to get promoted or I wasn't going to get promoted, wasn't 100% one way or the other. So decided to retire on my terms. I thank General Milley very much for the opportunity to continue to serve, but, it was time for me to go do something else, I think, So that's why and when I left. And I think it's important for everybody to kind of know when you've kind of reached the end of the line, and everybody reaches it sooner or later. You can ride it all the way to the last station, or get off at other stations along the way, and there's no one right answer, And I felt that, the folks that were around me were great folks, and the Army didn't depend on Sean MacFarland, necessarily. So
that was it.
Yeah.
You called it after 37 years.
I did, yeah. And, I don't regret it, but there are parts of the military that I do miss. But hanging up my uniform for the last time was that was a surreal experience. Like, surely I'm going to have to put this on again sometime. But, yeah, I mean, it hung there for a while in the closet until I realized, oh, nobody's going to ask me to suit up again. Yeah, so I taught for a semester at Georgetown, enjoyed that. They were very nice. They were, willing to let me, continue to be there, stay there as a professor, but I got an offer to go do my aerospace thing, here in San Diego, and flew out here and walked around. Can I say the name of the company?
Sure.
I won't. I'll just say
A company.
It was a great company with very patriotic leadership, with a great ethos, doing amazing cutting-edge technology, and I was so excited. I called my wife because we thought we were going to retire in the D.C. area like most people do, and I said, we got to come out here to San Diego and do this. I loved it. But then after doing that for about 4 years, I decided to kind of, drop into a lower gear, semi-retire, so I have time to talk to folks like you and spend more time with grandkids for up to 5.
Yeah, we talked a little bit when you were in San Diego, and I was going to try and get you on here, but yeah, like you said, seemed like you were busier than you should have been as a retired guy. Well, I mean, I guess a semi-retired guy.
Well, after 37 years of defending capitalism, I spent 4 years practicing it, and there was a big learning curve there. So at first, anyway, but I still do a little bit of consulting. I still do mentoring for senior officers, which I enjoy. While I was here in San Diego, I'd drive down to Miramar and get on on their classified VTCs and talk to folks at Carlisle Barracks or Maxwell Air Force Base, about war fighting. And as I was driving, I did that pro bono, gratis. And as I was driving back to my office, I said, I think that was the highlight of my day, maybe my week, I'd kind of like more time to do that. And we were up to 4, now 5 grandkids, and my wife wanted to be closer to grandkids, and none of them were in California. So we now we're I do the things that I like doing, like talk to you.
So you're currently senior fellow Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs at Harvard University.
Yes, Secretary of Defense Ash Carter asked me to come join them doing that. I'm kind of in an inactive status on that now. I mean, I was more active initially. I don't really do that much.
Senior Fellow Institute of Land Warfare Association, the U.S. Army.
Yeah, I still do that, yeah.
Member of the Army Science Board.
Yes, right.
Senior mentor, highly qualified expert at the U.S. Army War College.
That's how I do my mentorship for up-and-coming General Officer warfighters, yeah. Actually, General Officer and Flag Officer. Yeah,
outstanding.
It's joint.
And Senior Fellow, Association of the United States Army. So that's kind of what you're up to right now.
Yeah. That's that keeps me from, vegetating, trying to stay relevant or informed. I have skin in the game. My son-in-law and my son are both on active duty majors, and I want the best for them, not, in terms of promotions or anything. I mean, they earn what they get, but in terms of making sure that the Army and our joint force is configured properly for the threats that are out there.
How do you think we are? Where do we sit right now? What does the Army and the military at large need to watch out for in the coming years?
You won't be surprised. The number one threat on the horizon is China. However, China is an asymmetric threat. I don't think China wants to, get into a shooting war with us. I think that they definitely want what they want in the South China Sea and Taiwan. And if they can figure out a way to kind of bluff their way or intimidate their way out there to get it, they will. Other threats, obviously, are Russia, resurgent Russia. The threat that it posed to Eastern Europe is we're seeing that every day in Ukraine. And then, of course, we got North Korea, which is really an extension of China, the China threat. That's like a bad cop, worse cop type of a thing that they're trying to do. I'm crazy, but this little guy over here, he's extra crazy. So talk to me, the crazy one.
How about the military culture?
And in Iran, obviously. Yeah. The military culture. So I truly believe our biggest threat is internal, though. I mean, those are our external threats. Our biggest threat is internal.
I was talking to someone the other day, and they were talking about China and Taiwan, and what do you think China's going to do? When do you think? And I said, if I was China, I would sit there and watch America just kind of like get less and less, get more and more weak, and in another 20 years, we'll just have Taiwan because no one will be there to defend it.
No, that's kind of the concern, as you see reflected in our recruiting crisis, where fewer and fewer Americans feel called to serve. How much longer are we going to be able to sustain an all-volunteer force or afford it? We can't man our ships, can't man our planes. Everything gets more expensive. We have supply chain vulnerabilities overseas, that we have to, become aware of and figure out how to secure so that our defense industrial base can, as a former member of the defense industrial base, can produce the weapons and the systems that our warfighters need in a timely manner. Look at what Russia's doing in Ukraine. They invaded. They got their teeth kicked in. They spent about 6 months to a year reconstituting, and now they're back. Could we do that? Could we reconstitute? I know that they're driving around in older tanks and all this kind of stuff, but they bounced back. Not unlike, in World War II, Germany had it all their way at first, and then the Russians, finally got their act together. Now, this is something that America needs to pay attention to. How resilient are we as a nation? Look at what we did after Pearl Harbor, and then we continued to lose aircraft carriers. We only had a handful in the Pacific, and we continued to lose them. But within 4 years, we had, 100 of them? It's amazing, but we don't have that kind of industrial base anymore. So what's the solution? What are we going to do? How could we recruit 1 million soldiers? If we can't recruit them, is the short answer. How could we induct 1 million soldiers? And how could you train them? How could you equip them? How could you transport them? These are all hard questions that worry me somewhat, but not as much as the question is, do we even want to try? Is there a will? Is there a national will for us to even try? Open borders. I spent 2 years doing border security, I can tell you the things happening on that border are horrendous. The things coming across the border are even worse. So, 8 million Americans. Our unemployment rate statistics don't count the 8 million that crossed the border this year. What are they doing? Where are they? Drive around San Diego, you can see some of them. But, these are questions. Does America want to keep on being America? And if it isn't, who's going to take our place? It's like when the United Kingdom said, we're tired of being the world's policeman. We're going to lay that burden down. America, you got it. Right? We did. They had the East of Suez agreement where the UK said, you know what? If it's east of the Suez Canal, we're just not going to worry about it anymore. America, you take it. That was an example of, the UK, kind of ratcheting down its imperial will,
yeah.
Right? We're an empire. Okay, if we had an east of Suez, Iran is just such a pain in our neck, the Houthis and all that stuff. Over to you, who?
Mm-hmm.
NATO? NATO's not really, or EU. They aren't necessarily set up to be that, strong of a unified partner, especially outside of their own geographic area of operations. I mean, look, they're still buying natural gas from Russia and oil and stuff like that. So it's hard to envision. You got some countries that do try to help out there with France and the UK and countries like that, but there is no alternative to the United States unless it's China, and you don't want them to take over the world's policeman role, the guarantor of the international order, right? They're not. And the UN isn't. Look at the ridiculous things the UN is doing right now with respect to, the Israel-Hamas. Hamas, we fought Hamas, Jocko.
Mm-hmm.
They just flew a different flag, but it's the same crew, right? And now the United States, Hamas, are they that bad? What's 1,200 rapes and murders in one day after all, right? Holy cow, what have we come to? This is what scares me, It's not just the United States, it's the entire West. There's like a malaise. We have a declining birth rate. We don't want to have kids anymore. We don't want to repopulate. Are we just committing national suicide?
Slow suicide.
Of course, China's bedeviled by some of these same problems. Don't get me wrong. China's got more problems. I'd rather be in America looking at China than China looking at America. Make no mistake. But we have to rediscover, what it is about America that's worth fighting for. And we need to inculcate that in our young people, our policymakers, everybody. That's what scares me. That's the biggest threat to the United States, I think. We still sit on top of the richest natural resources in the world. We just choose not to take advantage of them. That could change. That's a policy issue, We haven't lost anything strategically there, except time.
It seems like, it's just real obvious that we are just really bad with this whole information warfare thing and what people are being taught, what they're seeing, what the kids are being taught, what's being taught in universities. Like, it's
Marxism.
Yeah.
That seems to be getting across very well, But I'm concerned, Even the people on, that don't like America, even the Americans who don't like America are weak, right? It's like we're going to have a hunger strike until we're hungry. Can you bring us vegan? Really, you're not impressing me, You're no Nelson Mandela's out there, you don't have the courage of your convictions.
Yeah.
It's pretty pathetic. There's that expression that, hard times make strong men make soft times make soft men make hard times. I think soft men are making hard times right now.
Or they're about to.
Yeah. And I say men in the generic sense,
What gives you hope then when you look at all this?
Every time I get the opportunity to talk to firefighters, policemen, first responders, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardians now, and see the kind of people that are out there, or walk around the floor of a factory. Talk to the people on those assembly lines, not assembly lines, but production lines, the people that work in the 5-axis mills and the lathes and all of that machinery, that industrial machinery, the people who know how to fix it, right? When I walk around and I talk to those folks, I'm hopeful. I wish they were younger, A lot of them are our age.
We got a whole crew of them. I got a clothing company called Origin USA. We got a whole generation of younger people, and I'm talking 22, 23 years old that have learned how to maintain that equipment, fix that equipment, weave material.
Yeah.
Like
But
we're doing it.
And what's important about what you're doing is you're passing generational knowledge to the next generation. My fear, and you asked me about hope, I'll just give you one more thing that concerns me, is that, that torch is going to drop, because the next generation isn't there to grab it. The current generation, there are things that we can't do anymore because we've lost the institutional knowledge. All the people that knew how to do it have retired or died. Mm-hmm. Our nuclear industry is a good example of that. We stopped making reactors and bombs a long time ago. Mm-hmm. If we try to do that again,
Don't count out the U.S. Navy over here. We're still running all kinds of nuclear reactors.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that is a source, although they're a little bit different than commercial, but absolutely, you're right. Mm-hmm. The Navy is, gives us hope. And those young Navy nukes, when you talk to them, it's like, wow, that's so impressive. When I was working in industry, we'd get these interns out of these colleges, the same one with the crazy demonstrators and all that stuff. But I'd be so impressed by how smart these kids were. They were like way smarter than I was when I was their age about engineering things. Mm-hmm. It's like, wow, how do you know how to do that already? Mm-hmm. So there are smart folks out there. We're not challenging them. We're not pulling them up to, or pushing them to be all they can be, to quote a recruiting slogan that we finally have rediscovered. And I hope we rediscover some other important things that have worked for so long in the United States and that, we abandoned because, something easier came along, but, not always the right thing to do. Social media and all this other crazy stuff. Well,
I always find hope when I go out and I talk to people, because listen, those young men and women that are in the military right now, that are in police, law enforcement, that are in factories, that are building, that are making things, that are going into construction, I talk to all kinds of construction companies and energy companies, and there's 22-year-old young men out there getting after it, power lines, digging trenches, building things. Like, the good thing is the people that we kind of see a lot, that we see the most of, this is through social media and on TV, and right now they're in the news at colleges. We see them more. But like you said, they're doing, 12-hour hunger strikes. You don't get credit for that. Yeah. And those people, they're going to do whatever they're going to do, but it's not going to have any impact. And I think that this next generation that's coming up, that is tough, that is hardworking, that does love America, I think they're just going to eventually, when the light shine, when they come out, they're going to just overrun these people that have been, on 12-hour hunger strikes before they request their vegan meal to show up.
Yeah, and I'm not.
So my hope is strong, sir.
Okay. Well, you probably interact with more than I do, and I'm glad that you have that hope, and that gives me hope.
That did not sound convincing.
How about
your son and your son-in-law, the soldiers that they have? They must be reporting back that they've got good troops.
They have good troops, but like always, they're in the conventional forces, mm-hmm. So it's a bell curve.
But let's not forget about you losing, whatever it was, more than half of your troops in 1983 to drug problems.
Yeah, no, exactly. We have good folks coming in. The problem is, we have an obesity problem mm-hmm. in America, So the folks that we're getting in today, they're a little more fragile. And we can get them there, but it takes more to do it. Mm-hmm. The Army now has like a pre-basic training course.
Yep, I saw that.
Yeah, and it's working really, really well. We're, instead of saying, sorry, you don't cut it, it's like, well, you could cut it with time. Come in here, We'll teach you what you need to know. We'll get you in shape. And then they do very well in basic training. They actually end up in a lot of times in leadership positions. So the problem is, you know, they're arriving at our doorstep fragile, and they're not arriving, you know, tough and ready to go, right? That just means we need to change the way we look at all of this. But we need to encourage people to do hard things. We need to challenge them, and we're not. We're not, you know? And I'm really concerned about our young men in particular. I have a daughter, I have granddaughters, and I want the best for them. I want them to be whatever they want to be. But it's not a zero-sum game, you know? That it's not, well, women can't be all they can be only if men are less than they are, you know? We want both sexes, and I'll use the term sexes instead of genders advisedly. We want both sexes to be all they can be. And so we do a lot to encourage our young women, as we should. We need to really get serious about encouraging our young men. And there's people like you and Jordan Peterson and other people like that out there that are trying to do that, Mark Wahlberg. And that movement needs to spread. You know, we really need to focus on our young men, because we can't do this just on the shoulders of our young women if we're going to restore America to great, you know, and I shouldn't say restore America to greatness, to keep America great. I will say it that way. To keep America the great shining beacon that it has always been, we need both men and women to do that. And we've got to stop. I mean, when's the last time you saw a commercial where the guy is like is acting intelligently? You know, usually on commercials, the guy is a doofus, right? You know, he's like the butt of the joke, right? Okay, I get it. You know, it's funny. Guys can be dumb, you know. And I'm not saying get rid of all those, but how about giving people somebody to look up to, and, you know, and say, oh, okay. And not at the expense of women either, but just, you know, the guy can be smart too, you know. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like a rising tide lifting all boats, you know, and we really need to invest in our young men in particular, because they do the dangerous jobs out there. 90% of workplace accidents, more than 90% of workplace accidents, men. That's not an accident. Or, I mean, that's not, you know, coincidence, I should say. That's because men are drawn towards more challenging work. And because, in some cases, because of physical strength, they're better suited to it. Okay, let's recognize that. Let's celebrate that. Let's not say that's toxic. Oh, it's a toxic work environment because only men, you know, are doing certain things, our Navy SEALs or something like that. Well, maybe that's because they need to be, you know? And that's okay in some examples, you know? I mean, maybe not at the corporate board level, but maybe in certain highly physical areas, it does matter, you know? And I worry about that. I know there's cause for hope out there, but, you know, we have to actively reach out to those folks, because if we leave it up to the young people to find their own way, it's going to take them a long time to get there, longer than it should.
And they may get lost along the way as well.
They could. Yeah, I mean, it's happened before, you know, in history. So let's not let them do that. I mean, the Middle East, they kind of allowed their younger generation to, a lot of, you know, Arab Muslim cultures, you know, they're like, I don't understand my kid anymore. You know, they're these radical, you know, belonging to these jihadi groups, you know. That's not how they were raised, but somebody got to them, you know. And I point the finger right at our generation, you know. It's like, it's up to us to make sure this next generation doesn't go off the rails. We've got to reach out and grab them and start guiding them in a positive, productive direction. And I don't know that we've really done a good job of that.
certainly is a tall task for all of us. And I can tell you, I talk to young men all the time that are out there getting after it. They're definitely doing hard things.
They are. Well, I mean, this
they're
country
out there for sure.
This country could not function without them.
Right.
Right. I mean, and it is functioning. We have to give them the opportunity, though, to continue to let this country function or make it function.
Well, hopefully today some people will hear this and hear some of these stories that you've told about these, about the heroics that we saw on the battlefield, and hopefully get inspired and recognize that there is a higher calling of duty that's out there if one chooses to step up. Probably are we up to speed? That's kind of where we're at now. That's life.
I got nothing to add to that. I think that's really good, Jocko. Thank you. You are doing the Lord's work. Keep it up. Keep up the fire.
Echo Charles, any questions?
I got one question.
One question. Let's hear it.
The hard-hitting question. What's a mermite?
Oh.
You guys talking about mermites all casually and whatever. I don't want to interrupt the whole flow. But what's a mermite?
A mermite is it's like a big thermos for food, and you have these typically 3 inserts, and it's sort of a maybe about 2.5 feet tall, 8-10 inches wide, and
like a lunchbox.
You know what an MRE is, right?
Yeah.
Echo Charles?
No,
MRE is like a one-person individual food.
Yeah.
Not that great.
Sure.
Mermite is like, okay, we have the capability to heat some food, but we're going to give it to a lot of people. And so we bring in these mermites.
So what they do is they take these, like, they're usually like green, army green containers, and they fill them with hot water, and they stick 3 of these metal containers in there, and it'll be eggs, scrambled eggs, bacon, and probably cream chipped beef or something in the other one. And then they put the lid on it, and the first sergeant throws them in the back of his Humvee, and with a coffee bullet, and that's breakfast, and a few loaves of bread in a box or something.
So it's for more than one person.
It's hot rations for units.
Okay.
Mass produced.
So it's like a little catering setup.
Yeah, that's a real strong word you're using right now.
I'm trying to draw a parallel with like other stuff.
And then for whatever reason, a lot of times inside the mermite, when they reopen it, the eggs will have turned green. I don't know why.
I remember getting mermite, and it had spaghetti noodles and gravy. So that was the mix that we got, and it's, it's one of those things.
Yeah, it depends on, if your cooks are half awake or half asleep when they're making your food. But they're never fully awake. Yeah.
Actually, I have experience with MREs. I actually ate MREs for a few months.
How come?
Really?
After Hurricane Iniki. So we had a hurricane in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And so, like the Red Cross came in.
How old were you?
10th grade. So, I don't know, 14, 15 years
old. How were
old.
the gains?
Gains were fine. Actually, I enjoyed the MREs.
Okay.
I had
They've come a long way. They're not as bad as they used to be. They're, but you can go too long on MREs. During Desert Shield, we had nothing but MREs for like 3 months, and we're sitting out in the desert. And the 18th Airborne Corps G4, the logistics officer, says, we're going to have to go to 3 hot A's a day here at the Corps headquarters to free up the MREs for those guys out there in the desert. We're like, thanks for your sacrifice. But then they came out with, they're called T rations, which are tray rations, which are kind of like, almost like mermite, which is, actually made by cooks. The T rations is like pre-made, and it's like they're in these like trays, and they just heat them up, and you come out and you pull the foil off it. And we got like a month of nothing but chicken cacciatore.
Oh, yeah.
Which I like chicken cacciatore as much as the next guy.
For a few weeks.
Yeah, it got to be old.
Yeah, we had a lot of stew, and it comes with like, it's kind of random stuff it comes with, right? Like little napkins and this and that. I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool. It was about the same time, 1992-ish.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That would have been it.
There you go.
Yeah. Cool. So I'm in the game.
You're in the game.
Good to meet you.
Awesome.
Good to meet you too.
Any other questions, Echo Charles?
That's it. Thank you.
General, sir, any closing thoughts?
My only closing thought, like I said, is Memorial Day is almost upon us. If you want to donate for the Ready First Memorial, I told you how through americasmightywarriors.org. Please annotate Ready First in the comments box. But there are a lot of cemeteries around our country where our service members, men and women, are in their final resting places. Take the time and go out there. Here in San Diego, you have a beautiful one up there in Point Loma, where Mark Lee is.
Yep.
And I found myself,
I
was standing there one day and said, this is one of the most beautiful places on the Point Loma and the Rosecrans Cemetery, because you're looking at both sides on the water, and I turned around and there was Mark Lee's grave, Section 60 at Arlington, where a lot of our most recent fallen are buried. Any place where there are cemeteries on Memorial Day, please make sure that you don't forget about the service and the sacrifice of those veterans who've gone on to the next to their reward. Go lay some flowers on them, on their graves. Just show that you care about what they did, because this country wouldn't be here without them. I wouldn't be here without them. I wouldn't be here without Jocko and his crew. I've told Jocko the story. I said, whenever I think of Jocko, I think of the time we were standing on a rooftop together, and we had just secured a building in Ramadi, and Jocko's like, sir, would you mind if you went to this more secure part of the roof, because I'd really hate to get my brigade commander killed, before his tour's over. I was like, I appreciate that. So a lot of our folks didn't have a Jocko there to, keep them out of harm's way, and paid the ultimate sacrifice, and they're worth thinking about this month. So, and to all of you out there who listen to Jocko's podcast, thanks for doing that. He's a great American. I'm proud to know him. And I think I'm probably the second most famous person that served in Ramadi after Jocko. And proud to be.
Oh, definitely and certainly should not be that way. Sir, thanks for joining us.
But you should be in the top 100 in Time Magazine. And some of the guys some of the people in that top 100, I don't even know if I even want to be associated with him.
That honor is all yours.
I think Vladimir Putin was in the list with me.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us, obviously, and more important, thanks for your leadership. And yes, thanks for your leadership throughout your career. Maybe excepting the early days when you were getting written up a lot, but
deservedly. As I look back, if I had a lieutenant like me, I probably wouldn't have liked me very much either.
Well, throughout your career, but specifically from me and from my guys and the men that we had the honor of serving alongside in Ramadi, thank you. You gave hope to a hopeless situation. You unified all our military branches and the Iraqi army and the Iraqi police and the tribes and the people, and you showed that we could achieve victory. And you proved something that I have never forgotten and that I pass on all the time, and that is that leadership is the most important thing on the battlefield, and you led. So thank you. And most important, a solemn salute to the brave soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who fought and died on that brutal battlefield to protect their friends and further the cause of freedom and liberty for the world. We will never forget them. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, General Sean MacFarland has left the building. So much sacrifice made. What can we do? Live good lives. Help people. Work hard. Take care of your friends. Take care of your family. Be good people. And I want to close out by reading a quote from General MacFarland. Americans should remember that more things unite us than divide us. We have shed blood, sweat and tears together on battlefields around the world. I've had the sad privilege of comforting young soldiers who've lost their buddies in combat, listening as they referred to their fallen comrades as their brothers, despite their differences in color, creed, or socioeconomic background, and meaning it. I've seen men risk their lives without a second thought for another simply because he wore the same flag on the shoulder of his uniform, especially if he had been wounded in action. In an iconic photo from Vietnam, at the height of racial unrest in America, there are 4 soldiers pictured carrying a wounded comrade. 2 of the litter bearers are white, 2 are black. We can't see the color of the wounded man. It doesn't matter. They are all Americans. In the words of a song from that era, quote, "His welfare is of my concern. No burden is he to bear. We'll get there. For I know he ain't heavy. He's my brother." So thanks for joining us, everyone. We appreciate it. If you want to support the podcast and support yourself and support America, you can go to jockofuel.com for supplements, Origin USA for American-made clothing, jockostore.com for podcast gear and apparel, echelonfront.com for leadership consulting, and extremeownership.com for online leadership training. Thanks once again to General Sean MacFarland for joining us. And thanks to all our military around the world trooping the line right now. And here at home, thanks to our police, law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, and all other first responders for your daily service. Finally, thanks to all of you for listening and for the support. Now take these lessons, go out there, get after it, and lead. And until next time, this is Echo and Jocko, out.